Well, hello and welcome back, all you beautiful people. It's TCR UK Race Day here at Knockhill. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Andy McEwen on the grid. Andy, well, qualifying was exciting. The weather has held, it's dry, and race one is about to get underway.
It is. I'm really excited. Can't wait for this. It's long overdue, this return visit to Knockhill. Been 5 years since we were last here with TCR. We've never raced the proper way around Knockhill before, so quite a lot of firsts, but I tell you what, qualifying was close, and I'm expecting more of the same in the races.
Yes, indeed. It was very close, but Bordley put it on the top spots. There was a bit of brouhaha about that, but we won't probably dip into that. But yeah, Bordley on pole, and our fourth different pole sitter of the year as well.
Yeah, which really just goes to prove the point that we keep on making. It's such a competitive grid this year. Numbers down a little bit as we've travelled up to Scotland, that's to be expected. We've got 17 drivers, and all of them definitely have the potential to get well inside that top 10. And remember, it's a triple header race weekend this weekend. The second race, the middle of the three, is the reverse grid race. So if you can get into the back end of that top 10, you've got a real chance then of fighting for a podium tomorrow. So everyone's got something to fight for today. You've got those who are really starting to knuckle down now and focus on championship points, those who perhaps haven't had the best of starts to the seasons, trying to just sort of gather something together in the mid part, and then others just hunting for trophies.
Yeah, it certainly has been a shake-up of the championship, but it is still relatively close out there. There's only a handful of points, around 20-odd points between our championship leader at the moment, Bruce Winfield, who had a bit of a disaster in qualifying, didn't he? He
did. He had a little issue at the hairpin. Now, we saw the back end of it as he sort of skittered off into the gravel trap. He'd had a bit of... We're going to have to get out of the way before we get run over by the safety car, which would not be an ideal start to our broadcast.
No.
Yeah, he had an issue under braking, basically. Snatched the brakes on cold tyres into the final hairpin, went off through the gravel. No damage done, but it did knock his confidence. It ruined a set of tyres as well, which wasn't ideal. So yeah, Bruce starting deep in the field, whilst Carl Bordley, his nearest championship rival, as we've said, is on pole. He's already scored 6 championship points just from that alone. If he can win this first race, there's a good chance he'll be right on Bruce's heels.
Yeah, definitely so. Will be exciting to see. Race one will only tell what will happen, though. As you can see, drivers are starting to get themselves lined up. Carl Bordley putting himself on that top spot now. I say, tense time for him. He has had a race win this year, so, you know, can he get away with another one starting at the front here? I mean, he's got Jack Constable next to him in the Audi. Jack was surprised he put it on the front row.
He was a little bit, but I don't know. Everyone keeps telling me that the Audis weren't going to like Knockhill, but it is a tight, twisty circuit. It's their traction off the low-speed corners that really is their biggest strength. So I'm not that surprised to see them up here, to be perfectly honest. Jack actually has been on the podium more than almost any other driver in TCR UK history, and Joe Marshall has been getting quicker and quicker as the season's gone on. A couple of little moments, one at Snetterton and one at Alton, but he's a solid point scorer as well. So not hugely surprised to see them there, but I do think the advantage lies with Carl Bordley. We saw last time at Alton Park, he's a great driver under pressure. Got that reverse grid pole, led every lap from the front of the field under quite a lot of pressure. So I see no reason personally, as long as he gets a good start, why he can't do that again today.
Yeah, exactly. And it is quite a short run down in towards turn one, and Duffer's Dip, certainly side by side, is something I think even the most experienced driver fears.
On cold tyres especially, and that's another big talking point, isn't it, around here? It's a short lap, they don't have a lot of time to get the tyre temperature up, and as you commit into Duffer's Dip, it's a completely blind right-hander down a real steep drop on the exit. As you land off that curb, if you've not got the temperature in the rear tyres, there's a good chance you're going to go around. So I think everyone will approach turn one with a little bit of caution in the first race, knowing that they've got 3 races to try and survive this weekend. But if you don't make your moves early, you might not get another chance. So it's risk versus reward, really.
It really is, isn't it? So certainly it is going to be an interesting race. Let's see what happens, though. But before we do that, should we go for a walk, mate? Should we chat to some of the drivers?
Idea.
And I think you should kickstart with Bordley.
Let's have a little chat then, shall we? We had a chat with him before qualifying. Hopefully I'm your good luck charm now, Carl, because... oh, he's jumping out of the car. That's going to make life even easier for us. Yeah, had a chat with Carl before qualifying. He was feeling nice and confident, and that confidence was not misplaced, Carl. You did a brilliant job in qualifying. Was that about as fast as you could have gone, or was there more in the tank?
It was a little bit more, if I'm honest.
Really?
Yeah, it's just a case of we wanted to put, like I said to you previously, we wanted to put about 3 or 4 really good laps together. So not only were we, focusing on race 1, but we were also focusing on race 3 as well. So managed to do the double pole. So yeah, all happy.
I was just saying, obviously Alton Park last time out started on pole in the reverse grid race, led the whole race under a lot of pressure. It's going to be a similar story here, isn't it? It's going to be hard to break away, but you're not really a man who makes many mistakes.
Yeah, it'll be hard to break away, but yeah, I think you've sort of touched on that as well. I'm not really prone to too many errors, so yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see how we get off the line. You know, I'm very, very mindful that this is a bit of a marathon weekend as well, so don't want to do anything silly in race 1. if we can get to turn 1 first and, you know, maybe sort of get our head down for 2 or 3 laps and get a bit of a gap, also, you know, all well and good. If not, then we'll play it by ear and go from there.
Thoughts on the early laps of the race then? We were suggesting just now it could get a bit sketchy on cold tyres. It's not the easiest of places to generate that rear tyre temp, is it?
No, that's going to be the key. You know, certainly when you're flying over curbs and stuff like that. So yeah, first couple of laps will be a bit sketchy, but yeah, I hope we can get a decent lap in a minute and get some heat in the rears, and then we can try and lean on it from lap 1.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, Carl Baldley. Then starting from the pole position, I believe Anthony has made his way to the other side now, the front row, and he's catching up with our second place man.
Yes, thank you very much, Andy. I'm all over here, my new bestie, Jack. I've got Joe here as well. Jack, a solid time. Thank you for holding my phone there. Solid time in qualifying, mate. Well done, front row. See you, Joe. We'll chat to you in a bit. Solid time in qualifying, mate. You were surprised. We were surprised. I think everyone was surprised. An Audi on the front row here at Knockhill.
Yeah, I mean, with the wheelbase that we've got, you wouldn't expect the car to be quick here. It's not one of the quickest cars, or shouldn't be on paper, but somehow we've managed to pedal them both into the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, the fight going in towards turn 1, it's a relatively short run in towards T1. You're on the outside. What are your expectations? Is it to duck into the inside as quick as you can?
Don't know. We'll see how it plans out. I mean, you can't predict these things, can you? So it's going to be one of those. We'll just see how it goes.
Yeah, well, it's a long old race on this one. Did you ever find out how long it is? Because I know there was talk about it coming down. I've not actually had confirmation. Is it still the normal race length?
Normal race length.
Okay, cool. So that means you've only got the one formation lap and tyre warming lap.
Yes, yeah.
Excellent. One warming lap for the tyres. That's going to be a tall order, mate. Best of luck on that front row. Cheers. Jack Constable there, he has had a good one. Now I need to try and find Andy McEwen, which he is over there with Alex Lee.
Satisfied with the second row?
Yeah, I think it's a good result. Top Hyundai, and I got 40 kg on board, so yeah, so I couldn't have asked for much more. I don't think my lap was good, so yeah, very happy.
Anywhere in particular that you're feeling that weight's sort of holding you back?
I think up the hills, because it's so hilly, it just kills, just like runs out the corners. But yeah, looking forward to this one.
Let's talk about the start then. You've got the 2 Audis directly ahead of you. We know they always make good starts. You've got Carl Baldley on pole, who's known for getting his elbows out and defending a lead. So are you eyeing up a podium here, or are you just sort of looking to bag some solid points?
I want to go for the win, but it's going to be hard with them in front, but I'll see what I can do.
Tricky season for you so far, I think it's been fair to say. You've been fighting a few handling imbalances. Do you feel like you're now getting your head around that?
I think so, a little bit, yeah. I mean, it's like 2 out of 3 weekends we've been on the podium, so it's not been like too bad, but yeah, I'm looking forward to this one, see what we can do here.
Good stuff. Alex Lee then starting from 4th on the grid. Right, Anthony has wandered somewhere else. Oh, he's right next. Anthony, who have you got now?
Yeah, well, as of course, in every race weekend, we have to chat to the marshals. I mean, because without you guys, we couldn't go racing. Firstly, who have we got here? Introduce yourself.
Grant Humble, used to be the chief grid, but I'm getting too old to run about chasing other people, so I just do what I'm told now.
You're never too old for motorsport. Well, mate, Knockhill, TCR UK, great to have them here.
Yeah,
what do you think about them?
Brilliant. It's great, this. Yeah, love it.
Enjoying it. And how many years have you been in the game now?
About 20 or 25.
About the same age as me, then?
Yeah, well, my sons were just left school when they started, and I think they're about 40 now.
Yeah.
They're here. They're here.
Well, mate, honestly, this is brilliant, isn't it? I mean, touring cars, TCR UK back here, Knockhill. It's a tight circuit as well. How do you think this one's going to pan out? How do you think these cars are going to do?
Great. If it's nice close racing, I mean, which it always is here.
Yeah.
And the drivers have got enough skill for to behave.
Who do you think's going to win it?
Never predict that. Never predict that up here.
Especially at Knockhill.
No, Knockhill's just a challenging circuit, and the drivers love it, you know. And you can go either, if you want to come up sometime for a local weekend, you can go the wrong direction.
Yeah, well, that sounds terrifying, especially that corner there.
Yeah, it's faster this way, going that way anti-clockwise.
Yeah. Downhill.
Yeah.
That sounds terrifying.
Yeah, fun if you're on post 10.
I'm sure it is. Thank you so much. Enjoy. We'll let you crack on. Obviously, very, very busy. We're going to walk down a little further here because Andy McEwen is standing by with main man, Adam Shepherd. Adam, looking good?
Yeah, good stuff, Adam. Fifth on the grid, but we were just discussing off mic some of your escapades in qualifying. Looked a bit leery out there.
Yeah, it was lively. We the first time we'd done a new tyre run was free practice, so we burnt tyres up to try the balance of the car, and it was great. And then qualifying, the rears were going away a bit too much. It was a bit of a drift car towards the end, but there's more pace in it if we could settle the back down in qualifying. So we've left the car for the race. We think it'd be a good race car as it is.
And you do like a car that's a little bit oversteering. Myself and Paul O'Neill have commented on this many a time. I mean, is that just your driving style? Is it something that just makes this particular car click?
I think it's just my driving style, because lots of the time I get out and say it's got understeer, and everyone laughs at me. So, yeah, it must just be a driving style thing. But, yeah, the car's been good. Touchwood has been faultless, so fingers crossed we can hopefully go forwards.
Yeah, 3 opportunities to score some good points this weekend. Championship-wise, obviously, you've been sort of fighting a bit of an uphill battle, haven't you? But it's not too late to get yourself right back into the mix.
No, I think we're third on drop points. We're a bit away, but as I say, we had some issues. But fingers crossed, if we have a good weekend now, we could be right back in it. So it's just 3 clean races and see how we go.
Sounds like a plan. Adam Shepherd, one to watch for sure. DJ yet again has helped me out by not wandering too far away. DJ, who are you with now?
No, I don't walk too far away, Andy. And, well, you like to talk to the drivers, I like to talk to other people. And I've got 2 members of the public here. Right, firstly, who have we got here?
Matthew.
Matthew.
Howdy.
Say it.
Howdy.
Howdy, right, OK. Matthew and Howdy. Right, what brings you, firstly, to Knockhill this weekend, apart from to see the glorious TCR UK grid?
It was basically just a Christmas present. And it's a good day out. It's always a good day up here.
Yeah, excellent. OK, and what do you personally think of the TCR UKs here at Knockhill? How have you enjoyed them so far with qualifying?
It's been great to watch. It's been amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my first ever time watching a race, so it's been really good.
Yeah. Where have you been watching from?
Just kind of been walking around the circuit, so it's got all different points of it.
Excellent. Well, make sure you find a good spot for this race, because it certainly will be exciting. And how long are you here for? Are you here for the whole weekend or just today?
The whole weekend, yeah.
Excellent stuff. Well, enjoy it, because there's 2 more races tomorrow, 1 race today, and hopefully you find some good spots on the track to watch the racing from. Excellent. Cheers there, Matthew and Hadi, yes?
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much, boys. That is fantastic hair that he has got rocking there. Andy, we've spoken to a few drivers, we've spoken to members of the public, we've spoken to a marshal as well.
We have
We're
indeed.
checking off the list here, boy.
There's one more person I personally want to try and have a chat with.
Go
I
on.
thought we'd do a bit of a walk and talk whilst we make our way towards Bradley Kent, because he had not an ideal qualifying session. We saw the damage that he got to the front of the car in that qualifying session, and also had a couple of lap times taken away for track limits. So he has got some overtaking to do, and I want to try and get his thoughts on how the race is going to pan out. He's just over this side here. Excuse me, gents. Bradley, this is not as high up the grid as we like to see you. Another trying qualifying session there?
We were supposed to be 4th, I think. We got a couple of times taken away for track limits. That's my worst enemy, is track limits. But no, I mean, we can still. I've come from here before and finished in good position, so that's exactly what we're going to try and do. I mean, there's a bit of confusion about using the pit entry as wide as what some people were doing to get a bit of time out of it. So we now know that, so we're going to use that in the race. But I think we can make our way. But it's mainly about collecting points. I know I say this every single time I speak to you, but it's collecting points, finishing the race, and keeping the car in pieces. As you can see, it's been absolutely battered this year. So, yeah, we're just going to do our best.
And unfortunately, that battering continued in qualifying. I saw a bit of work being done to the front splitter. What happened there?
It just seems to be coming into the hairpin, where it squats down on the front end. It's just catching on, and it's ripped it off twice now. So we've done our best to put it back on, which we have done, and it looks pretty strong. So, yeah, I'm hoping that it stays there. If it doesn't, you'll see me flying around with no front splitter on.
I'm sure that wouldn't slow you down too much. You mentioned points there. Interesting to hear you talking about banking points and trying to score well. You've not ridden off the championship just yet, then?
Definitely not. I mean, we're only really halfway through, and especially right now with a triple header, anything can happen. These boys that are leading the championship can have the same second half of the season as what I've had the first half. So if we can just keep collecting points, we'll just see what happens with them. I mean, if we have a bad weekend this weekend, then it'll be a bit of a case of thinking, yeah, we might be out of it. But no, we'll never say never, and we'll just keep going along and hoping to just keep collecting points and not getting in any trouble.
Excellent, thank you very much, Brad. Best of luck for the race to come then. Bradley Kent, who always has a smile on his face, even when at times a little bit tough. Right, almost time for me to dash back to the commentary position, but I will throw back down to Anthony, who is with our championship leader, I believe, Bruce Winfield. Anthony, over to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am with Bruce Winfield, our championship leader into this one, but qualifying, well, it didn't go great. You found yourself in the kitty litter out in the final corner, and we're all the way back here, P8. It's an uphill battle from here, isn't it, mate?
Yeah, I mean, the kitty litter wasn't in the plan, but yeah, look at the positives. You know, we've got no weight for the next round, and yeah, all right, we've got a little bit of an uphill start, but move forward and then see what happens for the reverse grid for race 2.
Yeah, like I say, it's a triple header of the weekend, so you've got that chance still. It's not like it's all over on that second race tomorrow. You've got the third race as well, so plenty to happen. Did you get a good banker lap in, do you know?
Not the best. That's what. Well, you mean for the
third race?
No, we're P9. P9 for both. Qualifying times. So yeah, not ideal, but you know we went quicker than that in testing yesterday. We know there's more time in me in the car, so yeah, just unfortunately couldn't string it together on one lap for quali, but yeah, we'll move forward in the race and have some fun.
That's what you need. I mean, it is a tough old track. It's short as well. You've only got the one lap to warm the tyres up as well, so that's certainly going to be a bit of a challenge. So cold tyres, Duffer's Dip, P8, middle of the pack. It's all against you here, isn't it, mate?
Yeah, I think obviously the nature of the track, they may be a little bit kind on the first lap, so just try and stay out of that and yeah, pick them off and move forward, take some points home.
Mate, that's what you need. All right, we'll let you get ready because I think the klaxon's blown and I think you need to start getting yourself sorted out. Best of luck and we'll see you out there.
Thank you. Cheers.
Excellent stuff. Good to chat to Bruce Winfield. Andy's disappeared. He's gone away back to the commentary box now, so we've got a little bit of time to talk to a few more drivers. So while we do that, let's head down and see if we can chat to Chris Smiley, who was just getting himself prepared in the car. Now, the restart team have not, well, both their drivers starting next to each other, P9 and P10 on the grid. There is Chris just getting himself ready. Nice to see he's getting involved with some of the fans here at TCR UK. Chris, a quick word just before you jump into the car and before you get your helmet on. This is a uphill fight that you've got here, not probably the best place you wanted to start, but how's the car feeling here around Knockhill?
The car, actually, believe it or not, it's actually feeling quite good. I think we're lacking a little bit of straight line speed, but yeah, you know, at Oulton Park with 2 problems, with no speed and no handling. Now we've got a little bit of handling, but just maybe not the last bit of speed up the straights. But yeah, listen, it's the racing's different from the qualifying. You know, it's 26 laps around here is a long time, so yeah, I think there'll be plenty of chances, you know, come across us throughout the race. So yeah, we'll see what happens. It's there's no pressure on us.
See what you can do. I'll let you get ready, mate. Cheers, Chris. Thank you very much. His teammate starting alongside him, Scott Sumpton. Now, Scott had, well, the car had a bit of a disaster. One of the parts broke, I think, during testing, and they had to send a mechanic all the way off to Italy to find a brand new part and bring it back. And luckily, the car's on the grid, and it is all good. He is getting himself strapped in. We'll leave him to it. We will sort him out. We're running out of base down there. The drivers are all seated, ready to get going. Brad Hutchinson, again, another driver who has had a good run in the races, but has just struggled on that straight line speed. Hopefully in this one, he has a relatively decent start on this one. We'll make our way back up a little further up the grid as the last of the drivers get sorted out. But the racing is coming up very, very soon, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gents. We're going to take a short ad break. We'll be coming back in a small amount of time for TCR UK Race 1 here at Knockhill.
Let it go.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Warrior and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting warrior.co.uk today.
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off!
Here we go then. For only the second time in TCR UK's history, we are racing north of the Scottish border at the fabulous Knockhill circuit, a venue that all of the drivers enjoy visiting. We don't always get the opportunity as certainly English-based championships to come and race here in Scotland, but let's hope that this now does become a regular feature on the TCR UK calendar. We're always really well received here, and based upon what we saw in qualifying earlier on, we should be in for 3 very competitive races. The cars are just making their way around on their tyre rotation lap here. After that, they will swap the tyres over front to back and left to right, and then they will head onto their green flag lap ahead of 25 minutes of racing around a real roller coaster ride. Championship leader Bruce Winfield, as we've just been documenting, starting a little bit out of position, further down the order certainly than he would have liked to have been, and he has some work to do, whilst his nearest championship rival Carl Bordley took an extra 6 championship points out of him in qualifying. That means it's now 23 points the gap, with 40 points available for a race win, plus a bonus point for the fastest lap. It is entirely possible that we could have a change at the top of the standings here this weekend. Andy McEwen up here in the commentary box. Anthony Jordan has made his way up here after some sterling work down on the grid. And Anthony, drivers, I think, ready for this. A lot of them, though, I was taken aback by every driver I was chatting to off mic asking me, what do you think is going to happen? How's this race going to go? Do you think it'll spread out? Do you think it's going to be a bit messy? No one quite knows what to expect here today.
Yeah, that to me is exciting. The fact that the drivers don't even know all the mechanics or anything like that, that really brings it into perspective of, one, how close it was in qualifying. Remember, okay, there may have been 2 tenths between first and second in qualifying, but when you look a little bit more into the mid-pack, we're talking about thousands between drivers, and that really does make it exciting. Yes, we might see Bordley just drive off in this one. We might see Jack Huntsville right in his rear tail, but we are definitely, I think, going to see a really close battle in that mid-pack.
One thing we've seen from the Audis consistently this year is that they do seem to perform well on a long run. So if we go green the whole way, we don't have any safety car interventions, fingers crossed, I think there's a good chance that they will come back at Bordley in the closing stages. But one of Carl's big strengths is being good on cold tyres. I think a lot of that comes from his short oval racing background, where the cars are very grip limited for the entire duration of a race. He doesn't mind a car that's sliding a little bit from the rear end, whereas others perhaps might just take a few laps to bed themselves into this one. It's going to be a fascinating race, though, an important weekend, you sense this. It marks the halfway point of the season. We will have, after this weekend, 6 more races to go in the 2023 campaign, and several drivers, people like Adam Shepherd, even people like Bradley Kent, saying that their championship is not over yet. If they can put together a good weekend here at Knockhill, then they are right back in the hunt. Got 17 cars on the grid. One driver particularly to watch for here, I think, Anthony, is Callum Newsham, coming from the very back of that 17-car grid. Now, he qualified well. He was right up there on pace in qualifying, but because he's had an engine change in Salton Park, the championship regulations dictate that he must start from the back of the grid. You can just see him there, the red and white North Scott liveried Cupra, the older shape, Hyundai, excuse me, the older-shaped Hyundai, the i30N. I think he should move forward here.
Yeah, definitely so. He was looking very quick earlier on in free practice and, of course, in qualifying as well. So one to, I think, definitely keep an eye on. He's going to scythe his way through the field. And, of course, in the Hyundai, the i30N, they have been quick around here, so we know that they can pedal quickly around the Knockhill circuit. So certainly he should make some moves out on this one. But it is going to be a tough old race for him. It's tight, it's twisty. There is not many places to actually get the overtakes done around here. So it will be a full challenge for him. But certainly excited to see how he is going to do. And again, for the rest of the field, it is so close in that mid-pack. And again, it's going to be a close one. We don't know, you don't know, no one knows, but we do know that the race is about to get going.
And it's going to be a close one. I am sure that downhill run into Duffus Dip could be absolutely pivotal here. The Audis also perform well off the line, so that's the first challenge, really, that Carl Boardley has got to try and withstand. And both Jack Constable and Joe Marshall, their Rob Boston Racing Audis, keen to try and score some points here, really. They've both had some highs over the course of the season. Jack Constable had that race victory back at Croft. Joe Marshall has been on the podium already this season, but they've also both had races where good points have gone begging, really, and I think they both know again that this is their perhaps one and only chance to really get their season back on track and try and challenge Bruce Winfield and Carl Boardley at the top of the championship table. Weather conditions today, Anthony, it's been getting progressively colder, which has been a bit of a running joke between the two of us as the day's gone on. A big part of that, though, is not so much the overcast conditions, they've been with us all day, but that wind is really starting to pick up.
Yeah, it's a headwind as well down the main straight that they've got, so there is a chance of maybe a slipstream having an effect for the drivers. It's still not great, but it certainly will be a benefit for them as drivers now make their way off for their formation lap. And again, this is a pivotal moment for them because tyre temperature is critical. They've got to get it sorted out as much as possible. This is their really only opportunity to get that done.
It is indeed, and it's our last opportunity to remind you of how they're going to line up on the grid for our first of 3 races this weekend here at Knockhill. Pole position for Carl Boardley. He won for pole position in the reverse grid race last time at Alton Park and is looking to do it again. He's got Jack Constable alongside him. Then his Rob Boston Racing teammate starts third, Joe Marshall, ahead of Alex Lee, who, in the words of his father, pulled one out of the bag in qualifying and will be starting from the outside of row number 2. Row 3 then for Adam Shepherd at Jensen Brickley coming up next. The Hyundai ahead of the Cupra. Jensen Brickley, a winner also earlier this season at Croft, whilst Bradley Ken looks to try and really get his season back on track from 7th. The points leader, Bruce Winfield, is only 8th and must try and make some progress in this race whilst the top 10 on the grid is completed on the 5th row of the grid by... There we go, Chris Smiley, the reigning champion, and Scott Sumpton. It's a Restart Racing Honda 5th row. Chris Smiley, another driver who said in the week building up to this event, he has to have a good weekend at Knockhill, otherwise his championship is done. Brad Hutchison starts just outside the top 10 with Jonathan Beeson at the wheel of an Audi, not the VW Golf that he was entered in, sharing that 6th row with him. Row 7 of the grid, lining up just behind them then, is where we will find the next couple of cars, Matthew Wilson and Daryl Wilson. How many times have those two shared a row of the grid? The Wilsons always seem to congregate together. Daryl, of course, on the podium again last time at Alton Park in the Astra. Gary Townsend and Oliver Cottam are next then in their pair of Gen 2 Audis. And then right at the back of the grid, 17th and last, as I said, will be Callum Newsham. Callum Newsham, who I saw getting some words of advice from his father, Dave Newsham, himself a touring car race winner here. Back in, Anthony, 2012. You're absolutely right.
Thank you.
The wheel of the Vauxhall Vectra did rather throw you under the bus there.
Yeah, you did.
Dave Newsham with some words of advice, I'm sure, for his son, who is very much following in his father's racing footsteps. Right, I'm going to throw you under the bus again now, Anthony.
Okay,
prediction time. I never make predictions because I have a history of putting the curse on several TCR drivers, but what do we think? Boardley lights to flag, or is someone else going to come and challenge?
I reckon a driver within the top 5 will have an opportunity to win this race.
That fence looks awfully comfortable that you're perching on there, Anthony. There you go. Cutting edge reporting, as always, from us. As we get ready to go racing then in round number 7 of the TCR UK Championship for 2023, Carl Boardley from pole position looking for his 2nd victory in a row, and Jack Constable alongside looking for his 2nd win of the year as well. Cars lined up on the grid. Green flag is waved at the back. 25 minutes on the clock as we get ready to go racing in Scotland once more. For the first time since 2018, TCR UK it is go at Knockhill. Carl Borley makes a demon start from pole position, will lead comfortably down to turn 1. Jack Constable actually didn't get quite as good a start as his teammate Joe Marshall. They're 3 wide behind Jensen Brickley, squeezed onto the grass almost as Adam Shepherd nits up the inside of Alex Lee, and now they all hold their breath, hope that they've got some rear tyre temperature as they plunge downhill into McIntyre's. Brad Kent looks as though he's made a decent start in the Veloster, staying ahead of Chris Smiley as they tippy-toe their way over the top of the hill. This is where you're really leaning on that left rear tyre. Couple of them getting sideways, but largely, Anthony, a clean start.
Jensen Brickley down the inside there in towards Clark's, and I think he may have got that move done. It looks like he has lost the position, actually, yeah, so it's not gone all of his way. For the rest of the grid, though, great start, though, from the front of the grid, because, well, there you can see that he's just not closing in. Constable right on that rear bumper, not able to get it done, but Shepherd it all over the back of Marshall.
Indeed he is. Adam Shepherd on his toes, then started 5th. He's 4th already. He was telling me on the grid that actually the strength of that car lies in the long run, but he looks the raciest in the early stages of this one as it wiggles and waggles its way into the first corner. Not a huge amount of change though on the first lap. Shepherd gaining a place. Chris Smiley got ahead of Bruce Winfield as well. That's not good news for the championship leader, who comes through 9th at the end of lap 1. But right now it is Adam Shepherd who is absolutely on the attack.
Yeah, he is on the attack, but he's got to be careful through the chicane here. This has been his Achilles heel over the course of qualifying. Big rear lock up again from Marshall as he tries to slows it down for Clark. Runs a little wide as well on the exit. Crucially though, Shepherd lost time there, and he's got Alex Lee all over his tail.
Yes, he has indeed, and Bruce Winfield right on the rear bumper of Chris Smiley as well as they head for the braking zone at the hairpin. Shepherd, Lee and Brickley absolutely together. Very close moment into the first corner between Alex Lee and Jensen Brickley, two of the youngest drivers on the grid. Jensen had full awareness of the fact he was getting squeezed onto the grass, but didn't back off until the very last second, and now he wants to try and find another way past the Hyundai driver ahead of him. The first turn they go, absolutely climbing the curb as they drop down through Duffers into the right-hander at McIntyre's. Brickley using all of the curb again through the right-hander. At the front of the field, though, Carl Bordley starting to make his escape. Jack Constable doing his best to go with him. It is 7/10, let's call it, between the top two after two laps.
Yeah, the fastest lap of the race was set by Bordley on that last lap as well, so he certainly is trying to drive away with it. It's all over those curbs, isn't it? That car looks so loose.
It does indeed, doesn't it? Lots of them, actually, I think, have gone for an oversteery setup in the early stages to try and look after the front tyres. You do punish that left front tyre quite hard around Knockhill. You don't really turn left very often. It's the right-handers that are going to punish that left front corner. And I think a few of them may be anticipating that with their setup choices. There is Bruce Winfield. Far from going forward, he's gone backwards one place from where he started and might yet lose another place because he's got Brad Hutchison right behind him, and he wants to try and move one place further up inside the top 10. Remember, 10th place in this race gives you pole position for race 2 tomorrow, and Hutchison wants to try and gain one better. He's up the inside into the side of Winfield. There was definitely a tap there, but the Hyundai driver keeps control and holds on to the place.
I don't actually think there was contact there. I think he just clipped that curve a bit too much. Down the inside goes Brickley, and he gets that done on Alex Lee, and Lee now instantly on the attack to try and get it back. You've got to watch out into this final corner though. It is so tempting to just send it under braking. I don't think Lee's going to do that though. He's just going to stay behind me. He's certainly going to look at it though.
Yeah, had a look, but Brickley was late enough on the brakes, and the Cooper driver does make 5th place his own. That little side-by-side exchange just gives Bradley Kent half a chance to close in on them as well, whilst Carl Bordley does now start to build a gap at the front of the field. 1 second the lead, and he's got the bonus point for fastest lap. Brad Kent's car undressing itself again. He did tell us on the grid that car has had a rough season so far. He's not necessarily been treating it too carefully, and already some body panels coming loose.
Yeah, there's Winfield there taking all the curb he had available to him there as he went down through Leslie's, and he's got to be very careful with that one. Track limits has been the biggest water here. I've got to say, Brad Hutchison here is looking so quick.
I did an interview for social media with Brad Hutchison this morning in which I asked him whether mechanical sympathy enters his mind at all when it comes to hitting those curbs at Knockhill, and he said, well, it does, but then I see a photographer and I think, well, that'd make a really good picture if I appeared on 2 wheels. So I think he's perhaps spotted another one in the crowd up at the chicane, absolutely hammering the curbs as he tries to move forward. He's just dropped a little bit of time now to Bruce Winfield, who has been spurred on, I think, by that little attack and is just inching back towards Chris Smiley ever so slowly. Across the line they go. Jensen Brickley now sets the fastest lap of the race. He's in clean air. He's a second behind Adam Shepherd, but on the previous lap was 3/10 quicker than him.
Yeah, there he is on your screen. And again, that car now, I think, just sorted itself out. Now the temperature has come into the tyres. It's now planted. It is a quick car around this track. Remember, the Coopers have done well. Bordley is an example of that one. You know, pulled it in qualifying, led the race. He has said fastest lap of the fastest lap, but now Brickley in the other Cupra now is starting to close the gap up.
And Jack Constable is going quicker than the race leader again now. He was faster on the previous lap. He's set a purple middle sector, so they're definitely getting to the stage now where the tyres are yielding a little bit more grip, and we're perhaps about to see some of the fastest laps of the race. Across the line they will go. The lead gap stays almost the same, actually goes out by about, in fact comes down by 1,000 that time between Boardley and Constable, but this could be where the battle is to be found. Joe Marshall third, Adam Shepherd fourth, and are rapidly approaching Jensen Brickley in fifth.
Yeah, he is closing in, there he is, but Shepherd's looking quick again still. You know, he's got the pace here in that Hyundai i30N, and it does look sharp now that everything's come up into temperature. A little wide there from Marshall, nearly clipping the gravel. So much can be lost out of that chicane. You just clip it a little too far, it kicks the stones up, it grabs you and it pulls you into it.
Yeah, we saw Gary Townsend have a spin there, didn't we, in qualifying, after I suspect doing exactly that. Really concertinaing together here, though, aren't they? Joe Marshall now putting a good lap together and closing right in on his Rob Boston Racing teammate Jack Constable. We haven't seen a lot of the two Rob Boston cars together on track. It seems that one will have a good race and then the other will have a good race later on in the day, but here they are fighting for podium places. Jack Constable ain't going to move out of the way, that I can be sure of, and Joe Marshall doesn't back down from a fight, so could be a really good scrap between the two Audis as they debate the lower podium places. They've got to be careful though, Anthony. If they start fighting too hard, they open the door for Shepherd behind.
They will open the door. I mean, they've already opened the door for Boardley here. Now that gap, 1.3 seconds. He has driven away from this field, but now Shepherd is close back in now on Marshall. Marshall going slightly defensive. He's just moving a little further into the inside of the track there, going in towards Clark's, but this time around has not lost any positions, but he has lost time, and look how quickly there that Constable has broken away.
Yeah, Adam Shepherd on his toes now. Does he look at the inside into the hairpin? No. Joe Marshall snatches the unloaded right rear brake and then understeers a bit wide on the exit. Strangely, the traction of the Audis out of the low-speed corner is almost deserting in there. It looks as though Shepherd is getting off the turns better, and again, he said that car would only get stronger as the race went on. And there, by the way, goes Callum Newsham. Callum Newsham's been making good progress. He's into the top dozen now, and he will definitely be targeting that race 2 pole position. 2 more places and he'll find himself on the front row for race 2.
This battle happening a little further behind as well. This is battle from P13, Sumton from Cotton, Wilson just behind as well in the other Cupra, and the Civics versus the Audis. It's only an exciting one back here though at the front, and well, Shepherd again on the attack here of Marshall. Marshall trying to do everything he can to just stop any attack here.
Yeah, Marshall, I think, had been in the dirt coming out of the chicane. You could see the dust in the background. The car was sliding. He's really having to work hard now. Shepherd to the outside again. Marshall locks up, gets it parked on the apex. Can Adam Shepherd get the switch back? Not quite. The Audi stays ahead for now, but most definitely the advantage in this battle seems to lie with Shepherd, who in a way is in a difficult position. He's attacking Joe Marshall. He's also got to keep one eye on Jensen Brickley behind, but then Brickley isn't exactly clambering over the rear bumper of the Hyundai, is he? He's just sort of keeping a watching brief for now.
Yeah, nice tight line there. That, I've got to say, that Hyundai looks so planted. It is just latching onto those apexes and it's just pulling it round. It looks so quick, and Shepherd is at control of that one. So quick, nearly just hitting that inside. It looked like he was going to go for a move there. Marshall even thought he was going to go for a move there.
Yeah, it looked as though maybe Shepherd had the run, but every time Marshall defends, it compromises his exit speed, and it means that Adam Shepherd gets the run onto the railway straight now, into the braking zone at the Taylor's hairpin. Just not quite close enough. The Audi is good under braking, and Joe Marshall just breathes a little easier for a moment or two. They really are now losing time, though, to Carl Boardley out in front. 1.8 seconds becomes 2 seconds now worth of an advantage for our most recent race winner, having won that reverse grid encounter at Alton Park. Meanwhile, Alex Lee and Bradley Kent there doing battle. The two Hyundai young drivers, remember, they've both been over in Italy at Mugello recently with a young driver test for Hyundai, learning a lot and spending a lot of time together away from TCR UK. They now find themselves together on track again here at Knockhill, whilst this Scott Sumton, Oliver Cotton and Matthew Wilson battle also continues to rage on.
Yeah, Sumton a little wide there out of the third corner, not really pushing that car right to the limit of Venetian there as they runs wide out of the chicane, and this is going to give a perfect opportunity for Cotton to go for a move, but Cotton doesn't go for the move. He stays behind. He doesn't lose all the speed. He might have a run though into this final corner. Oliver's got to take full opportunity of Sumpton in this desperate moment here, as Sumpton immediately dives to the inside.
Yeah, Scott, you could see him understeering his way through Clark's because he had gravel and dust and dirt on the left-hand side tyres. I think he still does, because again he's wide at the apex at the final corner, and Oliver Cottam now looks to try and get the run across the timing line, where Bradley Kent and Alex Lee also continue to do battle. Alex Lee really having to drive a defensive race here. This is not what he wanted to be doing. He had eyes for a race win, he told me, certainly a podium, but unfortunately it looks as though he's going to have to settle for about 5th or 6th. In the background, Bruce Winfield was ahead of Chris Smiley as well, so one area Motorsport gaining ground, the other in danger of losing it.
Yeah, certainly he'll be happy with that one as that battle continues to rage on. That fairing just flapping away in the background, and yes, confirmed there, Bruce Winfield is in front of Smiley, so yeah, nice spot there. But yeah, certainly it is a close race that these drivers are having, and again, just I don't know, it just the gaps there are difficult to get the move on, and there, look how much tighter he is on the apex.
Yeah, the front of Lee's car not really working well, is it? Doesn't look particularly well planted, and he is feeling the pressure now for sure, as too is Adam Shepherd. Jenson Brickley now starting to look a bit more likely to challenge maybe, as they drop down through the first couple of corners, that real roller coaster section, downhill through Duffers, back uphill again towards the chicane, and then in towards Clark's, where Adam Shepherd will try, I'm sure, to prise the door open if he's close enough. No real defensive move made that time by Joe Marshall, but then in fairness, Shepherd wasn't close enough to attack. He gets a really good exit through the right-hander though, tucks into the slipstream now as they head for the hairpin, and Marshall yet again is going to be forced to that inside line.
Yeah, each time he does that, he loses time to his teammate Constable, who is now driving away from this trio. And Shepherd is, well, Shepherd seriously wants to get this move done. As soon as he can get it done, he can now attack onto the back of Constable, and he looks to the inside here, does Shepherd, but I don't think he's going to have the legs here. Flashing the headlights, he just is so impatient. He wants to get this move done.
Yeah, he does, but I don't think Joe Marshall's the kind of driver to respond really to the flashing of headlights. Bit wide there for Shepherd. Lots of different lines being used as they came downhill that time, and Adam Shepherd, as close as he can get to Joe Marshall, just can't quite unlock the door. This is the key, isn't it? Getting a good run through the chicane and trying to attack into Clark's. The chicane, I think, is the part of the circuit on which the Audi perhaps is struggling the most, but Shepherd just can't get up the inside into Clark's, and then as soon as they go onto the railway straight, Joe Marshall moves to the inside and covers the inside line into the hairpin. So I think Adam's going to have to get inventive here if he's to find a way through.
Yeah, he's just going to have to go for it, I think, is the main thing, but he's got to be careful though, because Jenson Brickley is right there with that fastest lap of the race as well. He is latched on to the back of these two battling away. Meanwhile, these two are still scrapping for position. Meanwhile as well, Bruce Winfield has dropped Chris Smiley and is starting his attack on the two up in front.
There is also a good battle here, look, developing for 10th place. Brad Hutchison slipping away now slightly from the cars ahead, and he has got Darrell Wilson and Callum Newsham behind him. Callum Newsham from the back of the grid, remember. Darrell Wilson started this race 14th, so they've both made a little bit of ground, but this is for 10th place and therefore the pole position in race 2 tomorrow morning. So an important battle to be had here. Brad Hutchison will absolutely not want to give up this chance of starting at the front of the grid, but for Callum Newsham, he knows really that's his one chance of salvaging his weekend. He needs to get past Darrell Wilson first though, and that isn't usually an easy thing to do.
No, it's not. So running a little bit wide there was Darrell. He's got to be careful of that one, but certainly he's opening the ground here and is latched onto the back of Hutchinson. Looks to the inside here into the final corner. Is he going to go for the move? He does. He gets completely side by side. How on earth those two have not made contact, I do not know, but Hutchinson holds on to it. He had the whack out of the corner, but they still go side by side. It's going to be a run. Who's later on the brakes?
Yeah, Wilson on the inside line then towards Duffers Dip. He's got the drag. He's gone through. Can Hutchinson fight back on the inside? Fantastic. No, there's contact. Off will go Wilson. Off will go Hutchinson. Through will go Newsham. And I think Darrell Wilson, yes, backwards into the barriers. Big damage done to the rear of the Astra. That was a real shame that it had to end that way. A fantastic bit of side-by-side, clean side-by-side racing through the hairpin, and unfortunately it has all gone wrong. Now that may bring about our first safety car of the day. We shall have to wait and see. Meanwhile, I have news to bring you of the front runners, because Joe Marshall, hang on, Darrell Wilson has restarted with the back end of the car hanging loose. He is somehow going to try and get that car back to the pits. It may just be bodywork damage, actually, more than anything structural. That is good news. No need for a safety car. Back to Joe Marshall. 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. The same applies to Scott Sumpton as well. So two drivers now already falling foul of track limits with 10.5 minutes still to go. There is Joe Marshall, third on the road, but not on corrected times, Anthony.
Well, there we go. I mean, what does Shepherd do here now? I mean, I don't know if he'll know that, but he still just tries to get that move past. In comes Jonathan Beeson. He looks like he's going to be retiring from this race. The same as Hutchinson. He's in the pit lane.
Yeah, that'll be damage, I'd imagine,
yes.
to the left front corner. And well, that's a shame. I said he was going to put up a fight for that 10th position, but that was a low percentage move, I think, that dive back up the inside. And Darrell Wilson, I mean, Darrell was never, he was already committing to the corner, and he will say he had to turn in at some point.
Yeah, so I suspect they'll be having a friendly chat in the pit lane, I'm sure. And yeah, it's certainly not been this season for Darrell Wilson. He's certainly been quick, he's had the pace, and he had his first podium at Alton Park. But certainly, it's just not gone well here in the first race. Keep a close eye on this battle. Remember, Marshall, who is at the front of this one in the Audi, is, well, it's got that 5-second time penalty now for track limit. Shepherd behind and Brickley now need to try and get past. Technically, they don't need to because they will gain the position after the race, but they certainly do want to get past. They've just been stuck behind him all the way through this race.
And this is the frustration of time penalties, isn't it? Because, yes, technically, Adam Shepherd is running third right now, but he still physically has Joe Marshall's car in front of Joe Marshall, runs wide. This could be a good opportunity, but again, it just gets the power down nicely, the Audi, and fends him off. But, yeah, the Audi's still physically in front of Adam Shepherd. It's still physically delaying him and preventing him from going after Jack Constable ahead. And, of course, Joe Marshall's doing nothing wrong. He's perfectly entitled to defend the position. Time penalty or not. Very aggressive line there taken by Shepherd as he cuts across the inside curb. Needs to try and avoid opening the door here for Jensen Brickley. It's a proper pressure cooker battle, this, isn't it? Typical Knockhill touring car racing. At some point, you feel the lid will blow off and it's all going to burst into action.
It certainly will, but at what point and where on the circuit as well? It seems to be all kicking off into the final corner or the first corner, but certainly in the middle of this race, it is going to be an interesting one. Just Joe Marshall doing his level best to hold on to that position. There into the pit lane has come Bradley Kent, and why has that, apart from the loose bodywork, what's happened to him?
Well, he doesn't look very happy, unsurprisingly. Not entirely sure why. We'll get to that if we can in a moment. More track limits penalties, by the way. One to Darrell Wilson, which is rather rubbing salt in the wounds, but the other to Alex Lee. Alex Lee, running 6th place now, has also picked up a time penalty. So more drivers are going to find themselves slipping down the running order. That benefits Bruce Winfield, actually. He's into 7th place now, and that will become 6th once Alex has his 5 seconds added on.
Well, that benefits Newsham as well, who's on the back of the grid, who's now found himself in the top 10, obviously, after that incident. So that certainly will have helped his fight out.
And Scott Sumpton at the moment is running in 10th position, but that may change as he also has that time penalty. So we could be looking at an Oliver Cotton pole position for race 2. But that is still 7.5 minutes away from getting a result for this one. And I suspect that there may be some discussions after the race and perhaps a few amendments as well. But at the moment, one of those two will be lining up at the front of the race 2 grid. Right, 7 minutes 20 to go. Joe Marshall so far has had answers to every question posed to him of Adam Shepherd. Has Adam got anything left in the tank here to get past the Audi?
That is a great question, because right now he's been pushing that car so hard. You've seen the lines as they go through Duffer's Dip and Leslie's. He's been so much tighter on the apex through Leslie's and kicking up the dust as well. He's tortured those front tyres, but he has kept up with the pace. So does that mean that he's struggling maybe on the straight line? Has he not got the same pace as what the Audi's got, the straight line, but he's gaining it through the corners? And again, that's where we're seeing that, you know, he tries to go for the move, but he can't quite get it.
That's it, and always has to worry about Brickley behind. Of course, it's also possible that he's seen the penalty that's going the way of Joe Marshall, Adam Shepherd, and decided it's not really worth taking any big risks. There's always a risk that he could then start exceeding track limits in his exuberance and trying to find a way past Joe Marshall, and that wouldn't be worth doing either. Across the line they go. The gap between the Audis creeping down now as Joe Marshall shakes off Adam Shepherd, goes after his teammate ahead, while Callum Newsham on the tail of Chris Smiley. This has been one of the best drives we've seen from Callum Newsham for quite some time. From the back of the grid, he is 9th already, but wants to try and take 8th place away from the reigning champ.
Yeah, let's see if he can do that. And again, lashed onto the back of the next drive there from Newsham, who goes all 2 wheels up in the air through Duffer's Dip. That's got to be a scary moment for a driver. It's already scary going downhill through that corner, let alone on 2 wheels, nearly 45 degrees up in the air. He is absolutely thrashing that Hyundai round this lap, and so is Smiley as well. You know, he was saying that, you know, they didn't have the top speed or the thing, as it's side by side here between Cotton and Wilson. Wilson trying to get it down the inside, not able to get it done, and Cotton holds on to it. Wilson runs wide, and now Gary Townsend comes through and gets the move done as well.
Nicely done. So Gary Townsend picks up a place then as Matthew Wilson made a little mistake. This is all over 11th place on the road, but like I said, with Scott Sumpton's time penalty to be added on, if they stay within 5 seconds of him, that would become the battle for the race 2 pole. However, at the end of the previous lap, Sumpton was 4.6 seconds ahead of them, so he's almost actually broken out of that 5-second barrier, which would therefore allow him to retain 10th place at the flag. In fact, it's up now to 6.2 seconds, so he has done enough now to keep hold of the race 2 pole position. Third place battle still continuing on, so too the battle between Chris Smiley and Callum Newsham, as we can now add Gary Townsend to the list of drivers with 5-second track limits penalties.
This is not going their way. We could end up, well, we could have the whole grid with a 5-second time penalty here for track limits. I mean, that would certainly not favour a lot of the drivers, because then nothing would change. So, yeah, I suspect they want to change this one. And Newsham with the move in towards the final corner and gets it done for the apex. Has he run too wide, though, because Smiley's got the drive out of the corner?
Yes, he has. He's got the inside line, but who's going to have the grunt over the hill? Pretty even so far, you'd have to say, between the Hyundai and the Honda. Smiley has that preferred inside line. Let's hope we don't get a repeat of the Hutchison and Darrell Wilson clash. No, Chris Smiley, a classy move back up the inside, moves back ahead of Callum Newsham, who will have to try and do that again. That so nearly worked for Callum. He was so late on the brakes, couldn't quite get it stopped through the hairpin. And Chris Smiley, using those years of tin top experience, knew exactly what to do.
Yeah, exactly. That was a nice, solid piece of racing between the two of them, but it's not over yet, because Newsham still has got that drive in the Hyundai. He's wanting to get that position back. Is he going to make the lunge this time around? No, I don't think he is. He has lost a little bit of ground here now on Smiley. Smiley certainly knows what he needs to be doing. Very experienced touring car racer. Like you say, he has had a solid season last year. This season, it's not gone all of his way with the new car, but certainly is showing it's still in development.
Indeed so. Scott Sumpton, I was saying earlier on, had done enough to retain 10th place. That wasn't until he exceeded track limits again and it was converted into a 10-second time penalty. The same thing has happened to Joe Marshall. So Joe Marshall also now with 10 seconds to be added on. I said he was pushing and gaining on his teammate, but he was doing so all whilst exceeding track limits. So Joe Marshall will now definitely drop well out of podium contention on corrected times come the end of the race. Onto the brakes then into the hairpin. 3 minutes of racing to go. Jack Constable should be feeling pretty secure in second position here. And Adam Shepherd looks as though he's sort of settled for fourth on the road, third on corrected times. Brickley is intriguing me, though, because he has really dropped back, nearly 4 seconds behind this group now.
Yeah, he's certainly struggled as again Newsham down the inside into the final corner. This time, I think it's a block pass, and he holds that inside line. Smiley, though, will try and hold on to that inside line as he does go side by side. It's so close, but it looks like Newsham's got the position, and now Smiley switches to the outside here. Newsham will go defensive in towards turn one and thinks against it, stays on the normal racing line. That is now job done for Newsham.
Yeah, absolutely. Really smart driving that from Callum Newsham. Learned from the move that almost worked a couple of laps earlier. Made absolutely sure he got it stopped this time and manages to move into 8th place now then. Meanwhile, Oliver Cottam and Gary Townsend. Well, Cottam very much exceeding track limits there, but not really through any choice of his own. Almost rejoined into Matthew Wilson, who then runs wide and almost allows Cottam back up the inside. Gary Townsend was the man initially getting past Cottam, except he's not really ahead of him because he's been given a 10-second track limits penalty now. So actually Matthew Wilson and Oliver Cottam are both ahead of the first of those Audis on corrected tyres. But Gary Townsend moving forward quite nicely here in the closing stages. We're going to have 2 more laps to go, I reckon. Carl Bordley is 10 seconds up the road now from Jack Constable in second position. Third, Joe Marshall, but with the penalty, Adam Shepherd next and Jensen Brickley. No point giving you the running order, quite frankly, because it's all going to change when they get to the checkered flag.
Exactly that. Certainly is going to be a very interesting race. This race is going to end, yeah, on paper, really, not on the track. But Bordley, though, I mean, let's talk about Bordley for a bit. We've not spoken about him. He's 10 seconds up the road. I mean, what a drive he's had.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I mentioned that race win that he had at Alton Park last time out, and of course one on the road at Croft, but they were both sort of narrow victories. The Croft one then taken away for a penalty, but he was only ever ahead by, you know, half a second or so at any given moment. Here today, though, he has been simply dominant. Jack Constable hasn't exactly had much of a fight on his hands either. It's not really like this lot have all been holding holding each other up. Constable just simply didn't have the pace to go after him. And actually, you could argue that had Joe Marshall and Adam Shepherd not been busy battling earlier on, they could have presented more of a threat to Constable himself. But it looks as though there is work to be done for this group if they're going to chase down Carl Bordley tomorrow. We will invert the top 10, though, as we've said, from this race to give us the race 2 grid order. And that will make life an awful lot harder for Carl Bordley if he's to claim a 3rd victory in a row. Down towards the hairpin we go then for the penultimate time. Carl Bordley is already accelerating across the timing line now to start the final circuit of Knockhill. And, well, it's just a pretty pleasant, easy Saturday afternoon drive for him.
Yes, it will be as they make their way back over the start-finish line now. This battle for second place still heating up as Marshall does close in on Constable, his teammate, but again, nothing throughout it. There is your race leader, there is Carl Bordley, and again, he's just been doing what he needs to do here. Solid laps, solid times, staying within the white lines, and certainly a professional drive from him.
100%, and he is going to claim then a 2nd victory of the season. He'll become the 2nd driver to do that, but the 1st driver to claim back-to-back victories so far this season. Bruce Winfield has a couple of wins, one at Snetterton and one at Alton Park. But right now, the man of the hour is Carl Bordley. Exits out of the final turn. He's going to take another chunk of points out of the points leader, Bruce Winfield, with his 2nd victory of the season. Across the line he goes. A dominant performance from Carl Bordley here at Knockhill, and he quite rightly flashes the lights in celebration. 2nd place should go the way of Jack Constable then. We'll wait for him to come through. It's quite a lengthy wait there. He goes with Adam Shepherd inheriting 3rd after the time penalty for Joe Marshall. And now is Joe going to hang on to 4th? No, he's not. Alex Lee will go 4th, except he's got a penalty, so Bruce Winfield ends up 4th. Jensen Brickley goes 5th. Most exciting part of the race, this, watching the timing tower change as they all come across the line. We'll end up with Shepherd 3rd, Winfield 4th, Brickley 5th, Alex Lee 6th, Joe Marshall 7th, Callum Newsham 8th from the back of the grid, Chris Smiley a disappointed 9th, and Matthew Wilson is going to, well, he's Matthew Wilson going to complete the top 10. No, Scott Sumpton will on the road, but then we wait. Sumpton had a 5-second penalty, I think I'm right in saying, so will retain 10th place. No, he won't. Matthew Wilson, just about within the margin he needed to be. He will finish 10th, ahead of Oliver Cottam and the rest. If any of that made sense, well done to you all. You're paying more attention than I am. Carl Bordley, though, I can tell you, absolutely is the race winner, and he will be very, very pleased indeed with that race result, claiming, as I said, his 2nd victory in a row. So there was a late addition to track limits penalties for Scott Sumpton. Had a 5-second penalty the last time I checked, and then that became 10 seconds at the end. That's why he drops down to 12th position, which means Matthew Wilson and Chris Smiley would be the front row for race 2. That's an interesting prospect, isn't it? Maybe a chance for Chris to get a victory in the new Honda. Bordley then the victory, lights to flag win for the 2nd race in a row for the CBM with Hart GT driver. Jack Constable is 2nd in the end with Adam Shepherd 3rd, and Bruce Winfield, having started 8th and run 9th in the early stages, ends up in 4th position by the flag. Jensen Brickley in 5th then after his penalty. No, he didn't have a penalty. He just slowed, I think, at the end of the race, didn't he? So Brickley falling behind Winfield then in the closing stages. Alex Lee 6th, Joe Marshall 7th, Callum Newsham 8th, Chris Smiley 9th, and Matthew Wilson in 10th position. So it should be Wilson and Smiley the front row for race 2. Oliver Cottam then was a hard fought 11th ahead of Scott Sumpton. Gary Townsend 13th after getting well and truly stuck in, and then those not running at the flag, Bradley Kent, Jonathan Beeson, Brad Hutchison and Darrell Wilson. We saw the latter of those two. The last 2 of those, clashing at the first corner, and that will be one of the bigger talking points, I think, to come out of that first race of the weekend, along with the obvious track limits conversations. So, cars will head back to Parc Ferme then for Carl Bordley, a 2nd race victory of the season, and one that absolutely now puts him almost on the coattails of Bruce Winfield, although actually Bruce finishing 4th has salvaged the situation a little bit, really. Bordley also didn't score the fastest lap, so it's 40 points for Bordley. Winfield, for finishing in 4th position, will score 27 points. So 10 points in it now, I reckon, in Bruce Winfield's favour over Carl Bordley. Adam Shepherd came home in 3rd, so he gets some nice championship points as well, but just falls a little bit further adrift for the top 2. That is all before, though, the drop scores start to get counted. We'll only really start worrying about that as we go into the second half of the season. Right then, down to the pit lane. Lots to talk about after that race, although actually the race winner, Carl Bordley, possibly with a few less stories to tell. Let's hear, though, from Carl and the rest of the podium finishers.
Thanks, Andy. Yes, and you can see here Carl Boardley. Well, what a result that is for him. He'll be absolutely delighted. Let's see if we can jump in, have a quick chat with him. Let's get him, get his helmet off. Carl, let's get your helmet down, mate. Lights to flag on that one. What a drive. You kept it clean. Track limits was the talk in that one, but there was no such thing from you. What a result.
Yeah, made up with that one. Yeah, it's just testimony to the boys and everybody that's behind me, really, that's got it to this point, got me to this point. Yeah, it was nice to have that, and yeah, I think we still had a fair bit left in the tank if we needed to, so that's the other good thing as well.
Well, you're the first back-to-back winner as well in TCR UK this year, so that's certainly a one you can take away. And also, you got the Tom Walker and you've got the Diamond Goodyear as well from race 1. So 3 trophies, 1 race, and you come away with a smattering of championship points as well.
Yeah, big points, big trophies. Not bad for an older bloke.
No, mate, you're showing these young guns how it's done. Well, certainly race 2 is going to be an interesting one for you, though, with that reverse grid. But you know the car's got the pace, you know the track well, and you know you can keep it clean as well.
Yeah, 100%. Like I said to you, this weekend for us, it was a case of showing what pace we'd got in quali, but not only a 1-lap wonder, but 3 or 4, which obviously puts us in good stead for race 3. So, yeah, race 2 tomorrow will be tricky. We'll be starting 10th, but I'd much rather, if I'm honest, have some fun and start 10th than I would disappear in the distance. So bring it on, let's go.
Yeah, mate, solid work, well done, well done. We'll see you on the podium in a small bit. Let's chat to Jack Constable, who finishes that one in 2nd place again. He'll be very delighted with that one. Jack, can we have a quick chat? If we come a little further out here just for us, I don't want to take you away from your team. Go on, stand just here, go on, get alongside me. Mate, that was a tough race. Yeah. You couldn't close the gap, but you certainly had to keep those 2 behind you.
Yeah, exactly that. I think, well, we are the only ones with weight in the top 3, so that little bit of weight just kills us a little bit more. The tyre just starting to push a bit more, and there's not a lot we can do, but I mean, to hang on to it, we'll take that all day long. Yeah,
and again, another one of the drivers who comes away with a clean track limits record in that race. You get away with it and you hold on to that one. It certainly was shaking up in the background. What could you see from behind? Because you had to fight from your teammate Joe at large points of that race. Was there ever doubt that you were going to lose the position?
Not really, no. I knew that I had legs on Joe in the braking points, and that's really the only place that you can overtake here. So, yeah, towards the end he had legs on me in the braking points, but the tyre was just too far gone, and you could see it on his car. So, yeah, I was fairly comfortable, but yeah, always a little bit of pressure, no doubt.
Yeah. With the first race now under your belt, what does this mean now for race 2 and race 3 tomorrow? Do you think you've got a good bit of data? Is there something you can take back to the team to see if we can improve?
We've definitely got some work to do overnight, because we didn't have a race car as we thought we did. So, yeah, if we can tune a bit of the setup tonight and come back fighting a little bit stronger tomorrow, I think we've got more results in us.
Solid result, well done, P2, well done, Jack Constable there. Let's chat to our man who finishes P4 on track, but P3 at the end, Adam Shepherd. Adam, well, what a drive. You were pushing that Hyundai to its limits, mate. Talk us around that track, because that was certainly a fight you had.
Yeah, we knew track limits were going to be a big thing. Off the start, I thought we're going to come strong at the end, just make sure you don't get any track limits early on. And the car was fantastic. It came alive through the middle. I pulled up on the Audis, and I thought, here we go. And I had a good run on Marshall ahead about 4 or 5 times. But the straight with the BOP, we were a bit better in the corners. They're a bit better on the straights, and yeah, it was just a bit too much to get past. So I see he got a penalty, so I backed out a little bit and brought it home.
Yeah. I mean, what does this mean now for race 2 and 3? You know the car's quick. You were pushing it pretty hard as well. Do you feel like the car's got what it takes to really push forward in the next races as well?
Yeah, I think our long run pace was good. I think we're going to struggle to overtake where the BOP is strong in different areas. I think we're going to struggle to overtake the Audis and the Cupras, just because even with an overspeed, the straight line speed is a bit too much. So I think coming through from P10 should be good until we get to the front, hopefully, and then start again in 5th in race 3.
Yeah, that'll be the plan. The question is that do you think it's going to rain tomorrow?
Do you know what? hope it does. Let's spice it up a little bit. We're normally quite good in the wet, so we've been seeing what we can do in the dry. Let's hope it rains and see how it lands. It'll be a leveler because no one's been out in the wet, so it's going to come down to getting set up right and seeing how you get on. So yeah, let's hope it rains and give it a go.
Mate, a cracking result. Well done. Brilliant to watch the racing as well. It was so close all the way throughout, but well done. P3.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Excellent stuff there for Adam Shepherd. And our top three, of course, they come away with huge championship points and as well some cash prizes as well. So they'll be certainly very happy with that one. There, okay, you can see the rest of the cars that have come in. There, Gary Townsend, you can just see having a look at the back of the car, but that's okay. I want to see, actually, if we can chat to Callum Newsham, because what a drive Callum had, and I think he finds himself in a good starting spot for this race. Callum, can we have a quick chat? Mate, back of the grid, what a drive from you. You certainly had some waft in that car.
Yeah, the car felt pretty good. But yeah, there were a few people, a bit of carnage in front of me. But yeah, I made a few good overtakes. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that.
You've got the reverse grid now, so you jump up a couple more. I think you're just on that cusp, I think, of where you were. You might be staying in the same spot, but still, you've got that reverse grid. And, what does that mean then for race 2 tomorrow? You're in a good spot, potentially even worthy for a win.
Yeah, well, that's always the plan, is to try and win, especially here. But yeah, we're going to make a few changes because the car didn't feel as good as it did in testing. So there's still something wrong with it, but yeah, ow, my ear. But yeah, we'll hopefully make some changes and hopefully be faster tomorrow. Yeah, certainly. I mean, you had a tough battle out there as well, fighting with Chris Smiley. How was that bit? Because certainly it was close moves going down in towards turn 1. Yeah. I got him into the last corner. He just kept getting the cut back, so I just parked it on the apex and then I managed to get him up the start-finish straight. But yeah, it was a good little battle, wasn't it? Yeah, solid battle. Mate, congratulations with your spot. Well done, solid drive from you. Cheers, thank you.
Excellent stuff there from Callum Newsham. Plenty of action there. Bruce Winfield's car, we saw him chatting with Bruce Winfield just before we were speaking to him. Certainly Bruce has, I think, some teething issues out there, certainly that the team need to work on for tomorrow. Remember, race 2 and 3 are tomorrow. Potentially, it could be wet, it might not be. Podiums are going to be coming up in a short moment. We'll take a quick ad break. We'll be back very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Let it go.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Warrior and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting warrior.co.uk today.
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off!
Let it go.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Warrior and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting warrior.co.uk today.
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Welcome back, everybody, to Knockhill then, where we are just cycling through our final qualifying session of the day. As we mentioned a few times today, all of the racing this weekend, be it TCR, Civic Cup, or any of the BRSCC content, all being shown live on the TCR UK YouTube page, so you can just sit back, relax, and let the racing happen in front of you. And lots of racing we have got to get into as the day goes on. Like I said, we have a qualifying session now for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. They've just got a red flag at the moment before the cars will head back out onto the circuit. After that, we are racing throughout. So we've got a race. Oh, and there is the reason for the red flag. That is, unfortunately, the number 28 machine, which has had a fairly significant impact on both right-hand side and front end. Oh, there are two of them stopped at the side of the road. So this is going to take a little while, I think, to get the track cleared and get our qualifying session back underway. But once that is done, we will get the Fiesta Juniors back out onto the circuit, and we will conclude their qualifying session before then moving into the first of the races for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. Then the BRSCC's Evolution Trophy will be up next, followed by the Audi TT Cup Racing Series. The Milltek Sports Civic Cup will have their first of 3 15-minute races this weekend, a bit later on this afternoon, followed by the two Fiesta Championships, two of the Fiesta Championships. The Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s will be followed by the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Championship at the end of the day. So 6 more races to come today, and then we do it all again tomorrow, but we've got quite a few more races to get through on day 2. A bit of a mammoth slog tomorrow, which will include 2 TCR races, 2 Civic Cup races, and a whole host of other BRSCC content. And in fact, we're actually joined tomorrow by the Knockhill Mod Sports Championship, which is, well, as the name would suggest, a championship that races exclusively here at Knockhill on some of the SMRC race meetings, and will be joining the TCR BRSCC race event here tomorrow. So Fiesta Juniors then, as I said, out on the track right now, and those cars had set, well, a couple of lap times, but not really a huge amount of relevant running done to this point. It was Ben Mulryan who was fastest by 0.4 of a second at the time of the red flag. He was one of only a handful of drivers to have actually completed 2 flying laps. He's second in the championship, arriving here at Knockhill, second to Daniel Lewis. Daniel Lewis in the number 19. Now, we saw Daniel was one of the cars that was stationary at the side of the road, so he and the number 28 machine, it was, wasn't it, of Benjamin Doughty, are both, whether linked or not, I'm not sure, but they're both the culprits, both the reasons for the red flag to be out, and they're the cars we're waiting to be removed out of the way. Second fastest then within the session, we have got the number 94 machine. That was Jacob Hodgkiss for Race Car Consultants. Race Car Consultants 1-2 at the moment on the grid. And then the first of the Jamsport Brigade, that's number 46, Lucas Hayden. Sorry, another Race Car Consultants car, actually, Lucas Hayden. Currently will be starting third on the grid for our first Fiesta Junior race tomorrow. Then 4th quickest for Jensen Mason. 5th fastest right now is the number 96, another Race Car Consultants prepared machine of Ronnie Smith. Overcast conditions still, some slightly more threatening dark clouds starting to appear in the distance maybe, but it's been a relatively good day weather-wise. It was about this time though where if we were going to get any rain, it was due to arrive around about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The wind was going to pick up and the rain was going to perhaps make an appearance here at Knockhill. And we were concerned maybe that the weather could turn. Not putting off the hardy Knockhill regulars, though, who have made their way up towards the top there next to the Gary Stagg commentary tower. That's not where we're based. We're down in the media centre. That's the circuit commentary tower, which has a brilliant view from the inside of the track. Basically, you can see the entirety of the Knockhill circuit from there. And the circuit commentary team doing a good job this weekend, keeping those trackside up to date with what's going on. So there is Benjamin Doughty's car sat at the side of the road, not yet on the back of a flatbed truck, but hopefully will be in the near future. The damage that's been done, I think, to the front right corner, particularly of the car, is maybe just delaying the process ever so slightly. And as we await the marshals to do their work, look back perhaps at what's been going on a little bit earlier in the season with Fiesta Juniors, because this is the 4th event of the season for them. Started back at Snetterton. Of course, it was announced at the start of the year that the Fiesta Junior Championship would be a full-time support series to the TCR UK this year, and so their calendar resembles that of TCR. So it started at Snetterton, where we had a win for Luke Hilton in the first race, and then the race 2 victory went to Ryan Micallef. Then at Croft, a double victory for Ben Mulryan. That's where he got his 2 race wins for the season and really put himself into the championship picture. Before then, at Alton Park last time out, we were treated to 2 really good races and 2 really good wins by Luke Hilton. So Luke with 3 victories to his name now, and took the maximum points from Alton Park, actually. Pole position in race 1, won the race with fastest lap, and then won the race with fastest lap in race 2 as well. So unstoppable, quite literally, Luke Hilton. But because he'd had a non-start at Croft in the second race, he is a little bit further down in the points for now, on 204 points, 30 adrift of the championship lead, but drop scores not yet being taken fully into count. But the first race of the 2 this weekend at Knockhill will mark the end of the first half of the season, so that's when we'll really start to look into the drop scores a little bit more closely. I think it's 2 drop scores for Fiesta Juniors, just the 1 perhaps. Yeah, I think it is 2 drop scores. It's normally the equivalent of a full race weekend, isn't it, that gets dropped come season's end. So if you've had a non-finish, it's not necessarily the end of the world, but it does put the pressure on a little bit not to have more issues as the year goes on. As well as the overall championship, there's also the Rookie Cup, which is, well, for rookies to the championship, as the name would suggest. And Sam Nessa is leading the charge in the rookies by 18 points at the moment over Maximilian Solarski, with Ronnie Smith, who I just mentioned is 5th quickest at the moment in this qualifying session, completing the top 3 in the Rookie Cup. All of them at the wheel of the slightly older specification Mark 6 Ford Fiestas, but big development this year being done on the Mark 7s, the newer generation Ford Fiesta. Debuted last year, but only 1 or 2 cars on the grid through 2022. Into 23, though, it's not quite a 50-50 split, but we're on our way towards that as more drivers take on the Mark 7 car, and indeed the top 2 in the championship at the moment, Daniel Lewis and Ben Mulryan, both driving the newer shaped car, but it has been proven many a time this season that there really is parity between the 2, and the Mark 6 is still able to compete with the newer generation of car. Spectators there sat outside the hairpin. Knockhill have erected this new hospitality suite as well, which actually TCR UK has commandeered a part of for their hospitality building this weekend. The view, and it is a great view, of one of the real action points of the circuit here at Knockhill, down at the final hairpin. Great place for the spectators to congregate and enjoy the racing action, as there the final bits of clear up being completed down at McIntyre's. There is the rather badly damaged car of Ben Doughty. I would be, well, let's hope we see it out again tomorrow. Most of it could simply be bodywork damage. The wheels, left front looks okay-ish. Right front we can't see from that angle. I think it was the right side of the car that took the bigger hit. but hopefully they can get that car sorted for tomorrow. The Fiesta Juniors only practice and qualify on the Saturday. They don't race on the Saturday, so they will be out at 5 to 8 tomorrow, 5 to 9, sorry, tomorrow morning. Bright and early, our start on the Sunday, and then they'll have a second race a little bit later on in the afternoon at about 2:30. So they have overnight to get the cars fixed, but not a huge amount of time to get that car back up and running. The good news is it's out of the way now, or it will be very shortly. And once it completes its journey back to the pit lane, we should be able to get the qualifying session back underway. 11.5 minutes left on the clock at the moment. See there, the right-hand side of the car. As long as the chassis is not twisted, they might just be able to get that one back out on track. Benjamin, I don't think competed in the opening round at Snetterton, but has been a regular points scorer since then. And would have been hoping to take a bit of a step forward this weekend, but sadly, that looks a little bit less likely to happen now. So we've lost a couple from the qualifying session, but the rest of them will be out very shortly. And the most notable one there is, no doubt about it, Daniel Lewis, who we suspect won't be taking any further part in the session. His one effort so far had put him 13th fastest, but Daniel Lewis, the championship leader, is the only driver actually inside the top 5 in points not to have had a non-score so far. Now, okay, this is only qualifying, it's not a race, so it's not a non-score just yet, but you have to imagine he's going to find himself starting right towards, if not right at the back of the grid, and his chances of a big points haul on Sunday morning, at least in that first race, maybe not looking all that strong. Hear the wind there buffeting our camera up at Clark Corner, and did think maybe I spotted a couple of drops of rain on a camera lens a little bit earlier on. Nothing significant just yet, and if I peek out of the commentary box window, there's no rain in the paddock, but there is just that threat, isn't there, that those clouds are going to burst over us. Let's hope not, though, because Knockhill in the wet is a particularly challenging circuit to negotiate, and it's already been providing a challenge for some drivers so far this weekend. This is not the first red flag that we've had in the qualifying sessions. It's been a learning day, and of course we have to give the juniors a little bit of a break, really, because they probably won't have raced here at Knockhill before, any of them. It is not a place that you just rock up at and immediately feel comfortable at always, so I think the drivers, the youngsters, 14 to 17-year-old, could be forgiven maybe for finding the limits, but that's where a good driver coach comes in very often. Most of these drivers will have a little bit of driver coaching from someone a bit more experienced than them, and it's the driver coach or the team or the family sometimes need to step in and say, look, just build yourself up. Don't go straight to the limit at the beginning of qualifying. You know, sacrifice a few of those extra tenths of a second if it means that you're going to have a car that's in one piece and capable of going into the races. Don't know what happened to bring about the red flag, but someone has overstepped the mark slightly, and that's where we perhaps need them just to take a step back and think of the bigger picture, not something teenagers often are quite keen to do, admittedly. Bit of track sweeping going on there with the Land Rover, sorry, just clearing some dirt and debris off the track going down the railway straight. Well, actually through Hislop's there, the left-hand kink after Clark's, and then onto the railway straight, where you head then into one of the best overtaking opportunities on the circuit. Saw a fair bit of action down here during the TCR race earlier on. Not an easy place to overtake at Knockhill, in fairness, but the hairpin is the place to try and launch an attack almost always. So Marshall's job's almost done now, I think, and we should hopefully be getting a resumption of qualifying here for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship before too much longer. We'll get this course car off the track, and the fire truck takes the rallycross route through the final hairpin there and arrives in pit lane at speed. We're having a slightly shortened session as well now, down to 10 minutes from the, I think it's 11.5 or so that were left at the time of the red flag. So 10 minutes of qualifying to be done. That's because I guess we were starting now to slip a little bit behind time. This session due to finish about 5 minutes ago. So yeah, we're going to be 10 or so minutes behind time once this is done, but then like I say, we are into racing with the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup coming up first, and that's a championship I'm very much looking forward to because we've got a very interesting name making a re-emergence into the world of Compact Cup. One multiple former champion Stephen Daly at his home track has been tempted back behind the wheel of a compact, so looking forward to seeing how he gets on. And checking the qualifying times, I'd say he's probably going to get on quite well because he's took the car on pole position as if he's never been away. So that's the next race coming up, and we'll see whether the local man can net himself another Compact Cup victory to add to his very long list of wins. Right then, good news everyone. Well, yes, okay, we do have a resumption of the session, but I'm not convinced that everyone was quite ready for it there. That looked as though Lucas Hayden was just starting to open his door to ask the team something and then realised that the session was restarting. So they do now make their way out onto the circuit and drivers with an opportunity now to build up some speed and get a lap in. A few of them not in any particular rush to vacate the pit lane, which you'd think they would be because you don't get that many laps in 10 minutes here at Knockhill. So, wanting to get into that clean air, get some heat in the tyres, get a couple of bank laps in. So the fastest time so far, 102.507 for Benmal Ryan. And Benmal Ryan 4 tenths to the good at the moment over Jacob Hodgkiss. Wait to see whether he continues on that trajectory through the remainder of the session. So, down to the hairpin, ready to start a flying lap. That was Jensen Bell in the 871 car at the front of the queue. There you can see the 46 of Lucas Hayden. And the driver's still weaving around actually to get heat into not so much the front tyres but the rear tyres, these being stiffly sprung front wheel drive, short wheelbase front wheel drive cars. The rear can get very snappy, and you can see there as you drop down through Duffer's Dip, having the confidence in the rear of the car to really attack that part of the circuit at speed. Not easy in the early stages of a run. The same here over the top of the chicane. Car gets light and starts to skitter across the road. Very careful not to exceed track limits coming out of the chicane. That's where I think a lot of people were getting pinged for it in the TCR race, and there in particular as well, out of Clark's. Now, in a qualifying session, the only punishment really is that you have lap times disallowed, but that's not ideal, especially given the fact the second fastest lap times will give us the grid for race 2, so you need to get not one quick lap in, but 2, and then if you start getting them disallowed, you need to try and get a few more in, and before you know it, the 10 minutes has gone. We're already 2.5 minutes nearly into the resumed session, and we're not really seeing many people putting in massive improvements, although Sam Nesser just went 4th fastest with some personal best. George Foxlow as well also putting in his fastest lap of the session so far. There the 48 car makes its way down the hill. That's Jasmine Shaw, one of the Mark 7s. Jasmine's had a couple of non-finishes this year. To try and put together a clean weekend here at Knockhill. Just misses the apex slightly through McIntyre's. The hill now at the chicane, staying well away from the red sausage curbs on the inside. Sensible stuff. And Jasmine Shaw currently down in 17th, but improving at the moment on her personal best on this lap. She makes her way down towards the hairpin again. Maximilian Salarski just improved, went 5th quickest in the number 33. And Foxlow then goes 5th fastest ahead of him with a purple final sector. So, not taking them long to get down to business. Although, interestingly, Benmal Ryan on pole position, not putting in any personal best sectors that I've seen so far. So that 102.5 that he set just before the red flag, not able to be replicated for now. George Foxlow with a personal best again in the first sector. So too Sam Nesser, as there goes Luke Hilton. Well, that's one way of doing Duffer's Dip, I suppose. Lots of curb and grass taken. This lap will certainly not be counted. Right, here we go. Now we're getting some good improvements towards the front of the field. Jacob Hodgkiss with a purple middle sector. So Jacob Hodgkiss going quicker than anyone in Sector 1, and Jensen Bell in Sector... Sector 2 that was for Hodgkiss. Sector 1 purple for Bell as Luke Hilton sends the number 32 car into Clark's on a lap that already likely will be disallowed. I'm not quite sure why he's pushing so hard, but trying to keep himself in the rhythm if he can. Strange lap there for Jacob Hodgkiss. I mentioned that purple middle sector, but despite that, actually no improvement in time. So he actually drops down now to third place. Sam Nesser jumping onto the front row of the grid. So Nesser with a 102.857, 3.5 tenths still adrift of what Benmore Ryan did. Whilst we wait for some of those further back to put in some times as well. There is Benmore Ryan, fastest in the session then, not improving for the time being, but he's got a nice little cushion over Sam Nesser in second place. Sam then is 54 thousandths ahead of Hodgkiss, who is 5 thousandths clear of Lucas Hayden. So it's very close second, third and fourth, but Benmore Ryan with quite an advantage at the moment, it seems, although personal best in the first sector for Sam Nesser means that that gap might be about to come down slightly. So down the back straight goes the provisional pole sitter. Jensen Bell has just gone 5th quickest in the 8.71. Actually, Sam Nesser, again, personal best in the first sector, but not hooking up a full lap, and so ends up still 3.5 tenths adrift of pole. Now Ronnie Smith, in fact, jumps into second place. Ronnie Smith still just over 3 tenths of a second adrift of the fastest time, but is managing to improve. There he is, just coming down through the first couple of corners of the lap now as he tries to go even faster in his race car consultant prepared machine. Up over the hill, over one curb, over the other curb, and into the gravel goes Ronnie Smith, 2 wheels wide of the edge of the track. Others start to slowly improve, so Benmore Ryan realises maybe it's going to be worth pushing on for another lap. He's just gone purple in Sector 1, quickest of anybody. The middle sector, not an improvement, but might be able still in the final sector to find a little bit more time. Final sector is the shortest of them all, somewhere in the 18-second bracket. The final sector, it's really just the run down the back straight through the hairpin and then up the hill to the timing line where Ronnie Smith arrives. And Ronnie Smith down in 11th place currently. That's where he stays after that little gravelly moment. Benmore Ryan also just came through somewhere. Oh, and that is Flamer Ricola in the fence. Flamer Ricola off. I think that is on the entry to Butcher's, is it not? She's trying to reverse the car out of the barriers. I don't think it's done too much damage, but the car just sort of buried in the gravel or hooked on the wall or something. And Flamer Ricola, I don't think is going to be going anywhere anytime soon. So Flame with rallying background in her family, I think it's fair to say. Going back to her roots, you could say there, by going into the dirt halfway around the lap. And that one, oh, there she's got going now, so pulled a little bit of the front bumper off, but actually I don't think any real damage done. So Flamer Ricola will be bound for the pit lane, I'm sure, just to check the car over, and that will likely be the end of her session down in 13th place. Whilst that's been going on and yellow flags have been out, there have of course been fewer improvements coming through because you're not allowed to improve your time through a sector that has a yellow flag in it. Most people will back off quite far in advance just to make sure that they don't end up falling foul of that. Flamer Ricola, after that little excursion into the barriers, makes her way back to pit lane. Purple first sector for Ronnie Smith has just come in, the number 96 car. Ronnie Smith, we saw pushing on through the first sector a bit earlier on, but he's now gone quickest of anybody in the first sector. Now, Ronnie is only 11th quickest right now. I think that's him coming towards us now, and just ahead of Benmore Ryan, actually, the provisional pole pit sitter. But Ronnie Smith only just under 6/10 away from pole. His middle sector is not an improvement to 23.9. Is still a decent lap though in sector in fairness, so he might, well, he should move up from 11th, you would have thought. How far up the order he can get, I'm not so sure. There is Hayden making his way through. And Lucas Hayden, 7th place overall in the championship, looking for his first podium finish of the year. And at the moment, would be starting, well, was 4th, it is now 5th, because Ronnie Smith's lap does improve his position quite significantly. Goes 3rd and then immediately drops back down to 11th because the lap time was disallowed for exceeding track limits. So there we go, perhaps explains why there was such an improvement. Now, Jacob Hodgkiss could be about to challenge for pole position here because he has just done a personal best first sector, an outright fastest second sector. Jacob Hodgkiss in the number 94 car will be at the timing line very shortly, goes through and misses out on pole position by just 24 thousandths of a second. So there is going to be a challenge here to Ben Ryan, and it's going to come by the looks of it from Jacob Hodgkiss, who, like I said, had that non-finish back at Snetterton. We really haven't seen this sort of performance out of him yet this year, so good to see him on the front row of the grid. And he had time for one more lap as well, although not improving so far in the first sector of that next lap. Ben Ryan just took the checkered flag. Oh, hang on. The Hodgkiss lap, I think, has been deleted, hasn't it? Yep, it has. Number 94 lap time deleted. I'm sure you can guess why. So that means Sam Nesser back onto the front row now. And with no more real improvements coming in, looks as though that is it at the front. Number 96, Ronnie Smith, with another lap time disallowed. It's about 3 that I've seen now that he's had taken away from him. So there, number 37 comes through. Hadley Simpson, that was, who also has had a couple of non-starts over the course of the season. But will be starting the first race tomorrow from 7th place, hopefully. So checkered flag out. Looks as though everyone has now seen the checkered flag. Sam Nesser was one of the last, I think, to come through and complete the session, and it means that we have Ben Ryan on the pole position for our first BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship race of the weekend, and that, as I said, will be starting at about 5 to 9 tomorrow morning, and with hopefully a competitive couple of races to be had. It looked as though we were going to have a very close result in qualifying until Jacob Hodgkiss had that lap time taken away from him, but we know he's got the pace to challenge Bull Ryan. Let's wait and see just whether he is able to do so. So that's it for Fiesta Juniors for now then. Like I said, they will be racing tomorrow, but we will have some more Fiesta content for you today because at the end of the day, we'll have a race apiece for the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship and the final detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge. So the 2 Fiesta Senior Championships, if you like, are going to be up at the end of the day. Before that, though, we've got action from the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, the Evolution Trophy, the Audi TT Cup, and the Milltek Sport Civic Cup as well. So worth battling against the elements out there as the wind continues to pick up, because we should have some really, really good racing coming your way in the near future. So spectators eagerly waiting. I don't think there's any more recovery work to be done after that session. Perhaps a bit of gravel to be swept up from the chicane, but hopefully we will have the cars being released onto the grid in the next few minutes then, before our first Compact Cup race of the weekend. Like I said, big story really in Compact Cup land is the return of one Stephen Daly, former champion in this category, and at his home track. Made perfect sense, I suppose, for him to come back and have a go at racing in the series that he had so much fun competing in for a number of years. He's not been doing the full championship, so we are looking at Ollie Fowler at the moment leading the points, although Ollie Fowler hasn't made the trip north. And so Mike Doble now, father of reigning champion Mikey, perhaps looking to be the favourite now for the championship as we move into the midpoint of the season. Triple header this weekend again for the Compact Cup. They have a few triple headers over the course of the season: Snetterton, Knockhill, Croft, and the second visit to Snetterton at the end of the year, also seeing 3 races taking place, with double headers then at Brands Hatch at the start of the year, where we had 2 wins for Guy Davis. Donington Park last time was a double header as well, and that had both races won by Ollie Fowler. The meeting in between that, the 3 races at Snetterton, 2 of them won by Matt Milsom, although he had a non-finish last time out at Donington Park. And the 3rd race saw Gareth Claydon claim, I believe, his first victory in the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. So Gareth Claydon then backed that up actually with a couple of second place finishes last time at Donington, so he is one to watch as we move again into that second half of the season. So Marshall's then just checking the track over there at the top of the hill, but not a huge amount of clean-up required, I don't think, through there. So we will hopefully get the BMWs released out onto the circuit in the next couple of minutes. I'm delighted to say that as we move now into the BRSCC content of the day, I am joined not by Anthony Jordan, but by a very familiar voice to those of you who tune in to BRSCC events regularly, Scott Woodwiss, joining me in the box. And Scott, a bit of an annual trip now up north to Knockhill for the BRSCC. Always a real highlight of the season, this, isn't it? And we've got some of our most competitive championships here this weekend to do battle on a track that many of them really don't get that many opportunities to race at.
Hi, we do indeed. See what
you did there.
Yes, yeah, well, good afternoon, everybody. We do have quite a few of our most popular championships here that are usually typically support TCR UK. There are 1 or 2 who have grids smaller than usual, but it's quite, for them in those cases the quality's still there, even though some of the drivers who may not have been able to make the trip haven't made it, but those we have got should still put on some fantastic races. A decent entry for the Compact Cup for this first race coming up. I think you're right, is that the main headline certainly is that Stephen Daly has come back and, as you say, driven like he's literally never been away from the championship, having won it, I don't know, what was it, 5 times on the bounce, and then simply he's had to take a bit of sabbatical because he's had a baby daughter recently, so we should say congratulations to Stephen on that. And I'm sure he'd like to add to his accolades on top of that by getting a victory here at home. I'm sure he would love to, because this is a circuit like many, I'm sure many Scottish drivers would have driven at some point in their careers. So Stephen's certainly no stranger to it, and he was a Scottish Compact Cup champion before he then joined the main, if I'm going to call it English or British Compact Cup, or more National Compact Cup Championship. So it goes without saying that he knows this championship literally better than the back of his own hand. So there's no surprise that he's on pole position for this first race. And I think, not to preempt a possible result, it genuinely wouldn't surprise me if he takes the lead and drives off and does it at a canter, because 1, he's that kind of driver anyway. 2, he knows the circuit that well. And 3, he's so familiar to these cars. Again, he could probably drive one of these, use another term, with his eyes closed, in one arm tucked behind his back. And even then, he'd still set a faster snap in some cases. So, yeah, I think Stephen certainly did quite well. The thing with the Compact Cup this year, I found, is that there are 1 or 2 drivers. Now you've had drivers like Mikey Doble, who's moved on. He's now applying his craft in the British Touring Car Championship. Ian
Very
Howes,
successfully, by the way.
Absolutely, yeah, I can't disagree with that. Not excellent work for him for a first season in British Touring Cars. You've also got drivers like Ian Howes, who did guest at Snetterton and took 2 wins a guest, but the points went to Matt Milson instead, so he's still looking pretty strong. There's a newer generation, or the next few drivers coming up. It's not just the drivers that, well, they were next in the line, so they're going to take it anyway. There's a couple of new contenders. Matt Milson's one of them. Dale Wordson's getting up there as well. Jim Barrett's finding some pace on top of the likes of Ollie Fowler, Mike Doble, and others who are regular front runners in there. We're also hoping we have someone like Guy Davis here as well, but he's, I believe, had his regular job. And how's this for a regular job? And he couldn't do the round, I think, at it was at Donington Park, the one before that. Reason being, he works for Carlin in Formula 2, so he has a duty of going. I mean, he'd be over in Budapest somewhere, tinkering away with Formula 2 cars. But this round at least gives some other drivers a chance to gain some more points back and to get up there. And given that Stephen Daly, of course, is a guest, which means he's invisible for points, he won't score anything. If he wins the race, he'll still get a trophy and still be classified as first. He won't score anything towards it. So let's say Mike Doble. Mike Doble could pick up the points win. He hasn't actually taken a victory on the road, as far as I know, Mike Doble senior in Compact Cup, but points victory is just as good as, and that will certainly help him in the championship, because it's almost certain someone's going to leapfrog Ollie Fowler in the points, given that Ollie isn't here this weekend. So it could be Mike Doble, a couple of others in the mix, but the drivers who are at the front, although this sounds obvious, are the drivers I'd expect to be towards the front of the field. It's that everyone's going to be chasing that white and blue car in front, and I don't think they're going to have too much of a run to do that. I don't know about you, that's not the names of big compact cup drivers. So quick change of that. I looked at them for a second, there's more like Ginetta drivers. But anyway, Stephen Daly on pole position. I think he's going to certainly do what Stephen Daly does. Not that he's going to, if he doesn't get away too far, and the rest can keep him in his sights and give him a good race, I'm sure that he'll enjoy it as much as we will. But if he does go up there, you might be looking more at the battle for second place. And so Mike Doble looking quick. It's going to be between those first 5 or 6 cars. If not for the lead battling with Stephen, at least scrapping for second behind him.
Well, yeah, because Stephen Daly was a couple of tenths quicker than Mike Doble in qualifying. Mike was then an enormous 0.003 quicker than Gareth Claydon. So those two very evenly matched after the qualifying session earlier on. So Stephen Daly, I have to get used to seeing him in that white and blue car. It is a different livery to the one that I'm so used to seeing him in Compact Cup racing. And alongside him, Mike Doble, who I also have to try equally hard not to call Mikey Doble, as we said, his son, the reigning champion who achieved something that I can't think of many other people who have done last year, winning 2 national British championships in the same season, did Mikey, winning the Ginetta GT5 Challenge and also claiming the championship in the Compact Cup.
On the same weekend.
On the same weekend, yes, at 2 different racetracks. So he was at Donington winning in the Ginettas, whilst I think it was Snetterton, wasn't it, that played host to the Silverstone, Silverstone, yeah, they played host to the final Compact Cup round of the season. So Stephen Daly and Mike Doble, row 1, Gareth Claydon and Dale Wurton then together on row 2. Wurton, the orange car that you can see angled towards the middle of the road, and then Thomas Middleton and Matt Flowers with Rudy McMillan and Richard Sutherland together on row 4. Row 5, Jim Barrett and Matt Kendall. Row 6, Joseph Doble and Henry Cook. And then the 7th row for Rod Langham and John Robinson. Stephen Somerville and Alistair Smith will share row 8, and row 9 for Jonathan Williams and Tim Seaford. So 18 starters for this race. As the lights go out, we are away and racing here at Knockhill. And look at the start that's been made by Mike Doble. Doble gets the leader. Stephen Daly is in danger of getting swamped. Up the inside comes Thomas Middleton. To the outside have gone Gareth Claydon and Dale Wurton. And now, ladies and gents, we have a race on our hands because Stephen Daly, clearly the class of the field in qualifying, hasn't done a race start for a little while in these things. And he's going to do well, actually, to salvage 3rd, I think, as they drop down through McIntyre's for the first time. So Doble of the Mike variety leads the way. 2nd position then after that really good start, Tom Middleton from 5th on the grid, and Stephen Daly, Scott, with a bit of work to do.
Yeah, Thomas has been threatening to do this the past couple of meetings I've seen him. Daly looking up the inside for 2nd. That's almost light work, just squeeze into the outside exiting Clark's curve and over the curve and back on the exit. He hasn't forgotten how to race these things, never mind start them, but as he comes out of Clark curve through towards the hairpin for the first time, Middleton not giving this one up too easy. They're going to be side by side down towards the hairpin. But it's a phrase I say over and over again, the harder these two fight each other early on, easier it is for Mike Doble to get himself in front and carry on. But now that Daly is up the inside, he's going to get into 2nd place, and there goes Claydon also trying to make it through, try and get past 3rd. He's in the other of the 3 kind of white and blue cars in the mix. That's the Master Mix concrete cut up the straight. At the end of lap number 1, it's not what they might expect to be leading lap number 1, but Mike Doble leads it with the very feisty Stephen Daly. Now he's up to speed after getting past that slightly lesser start than he was expecting, up into 2nd place now.
And Gareth Claydon up into 3rd as well, so Tom Middleton now starting to slip back towards where he started. Dale Wurton will now peek up the inside. Someone has locked up ahead. I think that was Mike Doble, you know, having a moment, because suddenly Stephen Daly is right on his rear bumper. So we've got the leaders absolutely together as they make their way over the top of the hill. Slightly neater, tidier, tighter line there for Daly. He's up the inside as they head towards Clark's. Really bottling up here behind Mike Doble. To the inside goes Daly. Round the outside goes Gareth Claydon. Surely not. Almost gets the lead. That was a superbly ambitious bit of driving, and it might not even get him 2nd place because now he's in danger of getting hung out to dry. Middleton coming back at them. Mike Doble wants the lead again as they all barrel down to the hairpin. This surely can't work. Look at Gareth Claydon, so late on the brakes. Middleton into the back of Stephen Daly. You don't know where to look next. It's a sea of white and blue compacts, and somehow Stephen Daly comes out of that with the race lead.
Probably looking in his mirror, is terrified of anything because he's got all of them stacking up behind him. It's not, never mind blue and white compacts, we've got orange and black compacts behind him. We've got a scrap between Thomas Middleton and Del Wurton over 4th. Middleton has it, but Stephen Daly leads the racing lap at the end of lap number 2 with Gareth Claydon right on his tail, darting out the inside. That was Richard Sutherland going past Rudy McMillan. That would have been for 7th place. And that he's still 2nd of the Masters drive. He's still being led by that man Mike Doble, and it's Jonathan Williams back in 3rd. But Stephen Daly in an all too familiar sight now, in the lead here in the BMW Compact Cup race. But I'll tell you what, Mike Doble's not, it's Gareth Claydon and Mike Doble, they're not letting get away too far in these early stages.
No, Gareth Claydon definitely going with him for the time being, and he's learning from the master now, isn't he? Every lap that he spends behind Stephen Daly, he might start to pick up a few tricks of the trade. Sideways they go, bouncing over the curve as they head towards the back straight again. Kicking up the dust in back down the back straight was Claydon in 2nd place, but things now just slightly starting to settle down a bit. Daly the leader then as they arrive at the hairpin for the third time. He's put together 2 purple sectors on this lap and is now starting to make the break out in front. 2 orange cars then doing battle over 4th position. That's Tom Middleton, 164. And Dale Wharton, the black and orange number 14 in behind him. And he is looking to try and make a move because Dale Wharton started 4th on the grid, 1 place ahead of Thomas Middleton. And now has the task of finding a way back through. Sideways he goes through Duffer's dip, but Middleton fending him off for now.
Yeah, that inside that third turn one, not only is it a blind entry, there's such a huge curve on the inside, and there's been pictures so many times of cars literally launch themselves over all 4 wheels. There's particular lines with that chicane as well. We have to try and straight line the first part to get the run over that huge crest for the second part, but it makes for a fantastic shot, and I'm certain as the race weekend goes on, particularly with that kind of pack of cars all together, that legendary shot of the cars filtering whatever the other over the crest is going to be magnificent. But top 3 starting to break away just a little bit now as we get into the first third of this race. Thomas Middleton holding off Dale Wharton so far. The rest of the top 10 looks relatively red sorted as Wharton locks up the inside front a couple of times into the hairpin. And that hairpin also, that apex there is much steeper than it looks on camera, because I've had a couple of laps a couple of years ago when I was here in the safety car, gets the hairpin and literally the elevation change almost doubles at the apex. It's such a corner where traction off it, particularly going uphill, is so crucial, particularly in rear-wheel drive cars like these. You've really got to make sure that your rear suspension and diff settings are right, otherwise you could be losing a lot of traction and time on the run back up the pit straight.
Which is a very steep uphill climb until you get to the top of the hill, and then it's downhill all the way through the first sector as Tom Middleton just slips a bit wide going out of McIntyre's there. Over the top of the chicane, Dale Wharton asking the right questions of him, but not yet able to find a gap. The lead gap, by the way, 9/10 of a second, but through the first sector on the last couple of laps, Gareth Clayton has been ever so slightly quicker than the race leader. There's a couple of them there flirt with exceeding track limits out of Clark's. We'll keep you posted on any penalties that may or may not be coming their way later on. Down into the hairpin, Wharton goes for it up the inside, late move to the inside, snatches the brake. Does he get it stopped? Well, of a fashion, understeers a little bit wide, but Thomas Middleton not quite able to get the nose back up the inside line. So Dale Wharton back into 4th place now with some super late braking there into the final corner. I don't think he was planning on doing that move, but then he realised that he was braking late to the top, dived to the inside, and he has slipped by now as they head through Duffus for the 6th time. Lead gap 1 second now. Stephen Daly with the fastest lap of the race in his back pocket already, but again, that point doesn't go his way either. That will go to the next fastest lap, which we'll try and figure out as we move on deeper into the race. Over the top of the hill they go, and Tom Middleton, that's the difficulty. So hard to follow through that chicane, isn't it, Scott? When you're right up behind someone, it's a blind corner anyway, and we saw that there for Thomas Middleton. He was so close to Dale Wharton, missed the apex, and just dropped back a length or so.
And the trouble is, if you push too hard, there's a huge, great big gravel trap right on the exit too. So if you push way too hard, and we've seen that so many times over the years, cars pushing way too hard, too fast over that chicane, and rocking over the gravel too much. And if you get too deep into it, you ain't coming out of that anytime soon. Coming out of the hairpin now, we've still got Dale Wharton and Thomas Middleton. Also battle brewing just behind them. Matt Flowers in the white and blue number 3 car has now got both Richard Sutherland in the black car number 8 and the grey and white yellow car of Rudy McMillan, who was leading the championship at one point. Yeah. But of course, and it came so close to his first compact cup when it's Sneston, but just missed out. I think Gareth Clayton. Now Sutherland is making those kind of moves today. He looks up the inside, and Matt Flowers just shuts the door straight in his face there. You can see they were taking 2 very different lines because Sutherland's move didn't work, and he was all out of shape at the second part, and he's still not giving up because he throws it onto 2 wheels to the right hander at McIntyre's. He's absolutely giving it everything, but the trouble is, the harder he pushes, the harder he puts it up into 2 wheels, the more he's missing out as they're both skating over the gravel on the exit. I think maximum commitment is the 2 main words in Sutherland's vocabulary at this point.
Yes, I think so. And Rudy McMillan, that was following him wide into the gravel trap as well. But Richard Sutherland seems incapable of driving past a curb, has to drive over every curb that he sees. I think he's hit every single one of the red sausage curves on this, his 7th lap of the race. It's not necessarily the fastest way around the circuit, but it does look spectacular. Ironically, then misses the apex at the final corner, and that was probably the best corner he'd done all race, because that wide, or lap I should say, because that wide line gives him a good run heading uphill, and he may be able to attack on the run into the first corner. Battles there raging on further back. John Robinson, that was, ahead of the 217 of Stephen Somerville, and they are fighting over 14th place, are they? There is a transponder not working. Sorry, no, that's Williams, excuse me, in the 73. That is a position that's just changed hands, actually. John Robinson moving up into 13th place a moment or so ago. a while since I last covered the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. A lot of new names to get used to. Good to see that there are still drivers joining in the championship as John Robinson took a very aggressive line through the chicane.
That was either just too low or something sat down not in the right position when he came off the curb there, because that was a lot of smoke on the inside line. That would have been the tyre rubbing against the wheel arch when that happened. He's now got right behind him the 73 Jonathan Williams, who's currently third in the Masters category at the moment, on his tail. Back down towards the hairpin. There's another of the Doble generation. That's Joe Doble, who's the youngest of the Doble clan who races now. There he is. Of course, he's still racing Compact Cup with his dad Mike, and of course still getting taught by Mikey. Mikey is here this weekend. Not a BTCC weekend for him, so he's when he's not doing that, he's certainly coming still to Compact Cup weekends to help driver coaching his setup with his dad. And there is something. He's becoming one of the most entertaining drivers in the field so far this weekend, and he's not taking no for an answer from Matt Flowers. He will keep on pushing him until he gets past, one way or another, dare I say it.
Literally, I think, down the hill. He carried so much speed through the first corner. He was almost assisting Matt Flowers down through Duffus Dip. Someone kicking up the dirt ahead. That might have been Dale Wurton, but Somerville drives down the grass into Clarks, then tries to dive up the inside into the right-hander. That's tricky. There may be a little paint traded. No, they kept it clean. Nicely done. And Matt Flowers tries now to squeeze back onto the road. They can almost reach through the windows and give each other a handshake, but I don't think that this is one of those occasions. They are fighting for position, tooth and nail into the hairpin, where Richard Sutherland is late on the brakes. He's got the inside line, and he will move through, sails straight on a little bit through the corner, but does come out on top. So Richard Sutherland eventually getting into 6th position with one of the more agricultural overtakes that we've seen so far today, but it was a successful one. He's now, though, a couple of seconds adrift of Thomas Middleton. I'll be interested to see now, Scott, whether he's got the pace to bridge that gap.
To get a move on though, 5 minutes left plus change whenever they start the final lap to do it, but you can see how much more pace he's got, because immediately he's pulling a car length or two already on Matt Flowers at this point, so he's starting to just slowly edge away from him now as there's a bit more dust being picked up now, and Matt's got to be careful he doesn't start falling into the clutches of both Rudy McMillan and Henry Cook just behind them as they come across it, as Sutherland again uses all the road and a tiny bit more than he should. That now brings Flowers back into play as they come back into the right-hander at Clark's now. This long run through his slots back towards the hairpin. Just see if he's got the pace of Flowers. He's coming back at him here on the exit of Clark's. Back down towards the hairpin. He might be putting Sutherland back under pressure here. Yeah, I kind of expected Sutherland to make a break for it actually once he got through, but that's not really happening. He's good on the brakes into the hairpin. Does he get the car slowed down? Makes the apex. Doesn't drift too wide on the exit. A little bit of a scrappy run off the corner though. Matt Flowers might be able to make a run at him over the hill. Just behind them then, you've got Rudy McMillan and Henry Cook doing battle. In fact, they've just swapped over. Henry Cook into 8th place now, ahead of Rudy, who had been following Richard Sutherland through the order in the early stages. 4 minutes of racing to go. Stephen Daly still only 1.2 seconds up the road from Gareth Clayton, so that gap has sort of stabilised again at just over 1 second or so. Whilst we have our first member of the Track Limits Penalties Club. Oh, make that 2. Rudy McMillan's got a penalty now, and so too did John Robinson. So 2 drivers pinged for exceeding track limits once too often, and they will be given a 5-second penalty as someone, and I didn't spot who it was, I'll confess, went straight off through the gravel at the chicane. There he is, and the culprit is, we can see the number, 42 Rod Lang. Yeah. So he decided to go and see the beach for a moment before he came back on circuit. 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Looking at the lead gap, Stephen Daly hasn't pulled away as much as I guess many expected him to, and part of that might come for it to come together again. It's now 0.9 seconds, huge slight of oversteer trying to get the power down for Rudy McMillan. Either that's just him trying to catch the car in front, or slight frustration that he's about to receive by being told he's got a 5-second penalty. Either way, certainly he's giving it full beans out of the hairpin there, but you're absolutely right to point out Stephen Daly, the gap has come down by 3/10. It shouldn't be too much of a surprise given that car essentially is run out of the same stable as Stephen Daly's car, the KC Motorsport squad that ran Stephen to 5 consecutive Compact Cup titles. I didn't stumble, that was 5 consecutive Compact Cup titles. Both Gareth and Reese, applies his craft quite successfully right now in the MG Metro Cup these days. Both learned quite a lot from being part of that team in the past, so it doesn't surprise me that Gareth is at the moment the closest one to take them to the fight and have the same sort of pace, and they're leaving Doble, Wordston Co behind him, so Clayton pushing pretty hard here, and if Stephen's not too careful and he's not just he's backing off, but kind of he keeps on pushing on, he might have to look in his mirror a couple more times, because he's going to be getting a little bit closer in these last couple of laps.
Looks as though he's building the gap back up again slightly. Yeah, back to 1.2 seconds on that lap, whilst Richard Sutherland and Matt Flowers continue to debate. 6th position here. They've got the Henry Cook car right behind, number 311, very much joining in the battle now as they go across the line. 2 minutes to go, which means 2 laps remaining then in this very entertaining opening encounter of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. It is the returning 5 times champion Stephen Daly who leads the way by 1.2 seconds over Gareth Clayton in second, Mike Doble third, and he'll be a little disappointed with that, I think, having out-qualified Gareth Clayton ever so slightly. He had lost out to Gareth in the early stages and just hasn't been able to go after the top 2. Ultimately, Gareth Clayton finding some extra performance, perhaps by following Stephen Daly, a legend of compact cup racing, and he's been able to find quite a bit of extra speed. Lots of cars getting sideways there through Clark Curve, partly because of the curb, partly, I think, because they were all desperate not to exceed track limits on the exit, throwing the car into a slide just to try and keep from understeering out wide. Sutherland gets very sideways again, coming out of the hairpin. Now that surely will give Matt Flowers a run heading up the hill as he tries to get alongside. They begin what should be, I think, their final lap of racing. And Stephen Daly, 1.1 seconds still with the lead. All of the action happening behind as Richard Sutherland, Matt Flowers and Henry Cook do battle over 6th position. It's been the best battle of the race, really, outside of the first 2 laps of the lead battle, where they were all having a go at each other. Since then, this really has become the best race on track. Sutherland nowhere near the apex as he turns through McIntyre's. Sometimes those wide lines can actually work for you. Carry the momentum off the turn. Matt Flowers clobbers the tyre stack through the chicane as they both throw absolutely everything at this. The first of 3 races this weekend for the Compact Cup. And I think there's perhaps one more challenge to come here from Matt Flowers. Gets a nice run through Clark's. Tries now to tuck into the slipstream heading up the hill. There, though, is Stephen Daly. Slides his way off the final corner. Gareth Clayton did everything he could to give chase. Now, they might actually squeeze one more lap out of this here, you know, with 5 seconds to go. Yes, they do. They squeeze another lap in this race. It's going to be a 15-lapper. And so Stephen Daly just managing to keep up the pace enough to get one more go around his favourite racetrack in the world here at Knockhill. Local man, the Scotsman. What a great way to make a return to a championship that he made his own for half a decade. 5 consecutive championships this man won, taking over from James Gordon, who himself was a former British GT champion. He won the championship, and then Stephen Daly simply wouldn't let it go. But this, a one-off entry for a driver who I don't think is actually doing any racing full-time at the moment, instead focusing on helping his dad run the KC Motorsport team. But just reminding us all that he hasn't forgotten how to do this. Turns down now into the final corner, hits the brakes, and it's going to be another victory for number 64 in the BMW Compact Cup. Stephen Daly off the final corner, accelerates to the line. Gareth Clayton doing his best to stay with him, but in the end, that's all he could do. Wasn't able to really present much of a challenge. The checkered flag waves for Daly. Second place goes the way of Gareth Clayton, and for the championship, that's good points scored for him, whilst Mike Doble, with 3rd position, will move now into the championship lead with the Ollie Fowler absence this weekend. So Stephen Daly then gets himself the win. Clayton 2nd, Doble 3rd, Dale Burton 4th. Tom Middleton in the end, a bit of a lonely 5th ahead of Richard Sutherland, who did get the better of Matt Flowers and Henry Cook in their ongoing battle there for 6th position. And then Matt Kendall and Joe Doble complete the top 10 in that first race. So cars then continue to come across the line, and as the wind continues to blow across the Knockhill circuit, we've got our first of our support races in the book. We'll very shortly be hearing from our top 3 finishers at the end of that one. So they will be back out again, the Compact Cup drivers, tomorrow, 9:20. And their 3rd race will be a little bit later on in the afternoon, I believe. Yes, at 2:55, a bumper day tomorrow here at Knockhill. If you're thinking of coming along to Knockhill, there's another grid walk for the TCR UK second race of the weekend. So if you missed out on the grid walk today, then don't worry, you've got another chance to do so tomorrow. And tomorrow is the main race day, really, with a whole host of races to be enjoyed across the entirety of the day. Racing kicking off at 8:55 tomorrow morning, running right through till about 6 p.m. So the compacts head for the podium then. It's the Evolution Trophy, the BRSCC Evolution Trophy, who'll be heading out onto the circuit in short order. I don't think there's any recovery work to be done after that. We lost Jim Barrett from the race, but I'm not convinced he actually took the start, to be honest. Didn't complete a lap at the very least. So he will be disappointed with that, but hopefully he will be back out again for the races later on in the weekend. So Stephen Daly wins, Gareth Claydon second, and Mike Doble comes home in third place. Dale Worton fourth ahead of Tom Middleton with Richard Sutherland, Matt Flowers, Henry Cook, Matt Kendall, Joe Doble and Reedy McMillan in next. Then it was Rod Langham, Jonathan Williams and Stephen Somerville in the end coming home in 14th place. 15th place then went the way of the number 21 of Smith, and then that was Alistair Smith. 16th position for John Robinson. 17th position for Tim Seaford. Tim Seaford 1 lap down by the flag with Jim Barrett, as I said, non-starter, essentially didn't complete a lap in that race. So, Compact Cup racing done. Like I said, we should have a chance, hopefully, to hear from our top 3 runners in the relatively near future. And after that, we'll be moving into the Evolution Trophy, the BRSCC's Evolution Trophy, new for 2023. And essentially is a breeding ground for new championships that the BRSCC are trying to put together. Championships that may not necessarily have a big enough grid to support themselves and to run as their own championships just yet, but get brought together in the Evolution Trophy. Although this weekend, the majority of the Evolution Trophy grid is made up of classic VW racing cars. The classic VW Cup series joining the BRSCC this year. They also run as part of the Evolution Trophy, and I think all but 3 cars in that class, in this race, sorry, are running within that particular class. More on Evolution Trophy in a moment or two, though. For now, let's head down to the podium and hear from Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andy. Yes, here with our race winner for that one. Well, certainly a dominant performance. The start of the race was a bit shaky for you, Stephen, but certainly for a one-off round at your local circuit, you certainly showed the boys how it's done.
Well, that's it. It's been a year since I've been in one of these cars, and so the start was not great at all. Gareth, Tom Middleton and Mike Doble just dominated me at the start, to be fair, but I quickly got it back. Then from then it was just trying to cover off Gareth. He was very fast and it just had me a bit worried. So, I mean, it's all good though. We had them in the bag, so we're okay.
Yeah, certainly a solid performance for yourself, but you're having a great weekend here. You've got a couple more races to come, I think, tomorrow, so are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that one, my daughter, 5 months old, Emily, she's the first time she's ever seen me, so I mean, I dropped back to 4th at the start there, so it was a must to get back to the front, so it's good, happy.
Gave her a show. There you go. Cheers. Well done, Stephen. Congratulations to the race winner on that one. Let's chat to the man who finishes in 2nd overall, Gareth. Well, Gareth, that was certainly an interesting race for your point of view. These cars look absolutely mega out there. Well, what are they like to drive around here at Knockhill?
Challenging, yeah, challenging, yeah. I mean, especially when you're chasing someone who likes Stephen Daly. Thousands of laps, 5-time world champion, so hats off to him. I just couldn't catch him out there. But I mean, we still take full points away from that because he's a guest driver this weekend, so thinking about the championship there. But no, I love Knockhill. We travel a long way to come, and we always make sure we do because we love the racing here, so it's great, yeah.
Certainly a wicked round for you. Tomorrow might be a different story, bit of rain maybe coming into play?
Well, I hope not, so, but because we're quick in the dry, so, but if it does rain, we'll see how quick we are in the wet, I suppose. So.
Solid performance, well done for that one.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Gareth Claydon there, who finishes in P2. Let's chat to our Masters driver and that one, Mike Doble, who finishes 3rd overall. Let's chat to Mike. Mike, just a quick one. 3rd place overall and winner of the Masters on that one. Solid performance.
Yeah, I was quite happy with that. Just, don't get many podiums on the circuits, on the track, so take third overall in the Masters. I'm really pleased with that, and to make that great start, get in front of Stephen Daly and lead him for a lap, pleased with that too.
Yeah, talk us about that start. Certainly a very interesting one, lightning off the line.
Yeah, I mean, I did take some tips off of him a couple of years ago. He told me how to get it off the line, and I think probably he's forgotten how to do it, to be honest, but and I can still remember at my old age, but away I went, and I knew it'd be coming at me at some point, and anyway, I'm happy with third.
Yeah, solid performance for you, mate. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Excellent stuff there for Mike Double. Evolution Trophy is coming up next. Andy, back over to you.
Thank you, Anthony, down in the pit lane. So he is going to be our post-race man for the entire weekend, basically any race. Well, not the entire weekend, that's not quite true. We'll replace him with everyone's favourite Scouser tomorrow for all things TCR and Civic Cup. But for the BRSCC content, you'll be hearing a lot from Anthony as he chats to our podium finishers. Right then, grid here for our next race of the day. Like I said, it's the BRSCC's Evolution Trophy, and on pole position we have got Tommy Gillam. I'm going to call him Tony at some point, I'm sure, alongside Adam Marshall. Tommy Gillam and Adam Marshall, the front row of the grid. Kerry Lewis and Michael Imrie then together on the second row of the grid. The VW alongside the Renault Clio, and then it's Chris Adams in the Golf and Ken Lark in his VW Corrado row 3. Row 4 then for Donald Duar in his Mark 1 VW Golf GTI. I don't see many of those around these days, and he's got Dawn Butcher for company in the Mark 5 GTI. Then the Mark 4 Mazda MX-5 of Ben Taylor with Chris Mohan in the VW Golf GTI. Next, Frank Pettit's Renault Clio is on the 6th row alongside Nick Sanderson's Seat Leon Super Copa, and then the second of the Mark 4 MX-5s, Edward Cottam, father of Oliver Cottam, who we saw racing in TCR earlier on. We'll have Stephen Watson's VW Scirocco Mark 2 alongside on row number 7. So, like I said, Evolution Trophy, all about building up new championships, but actually the Classic VW Cup is an existing championship that's just made the move over to the BRSCC for 2023, and they do make up the majority of the grid, but it's all about winning within your class in this one. The battle for the overall victory is likely to be between Tommy Gillam and Adam Marshall. They also run within the same class of the Classic VW Cup, so the just to confuse you all even more, the Classic VW Cup is split into Class A, Class B, and then Class GT. And the GT cars, the two Mark 5 Golfs at the front of the grid, expected to be the pace of the class of the field over a 15-minute race here for the Evolution Trophy. And it's going to be a fascinating battle between those two. The red lights go out. We're away and racing. Good start. Actually looks as though it's been made by the Renault Clio there from the second row of the grid. Yes, it has. There's a bit of squeeze. There's a bit of bumping and barging, but they all just about keep it clean. To the lead, though, will go Ken Lark. Ken Lark in the VW Corrado somehow gets out in front. Side by side for second. There's one spinning around further back, and that is the number 18 machine off the road. And that was Kerry Lewis. Kerry Lewis from third on the grid. Wasn't third when they came through the first corner, but unfortunately then got tipped into a spin, and around went the number 18 car. So the running order already does not resemble the grid one little bit. Ken Lark leads the way, side by side for second place there. On the inside goes Michael Imrie, and that was Tommy Gillam, I think, that he was trying to find a way past. Yes, Tommy Gillam, having started from pole, just about managing to hang on to second place as they head down the railway straight and towards the hairpin for the first time. So lively start to the race, it's fair to say, as this eclectic mix of cars makes its way through the final turn. There is the Mark 1 Golf GTI of Donald Duar with the Renault Clio just behind. That's the number 88 example of Frank Pettit. And the couple of Renault Clios that we've got out there mixed up and down the order, really. Tell you what, that Mark 1 Golf is not lacking for straight line speed, is it there, as it fends off the number 20 of Chris Mohan in his VW Golf, which then outmanoeuvres him down the hill. Looks to the inside, to the outside goes one of the Mark 4 MX-5s, and either side of the Golf they will go. That was the 184 of Ben Taylor, and an opportunistic move there to find a way past the oldest car on the grid. He now sets off after Mohan. The MX-5 very, very nimble and agile through the chicane. The Golf has a bit more straight line speed, though. Chris Mohan fends him off into Clark's. Well, some very entertaining racing, Scott Woodwis, in the early stages of this one. A bad start made by Adam Marshall. That sort of bottled the field up through the first couple of corners. And now we've got this fascinating mix of classes, all kind of having their own battles, but inevitably ending up together on track. We've had a lead change now as Tommy Gillam goes back to the front. You don't know where to look next.
No, this has been quite a fascinating new series to watch because you were, of course, there for the first race at Brands Hatch. But the great thing is technically they're not racing against the other series; they race against each other in their own series. But they all tend to end up racing as a whole in the mix, which is fantastic. So yes, you've got Classic VW Cup who are racing primarily amongst each other. The first 3 or 4 cars are basically having their own race, but they get in amongst the Renaults and the Mazdas and everything else. And it's so good to see these cars because it's quite a friendly paddock where they all get to coexist quite nicely, and they all really do enjoy racing each other, even though they're technically not meant to, but they end up doing so because it's such a fun thing. To second goes Adam Marshall to make it now a Team Haas Golf 1-2, as it was last time out at Donington Parks, and it was in this exact order. Tom took 2 victories, Adam taking 2 second places, but that Corrada's got some mumbo and a straight line. It's got some pretty good straight line speed. I'm not sure it really beats the newer Golf on the brakes of the hair, but just arriving at the hairpin around the outside from nowhere, and around the outside of Ken Lark goes Michael Imrie. That's all the experience you get and go around this place several times in Superlap Scotland. He hasn't got enough power to keep himself in front though, because past him goes Ken Lark. So this is really good back and forth. You've got somebody who is pretty much a Knockhill specialist. He runs in the motorsports as well, on top of guesting in this Cook Sport Renault Cup to get himself some extra track time this weekend. But someone who's regular in that car. It's a real proper David and Goliath battle. It's power versus handling, and on second place, surprisingly, quite evenly matched between the two.
Absolutely. There may not be that many long straights, but the drag up and over the hill at the end of the lap, enough to keep Ken Lark ahead for now of Michael Imrie, who, as we said, runs as a guest runner in the Clio, dives to the inside of the Corrado into Clark's. He will go through, but then no prizes for guessing what happens next. Ken Lark, mirror signal manoeuvre. Well, actually, no, can't go to the right. It has to dive back to the left-hand side of the road, and that would become the outside for the hair, but he bailed out of that because I don't think he was convinced that Michael Imrie was going to leave him the space. So Michael Imrie turns his way through the hairpin and should now be able to call third place his own. The next challenger now for Ken Lark is Chris Adams in the number 6 VW Golf, which will perhaps be a bit more of a match for the Corrado. The Corrado runs in Class A, so does Adams actually, so that's the battle. Will be the battle in the end for Class A within the class, but actually Ken Lark isn't done with Michael Imrie yet. Goes around the outside, Imrie massively later on the brakes through the first turn, and now Ken Lark does have to turn his attentions, I think, to defending his own class lead. These two both running within Class A of the Classic VW Cup, and Ken Lark, whilst we know he's got the advantage in a straight line, I think might have some questions to be answered here if he's to keep Chris Adams at bay. Chris's car looks as though it's handling well, and he's starting to inch now towards the Corrado corner by corner.
Yeah, Ben Taylor got a bit too friendly with the outside of the circuit there as he came through. He's still chasing after, I think, Donald DeVar. Great story about Donald DeVar for when he did the last round at Donington Park. His car was being repaired, didn't leave to leave his home in Scotland here until about 11 o'clock on the Friday evening. He then drove all the way through the night, or his team drove all the way through the night, got the car to the circuit in the time he wanted to get it scrutineered, and he even qualified. I think it was the second or third row in the mix. So, and the car was in. He had to spend the whole day repairing it before they could even send it up in the middle of the night, which was incredible stuff. And Donald's no surprise enjoying himself at one of his home circuits here. But you can see here that at the moment, handling is beating power at this point, because Ken Lark might have a bit more horsepower, but it's that local knowledge and the good handling in that lighter Clio that's certainly going to work him pretty well. And in a series like Superlap Scotland, where it's all about going fast over a single lap, you need to have a car that's got good agility, good on its tyres as well, but also good handling all round. And that car has certainly seen plenty of laps around this place to know that he's pretty well versed. It wasn't surprising that he put it 4th in qualifying overall, so doing pretty well at the moment and holding pretty firm station in what's currently going to be an overall podium finish.
Indeed so. His lap time's not on a par with the two ahead of him, but yeah, he's holding on to that third place pretty well. Lead gap, by the way, came down for the first time in a little while then, with Adam Marshall bringing a 57.988, a couple of tenths quicker than Tommy Gillam ahead. And Tommy's relation to Tony Scott is
his son, I believe.
His son, right?
Yes.
Okay, I assumed as much. So the latest generation of the Gillam Racing dynasty making an appearance here at Knockhill. There goes Ben Taylor across the line in the first of the two Mark IV MX-5s. The other one, as I said, being driven by Edward Cotton in a little bit further down the order. Cotton running in 12th position for the time being, which is one place better than he started, because we lost somebody between qualifying and the race. Was it, no, Don Butcher's out there, Nick Sanderson maybe? Yes, Nick Sanderson.
Nick Sanderson, yeah, in the Seat. I think his car came in halfway through qualifying, and ended up with I couldn't see any steam or smoke, but the bonnet came up. So obviously something mechanical has prevented them from getting out for this race. But hopefully they can get it fixed for the 2 races tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a shame not to see the Seat Leon Supercopa out on track. Right then, just under 8 minutes to go, and a new fastest lap now set by Adam Marshall. Adam Marshall very much going after Tommy Gillam. It wasn't a slow lap for Gillam either, it must be said, whilst Ken Lark is back on the inside of Michael Imrie, refuses to leave the Renault Clio driver alone. Imrie tyre rubbing against the guard there as he compressed into the dip at the bottom of Duffus, through the left-hander at Leslie's and then into the braking zone at McIntyre's. There, though, is your second place man, Adam Marshall. On the previous lap, did a 57.897. That was 2.5 tenths quicker than the leader. He is slower than the leader in Sector 1 and 2, in fact, on this lap, though. And so Tommy starting, perhaps, to respond to the pressure that was being put upon him by Adam Marshall behind. The hill they will come. Let's see what the lap times are then. 1.5 seconds was the gap. It is a 58.2 for the leader, a 59.1 for Adam Marshall. So a bit of a slow lap that time around for Adam. And the gap just creeps back out again.
And I imagine that these 2 Team Hard cars competing this weekend in this Classic VW Cup within Evolution Trophy, they're kind of using it to refine their next sort of generation of drivers coming through. I think Adam's a little bit older than Tommy Gillam is, but even so, he's still refining himself, and he even took the first 2 ever Evolution Trophy wins outright, and he won both races back at Brands Hatch. So it's good, and hasn't all been the VWs their own way. We did have a couple of wins at Snetterton before. It was for Nick Gwinnett in his sort of Renault Clio 172, I want to say. So it's good to see there's a mix of cars that can be successful. It's not just the VWs right at the front. You have got the Renaults mixing up in there as well. And time again, the Mazdas get up there too and give themselves some good competition also. So it seems to be that there's a nice mix of different skill levels and cars that turn out in these. One car I'm disappointed that isn't here is Richard Owen, who's got a bright yellow Renault Megane, 3rd generation Megane, which I'm not kidding, on upshifts, literally shoots flame out of the exhaust at Donington Park. It's my favourite car from Donington, and I'm shame it's not really here. This is Kerry Lewis, who qualified 3rd after his spin on the first lap, going up the inside of Chris Mohan, who's quite an established driver in Classic VW Cup circles, so he's now keeping with him. And this is 2 generations of Golf, Mark 4 versus Mark 5, and currently the Mark 5 has the pace. Good to see that car properly running, because it didn't actually get a chance to really properly turn a wheel in a race at Brands Hatch. It qualified, but had mechanical problems which denied it from even being able to start either of the races. So good to see we get this car out for the first time. It looks like a proper little touring car in itself.
No, it does, doesn't it? And going quickly, a shame that it got tipped into that spin at the start and ended up down the order, but Carey is into 9th place now, so into the top 10, but within class. That is, I think that's 3rd in the VW GT class. Yes, it will be, because Tommy Gillam and Adam Marshall are also in the same class as this car. So shame, because we could have had a 3-way fight for the victory. As it is, it's just the 2 of them going at it, but the lead gap came down again on the previous lap, ever so slightly, down to 2 seconds, and then up to 2.1 again on the next one. So sort of trading lap times are Tommy Gillam and Adam Marshall out in front, as Kerry Lewis. Next victim will be the MX-5, won't it, the number 184 of Ben Taylor. So he's got a long way to go before he starts getting up to any of the people in the same class as him. There is Ben Taylor, who we've seen involved in some really exciting battles in that car so far this season. Good to see a few more of those Mark IV MX-5s racing in the UK, but that is the point of the Evolution Trophy, isn't it? Giving them somewhere to race whilst the championship grows and grows and grows, and hopefully eventually we'll have a grid of Mark IV MX-5s all to themselves.
You certainly hope so. The premise is you're absolutely right with Evolution Trophy, is to give these series a chance to grow, give them a showcase, but whilst racing amongst each other. So it puts on a good show for the spectators, but also gives them a chance to race against different cars. But at the same time, it allows them to kind of put their own stall out in each separate case. And the great thing is that the whole concept of it is that once there's one series that has managed to get itself a big enough grid, it's justified to do so, then the club will decide, right, you can now have your own grid, lift it out of the Evolution Trophy, give it its own standalone grid, and then the next project that's that can come in and take its place will then slot in, and the same cycle will repeat until the next series is ready to come out and move into its own right. So Classic VW Cup are going through that evolution. No pun intended, just a natural word that came out. Same with the Mark IVs in terms of their last couple of seasons getting going. Of course, the new Cooksport Renault Cup is coming in. We've got the Classic TT Cup that runs with the VWs, and also still waiting in the wings to come back in is the BMW 1 Series Super Cup, which is still being a little bit retweaked, redeveloped, what the last time I heard. So that should hopefully be out and appearing in this series before the end of the season as it comes through. 2.8 seconds between Tommy Gillan and Adam Marshall at the front. Michael Imrie still using all of his local knowledge, but still some 15 seconds off second place, but looking pretty comfortable up there in 3rd place. And it looks like he will be obviously the winner out of the 2 cars racing in the Cooksport Renault Cup. And then looking back at the Mark 4s, look like it is going to be Ben Taylor ahead of Ed Cotton, father of Oliver Cotton, who's told me multiple times the last couple of weekends I've seen him, this is definitely my last race weekend. He keeps getting called out back into racing, going, well, this is now my 17th retirement. So, but I think he still enjoys it nonetheless because he's given the driver to do so. That's intriguing. Donald Devine, 5th position, punched in the fastest lap of the race. It's quite a light little, svelte little Mark 1 Golf that's quite potent around a few corners, but he's pumped in a 50. Is that right? No, not quite sure it is actually, because I'm seeing a 57.8 to the fastest lap of the race for Adam Marshall, so I'm not quite sure that's correct, as Chris Evans thumping the curb and getting 2 wheels over the chicane in proper classic Knockhill style. But with 2 minutes to go, it looks as though, Andy, it's going to be pretty much a team hard racing demonstration, 1-2 at the front. So we go for third, and that, I'm afraid, is Ben Taylor out of it. That's his Mark IV Trophy race win off. And you can spin your wheels as much as you like, Sunshine. That ain't coming out the gravel anytime soon, which will hand the lead now in the Mark IV trophies to the sole remaining car, which is Ed Cotton. So he'll find himself as the Mark IV winner, provided he can keep going for the next 2 minutes. But that's a fairly deep one. As to where that is, I couldn't quite work out where that was.
I was just pondering the same thing, because he appeared from right of shot into a gravel trap. There's only a couple of places it could be. I wonder if it was on the exit of Clark's, maybe, that he...
Or maybe at the bottom of the hill at Leslie's, maybe if he's lost it, possibly.
Yes, no, I suspect it may be that gravel trap, actually, down at the bottom of the hill at the start of the lap. But anyway, there'll be yellow flags out there. And in fact, the timing screen will give us some clue, because Taylor, yes, he hadn't completed Sector 1 yet, so I think it was down at the bottom of the hill at Duffus. 2 more laps to go then for Tommy Gillam, and he makes his way over the top of the hill then, really now starting to edge away from Adam Marshall. And Adam Marshall, 3.9 seconds the deficit now. That brief little stint in the middle of the race where he was quicker than Tommy Gillam, but since then Tommy has been able to really make this race his own. Comes up against the number 20 of Chris Mohan now to put a lap on him. Heads underneath him, heading through Butchers, up through the top of the hill at the chicane. That's Stephen Watson's Mark II Scirocco just ahead. Chris Mohan has just lapped him, actually, so you've got cars on 3 different laps, or he's just about to lap him, I should say. Cars on 3 different laps there, heading out of Clark's corner, along the railway straight again, into the braking zone at the hairpin. Now, Gillam, with this good lead over Marshall, they're then nearly 20 seconds clear of Michael Imrie, who runs 3rd, the first of the Renault Clios. Ken Lark, who's been having that brilliant ding-dong battle with him all race long, has got Donald DeVar catching him. Donald was actually 7/10 quicker on the previous lap. Donald might just have time to catch Ken Lark, and that would be for a victory within Class A of the Classic VW Cup. So I'll tell you in a moment or two when they get to the timing line what the gap is between them. But I can tell you DeVar was fractionally slower in Sector 1, but then fractionally quicker in Sector 2 than Ken Lark. And by the end of the lap is 3/10 faster. So possibly isn't quite going to have time to get there to challenge for the class victory. For Tommy Gillam, though, it has been, well, more or less lights to flag victory. Had a bit of battling to be done in the early stages, having not made a brilliant start, but once he hit the front, got past Ken Lark, he was able to set sail, and despite a brief challenge midway through the race from Adam Marshall, Tommy Gillam has had things under control. Comes out of the final corner, switches the headlights on in celebration, and crosses the timing line to claim the victory in the Evolution Trophy and in Class GT of the Classic VW Cup. Second within that class will be Adam Marshall, and then Michael Imrie about 20 seconds later will get to the timing line and finish in 3rd position. Not sure whether we're going to hear from the top 3 overall at the end of this race or class winners. I suspect probably class winners, but thankfully that is Anthony Jordan's problem to figure out, and he will be heading down there very shortly to chat to whoever makes it into Parc Ferme. Michael Imrie comes through and claims 3rd place overall, the win within the Renault Clio class. Ken Lark does fend off Donald DeVar for Class A honours in the Classic VW Cup. 4th place overall and 5th place overall for those two. And then it was the number 6 of Chris Adams who came home next. He is 3rd within Class A, actually. And then Dawn Butcher, 4th place within Class A. 7th overall in the race. Then it was the recovering Carey Lewis after the spin at the first corner, followed by Chris Mohan through next. Then you get to the next of the Renault Clios, and that was the number 88 of Frank Pettit. Oliver Cottam claims the victory in the Mark IV MX-5 class, and the last of the runners at the end, running in a class of his own anyway, was the Mark II VW Scirocco of Stephen Watson. So some good stuff there in the early stages particularly, but in the end Tommy Gillam simply couldn't be beaten, and he will claim victory in the Evolution Trophy. There is confirmation of that result, so the top three all running within the Classic VW Cup, albeit across two different classes. Sorry, that's a complete lie. The top two are in the VW Cup. Michael Imrie, of course, was a winner in the normally aspirated class of the Renault Clios. Then it was Ken Lark who claimed victory in Class A for the Classic VW Cup, and was chased hard there towards the end by Donald DeVar in the Mark I, then Chris Adams, Dawn Butcher, Kerry Lewis, Chris Moen and Frank Pettit to complete the top 10. Edward Cottam was 11th, ahead of Nick Sanderson, and Ben Taylor was the only non-finisher after depositing himself into a gravel trap somewhere. I do think it's at the bottom of Duffer's Dip. I think I can just see the car there on the long shot. Beached in the gravel trap. That will need to be recovered before our next race gets underway, and that next race will be back to one-make racing again in the shape of the Audi TT Cup Racing Series. Got 4 more races to go. The TTs followed by the Milltek Sports Civic Cup. That's one you won't want to miss, and the same can then also be said for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship and the final detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge. That will complete the running order. So the day certainly not done yet. Some more really good racing coming your way, and the TT Cup coming up next in particular is going to be an entertaining one, making their debut to Knockhill because it's the first season of racing actually for the Audi TT Cup. And so the TTCR Championship, as it's been dubbed, will be sure to put on a good show. That again is a series as opposed to a championship, so no championship points to worry about, but their 4th event of the season will be coming up in just a few minutes' time. So marshals once again go to work on sweeping the track up and making sure that everything is good and ready to go for our next race. And again, a big thanks to the marshals out there in not the warmest of conditions, it must be said, and they are doing a splendid job, as they always do, of keeping the track race ready. Didn't hear of any track limits penalties in that race either, which is good news. So hopefully there won't be as much of the gravel to be swept up by the marshals, and we'll get our next race sorted and ready to go in a few moments. In the meantime, though, let's head down to Anthony Jordan and find out who he has got to chat to down in Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much, Andy. Yes, down here in Parc Fermé with our race winner, Tommy Gillam. Well, Tommy, winner of the race overall and winner of the Classic VW Cup class as well. Solid drive from yourself. Firstly, I mean, how was the race for you?
I mean, it was all good, apart from the fact I thought there was another formation lap. So I wasn't ready off the start. Saw 2 people fly past me. I was like, what is going on? And then I realised, I was like, oh, the race has started. So then managed to work my way back up, and from then on it was, yeah, that's pretty basic from there.
Well, credit to you for admitting that, but you could have gone away with, oh no, I slipped in the wrong gear or something like that. You could have gone with any excuse, not with, I thought there was another formation lap. But mate, the car seems solid out there. All good from your end?
Yeah, I mean, it's set up perfectly from the team. They've done a mega job, to be honest. So, sticks to the track perfectly how I want it. Yeah. So, solid setup. Not much else I can really say.
Ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, another 2 races tomorrow. Hopefully do the same thing.
Yeah, that's what you need. Congratulations, mate. Solid drive.
Yeah, I'm happy. So,
brilliant stuff. Let's chat to second place, Adam Marshall. Adam, again, another dominant performance for yourself, really showing you've got the pace out there, but talk us through. That still looked like a struggle.
Yeah, we weren't really ready for the start, neither of us, to be honest. We were expecting another green flag lap, and then next minute everyone's coming past, so it was, yeah, pretty chaotic, but we managed to get the places back and just work as a team and get to the front, and off we went. So
lucky you had the pace for it to do such a thing.
Yeah, well, that was it. It was trying after the bad start, but yeah, it was just got to push on as a team, and it's great to have like us both on 1 and 2.
How have you found the Knockhill circuit? Has it been a challenge for you?
Yeah, challenging. But do you know what? I've really enjoyed it. It's such a great circuit, and I can't wait to race again tomorrow. So.
Well, solid performance for yourself. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
Excellent. Let's chat to our Renault Cup winner in that one, who is currently just over here. Let's chat to Michael Imrie. Yeah. Michael, well, solid drive from yourself, winner of the Renault Cup class in that one as well. Firstly, I mean, that start was a bit hectic, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if the guys thought that there was another formation lap or whatever, but the two cars in front of me were quite slow off the line. So, yeah, got a good start. We bit tussling first couple of corners. Knew that was my chance to kind of try and make a wee break. Like these cars are, just said, the cars are so fast in a straight line. The Clio's great in the corners. So, yeah, trying to get away, and yeah, it was a busy few first laps, but fun. It was good.
Yeah, that's what you like, isn't it? That's motorsport in a nutshell, isn't it? It's got to be fun. If it's not fun anymore, you shouldn't be doing it.
Exactly. Fun, challenging, wee bit of the underdog, it's always nice as well. And yeah, it's great to have you guys up. Nice mix of cars. It's nice to be out with a different sort of grid.
Yeah, that's what you need, isn't it? But tomorrow's another day. You looking forward to it?
Yes, I'm going to be busy tomorrow, out with motorsports as well. So it's going to be a really busy day. 4 races in total, so yeah, work cut out for me and the car.
Yeah, well, we'll wish you the best of luck in that one tomorrow, but well done, congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Excellent stuff. Let's chat to our winner then in the Mazdas. We'll come on over. Edward Cotton. Edward, solid drive from yourself. You got a bit of stroke of luck out there with the other Mark IV going off the track, but you certainly did your level best.
Yes, thank you. It's I only sat in the car Thursday, so I wasn't actually down to drive it, so I've stepped in at the last minute. But it's good fun, I'm used to historic racing cars, not modern stuff, so enjoyed it.
Well, like you say, it certainly worked out for yourself. Like you say, just jumping in at the last second, showing what you've got. Certainly a nice result for yourself there. You'll be happy with it.
I'm happy with it. It's good for the team, for Porsche, who gave me the drive, so I'm chuffed a bit. So I'm just the old driver in the grid.
Excellent. Beers are on you tonight then.
Yes, thank you. And you.
And me. Lovely. Cheers. Well, thank you. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Well, plenty more races to come up next. Andy, we'll head back over to you, but coming up next, it is the Audi TT Cup.
Which DJ had definitely remembered and did not have to check his notes to remind himself of. How could you forget, Anthony? Because the Audi TT Racing Series is one of the real success stories of the 2023 season for the BRSCC. Another new series, but one that immediately had enough cars on the grid to have its own separate races. And although, again, some of the drivers have not made the trip north of the border, we do still have 12 of them lining up on the grid ahead of what should be an exciting race. We have Ross McCarr on the pole position for this one, with Richard Forber alongside him, and a couple of pretty handy drivers actually slotting in behind, and some drivers I would say are a little bit out of position maybe, based on how strong we know them to be. So should be another exciting 15-minute race, this one, as and when the cars are released onto the track. More conversations after that race amongst the production crew as to whether we were going to have the arrival of some proper Scottish weather. I'm hoping not. It does seem a little bit more blustery out there, but those rain clouds hopefully are going to stay away, and we will get our remaining 4 races in without seeing too much of a weather change. Scott Woodward joins us again, joins me again in the commentary box ahead of a race that I'm sure you're looking forward to. I have to say, the TT Cup Racing Series has really impressed me this year so far. We've had some really good racing and a fascinating grid. We'll run you through the grid now, then we'll get Scott's thoughts on what is an exciting new series. Ross McCarr on pole with Richard Forber alongside him on row 1. Luke Handley making his second appearance in the series. Third appearance, there we go. I don't remember him from the season opener at Brands Hatch, but I have slept since then. David Robb starting alongside him on row number 2. Then Morgan Root and Paul Maguire are together on row 3. Scott Parkin then on the 4th row of the grid. We've seen Scott racing a number of different cars over the years. He's got Tim Evans with him on row 4. Joe Weaver and Patrick Booth next on row 5. And then Paul Hoggins and Oliver Barsby will complete the field. Now, Oliver Barsby didn't complete 3 laps in qualifying, but he's been given permission to start from the back of the grid. So issues for the number 10 car in qualifying that hopefully have now been resolved. So, Scott, whilst we're waiting for the cars to be released onto the circuit, yeah, strong start to the season really for the TT Racing series. I first heard of this when it was just about to be announced at the back end of last year, and I have to say I immediately was impressed. I thought this was a really good idea. The big selling point really is the cost of it. It is not a particularly expensive way of going motor racing, and yet you look at the cars and they look professional, they're well prepared, they're quick, they make all the right noises, and they produce good quality racing.
And also as well, to give you some comparison, the STT40 that we have this weekend, I named that because, surprise, surprise, they have 240 brake horsepower. These cars have 250, basically, yes. And the 240s in particular are rockets in a straight line anyway, so that tells you a lot about how quick these cars, how much, to use the term, bang for your buck you get with these machines. But you have to, absolutely right, the first time I saw one of these literally in person was at Motorsport Days Live last year, and literally it was one of, if not the car of the exhibition, because there were so many people. I think they were practically sold out of test drives at Motorsport Days Live for these cars, and every single person who was, I was told, who got out of these cars had nothing but a massive smile on their face and nothing but good things to say about them. They are fantastic looking cars. I've said this to people internally, they look the part, they sound the part, and they race the part, because they're certainly excellent cars. The rear wing and the front split is all custom done by SW Motorsports. It was conceived by Sean Wood of SW Motorsports. He came up with the concept, put it to BRSCC. The club liked it and got it through there, and went out at a stage where in various levels of build, whether they're completed here on the grid or still in the early stages, there are some more than 40 build kits sold for these cars. Wow. And I'm certain that will still keep going on. I'm almost certain next year there'll be an application to put this in for a championship, because I'm certain there'll be even more cars ready to go. As you say, not as many as the first couple of rounds, but still 12 here. Others who just couldn't make the trip because they just wasn't either in their plans or was unable to make it. But I'm certain by the end of the season we'll be hopefully hitting 20 plus. But the cars we do have, particularly on a smaller circuit like this, should make some excellent racing. And I wouldn't surprise if local man Ross McCarr adds to a further Scottish flavour by taking victory here, provided he can keep Richard Forborough and Kurt Bay down towards turn 1. Yeah,
he was only half a tenth quicker than Richard in qualifying though, so it could be an entertaining battle between the two of them. We've seen in both races so far, the outside of row 1 has often been a good place to start. Let's see what happens then as the Audi TTs get ready to go racing. Lights out, away they go. Is it a good start made by Richard Forborough? It is, but not quite as good as Ross McCarr. So McCarr will lead them then down to the first corner. Behind though, that's Paul Maguire, who's made a demon start from the third row of the grid to jump into third, but then gets tapped sideways through the first corner. Around he goes. That was contact, I think, with Luke Handley, who then made secondary contact with the number 5, and around he goes. Bits of bodywork go flying, and that's a big shame for Paul Maguire, who had a really, really good launch off the line there, scrabbles for grip on the grass and gets the car moving again. Now, there doesn't seem to be too much damage, actually. I think they were glancing blows. If anything, more damage done to Luke Handley's car, so he came out worse from that as he now slips behind Scott Parkin in the number 6, and that was, I think, Morgan Root or David Robb, who was just ahead. In fact, Parkin, battling with Morgan Root there, the number 38 car, whilst Luke Handley tries to come back at them. So a lively start to the race. Unfortunate bit of contact there through the first couple of corners, but looks as though everyone's going to carry on. And a very wide understeery line taken there by Morgan Root as he accelerates up the hill. That didn't really work for him though, so Luke Handley gets alongside him. He's got the inside line towards Duffer's Dip. The leading 2 though, Scott, already 5 seconds clear of this.
Yeah, so those two making a break whilst this lot scrabble over positions. Looking around the outside there was Morgan Root using all of his mini experience to full effect here as he comes down, cascading through Duffer's Dip and Leslie's, chasing after Luke Handley, who car looking slightly battle scarred but pushing on. It doesn't look like it was more cosmetic damage than anything mechanical. And Scott Parkin thumping over that curve as he came through. It must have possibly caused him to miss the shift, because through goes Luke Handley. That severely killed Parkin's momentum over the crest there. Now he's getting back up to speed. It's stacking him up into Morgan Root on the exit of Clark's now as they go to the Hislops and see Morgan Root sniffing around to the back of Scott Parkin's car. But that car's pretty experienced already this season. It's done plenty of miles in TT Cup and also in the Club Sport Trophy this year as well. It actually has been, I think he even won a race at won a Club Sport race at Stetson. But now here it's defending from Morgan Root, with also in there to Tim Evans, who I think arguably is one man who's pretty much got literally more miles in a TT Cup racing car than anyone else, because he was built and drove the development car a few points last year, and that car still exists and goes out and does a few things, but still push on. This is here the 40 car of Joe Weaver. Now Joe is a very young, impressive carter who debuted at Donington Park. It was his first ever car race last time at Donington Park. Qualified well, got himself up to, I think, about 12th position in the second race he ever did, and certainly making some waves out of, I think, Super 1 karting has come out of, and certainly someone to watch out for. He's plotting to do a full season next year. So plenty of new drivers and this is a great thing about TT. It's bringing young drivers in with their first steps into car racing with a mix of very experienced, established names within the world of club and national motorsport who are experienced in these front-wheel drive cars. And it's one of their championships like City Car Cup and others where it doesn't matter your experience level or how much you've done, it brings all these different levels together to make a really diverse and exciting field of drivers.
Does indeed. We've lost David Robb, unfortunately, somewhere in the early stages. Didn't complete the opening lap, did David, but everyone else still circulating, even the battle-scarred car of Luke Handley, as we said. Paul Maguire also has continued, but is some way adrift of the rest of the field. Scott Parkin here, still under threat from Morgan Root as they turn their way through the first corner. Whilst at the head of the field, Ross McCarr is starting to make a bit of a break for it now. 1.5 seconds up the road from Richard Forber in second position. And then a further 5 seconds back to Luke Handley, who's now back into third place. Parkin fourth, Root in fifth position. That's the battle that we watch now between the two black cars. Scott Parkin turning his way through Clark, seen him racing VW Golfs in other series this year. He's also had a couple of appearances in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship over recent years, where he was very rapid indeed, and he's now under threat from Morgan, who looks to the outside of the dark side liveried car through the hairpin. The inside line prevails. Difficult place to get that switchback really through the final hairpin, because you're climbing so steeply uphill you can go in tight and still get the car stopped. There's a big chunk of bodywork there, I suspect, off Luke Handley's car, sat right on the racing line as they go over the top of the hill. Thankfully, this group of cars all managing just about to avoid it as the battle for fourth place continues to rage on. Over the curbs down at McIntyre's they go. Scott Parkin, I think, has learned his lesson from earlier laps, not using quite as much of the curb through the chicane anymore, and going all the faster for it.
Ooh, so much very way back. And that's Tim Evans who lost it over the chicane there, and he's now under threat from Joe Weaver as they come up towards the right-hander at Clark's. But notice with Scott Parkin's car, you must have set that suspension up a little bit softer, because every time that car goes over the bumps, it's bouncing around a lot over the bumps, particularly down the straight here when he's trying to get the car stopped. You see there, that just as under brakes there, at least the previous time he came across it over the bumps into the hairpin, the car was bouncing around like you're jumping on the bed. It was quite extraordinary to watch that as it was, but he's defending it quite well from Morgan Root now, who has stepped up from minis, so he's certainly using all that experience to full effect. And Luke Handley's car, even though it is got its right front sort of fender or wing kind of hang off, it's still got good pace in third place. Luke Handley debuted at the second round at Snetterton, had a couple of mechanical issues, but then came back at Donington Park, and he was that close to taking his first TT Cup win in his fourth run, his fifth ever race in the TTs, and then I think he got pipped by Ross Macker at the end, had stuck in second place, but he treated second place like a win. He was so delighted to get that victory. Again, you see a couple of cars pushing the limits a little bit much in some cases, but still doing a pretty fine job nonetheless. Yeah, out in front now, Ross Mack has pulled away from Richard Forber, who's had a couple of podiums so far this season, but Ross Macker is pretty much the man of the season so far. In fact, I suspect the only person that would come close to challenge him is the man who's not here, but actually over at a rather wet and soggy Snetterton at the moment. That's Andrew Dyer, who is racing City Car Cup and his own TT Cup. There are a couple of TTs who, those who aren't able to make the trip, have selected instead to have a go at the Supersport Endurance Cup race in a TT. So, but they'll be back out for the next one from Circuit Capital Park onwards. But there's a few good calibre drivers who are just starting to creep in here, and there are more good calibre drivers that I know of on the way that are going to the red line, including a couple who are very well versed in front-wheel drive cars. I'll let you ponder that one whilst the rest of the race goes on.
Interesting. Okay, well, it has attracted the attention of people up and down the motorsport ladder this series, as Scott was saying. So, look forward to seeing who will appear in the series in the future. We're nearly halfway through this race then, and Ross McCarr with this 2-second lead over Richard Forber. Luke Handley not really able to live with their pace, but then nor is he really falling into the clutches, particularly of Scott Parkin and Morgan Root. This looks like an entertaining battle though. Tim Evans, number 23, Joe Weaver, number 40, and Patrick Booth in the number 33, sort of Martini-esque livery on the number 33 car, which heads into the braking zone now at the final corner. And all of these cars very evenly matched under braking, although Patrick Booth, as I was about to make the point that it's difficult to outbrake somebody in these cars because they're all capable of braking at the same point, brakes massively later than Joe Weaver, who left the door invitingly open on the inside line and through slipped Patrick Booth. So Booth now into 7th place, and he will look to chase after Tim Evans now for position within the top 6 on the grid. and that will also be a battle for the Masters class lead as well. So the Masters class for drivers over the age of 45. Yep. And those are the two highest placed within this field. Looking for a class victory, and immediately Patrick Booth looks as though he's reeling in Tim Evans now as they turn through Clark's. He might even try a carbon copy of the move that he made on Joe Weaver a lap ago. Gets a good exit from the right-hander. Flat out now through the left-hand kink at his lobs. He's in the toe. He's looking to the inside, but Tim Evans puts up much more of a defence than Joe Weaver did a lap ago. Booth forced to go the long way round. Now, is that going to work? Probably not. He'll instead try and cut back to the late apex, but in the end, sort of bogs down. Oh, loses drive, does he? Was that a missed gear? Something very strange happened there to Patrick Booth. Joe Weaver gets straight back up the inside of it. It must have been a missed gear, as he was so keen to get on the power and nip back up the inside of the 23 car. So he ended up just losing speed on the exit of the corner. So through again will go the number 40, and Joe Weaver picks the place up that he lost a lap or so ago at the hairpin, and Patrick Booth has it all to do again.
So 6 minutes to go then, and we're trying to find momentum here. It's a big sideways moment again for Joe Weaver. They are really using the maximum amount of road possible, including all those curbs, and pushing as hard as they dare at the circuit like this. It's another one of those circuits where all circuits that are quick like this, you can't really take too many liberties, but it's another one where on particular corners, particularly in that chicane, if you kind of, go a bit too quickly or quicker than you think you can, go quicker than you can, it sometimes can spit you back out the other side, and you've got that huge gravel trap on the outside that we talked about earlier on that can spit you out pretty cleanly. Yeah, lots of oversteer overs, you certainly, particularly as the hairpin there for Patrick Booth. He chases after Joe Weaver. And Joe, I have to say, against somebody like Patrick, who is vastly experienced, he and Ross Macker and others who have been racing quite a lot for 4G racing, who are vastly experienced in doing some C1 racing, very experienced at MGs as well, and over the last few years too, doing pretty well. And Joe maybe used to have his karting experience there to try and dive up the inside, but I have to say, for a young kid, let's forget how many cars are in this race. He's currently in 8th place at the moment. As what was I saying about using all the curb and a bit more? Because Patrick Booth, the next one to gets a slightly better run through there. He used a bit more of the curb, but now he's certainly darting around to try and find the opening towards Clark's as Andy continues on in 3rd position. That battle for 4th continues to intensify, and I wonder if really he's going to tuck himself right into the slipstream to have a look into the Taylor's hairpin in a second, although Parkin senses it coming and goes to the middle of the road to defend the position.
He's very late on the brakes. I paused there because I was convinced that...
You literally sat back in your chair for a second thinking, is he going to get this stopped? I'm not sure.
He was so much later on the brakes than Morgan Root, which just... Morgan has been braking as late as Scott until that point, but it really did look as though he was going straight on, but Scott had it all in hand. Across the line they go again. 2 3/4 minutes still to go. I think there is a little bit of a timing issue here. Our timing screens are frozen in the commentary box. The time's still ticking down, but the lap times and... order not updating, but I don't believe there's been a change anywhere, certainly not between these two. Morgan Root just cannot find a way past Scott Parkin, who has figured out, hasn't he, the parts of the circuit where Morgan is stronger than him, and more importantly, he's figured out how to defend into that hairpin. It's at the exit of Clark's and then the run towards the final hairpin. That is really where Morgan Root is attacking, but Scott Parkin knows exactly where to place the car to defend.
But the trouble is, the more they keep on battling each other like this, the easier it is for Luke Hanley to keep on extending by a couple of tenths and hold on to that 3rd place. Ultimately, they've kind of run out to the point where they don't really have an ability to kind of work together, because they're at that point where really they're quite late in the race to be able to make that happen. So this is interesting at that point. Up now to the top of the hill. Unfortunately, TSL has decided to, I think, to take an unexpected pause, shall we say, at the time at the moment on that side. So we'll keep on showing what we can. Right, he's managed to revive it back to life on his laptop. So it is still Ross Mack who leads. Richard Forbo now has the fastest lap of the race last time around. So he's now put in a 59.285. And I also noticed that Booth has moved up, but he's not just past Joe Weaver. Like I saw in the background a couple of laps ago, he has also got past Tim Evans now up into 6th. Now, he's not going to catch these two, of course, for 4th and 5th, but even so, 6th place from where he was towards the back is certainly quite impressive as we come to the last couple of laps here. With about 2 laps to go, it looks as though, touch wood, that Ross Mack is on his way to become, I think, the second Scotsman in 3 races to take a bit of become a home race hero here as he come across the line. Forward trying to chase him down. As we come to the checkered flag at the end of this, it should be, I'm sure, hopefully, 4G Racing and Ross, fingers crossed, plain sailing to the checkered flag, as I have to head out to go and grab some stuff for the next race.
Yeah, absolutely. Ross McCarr then down the hill on his final lap around the Knockhill circuit then, and he got back out again to 2.5 seconds last time around, so just sort of stroking this one home now. And Ross McCarr with a relatively uncontested victory on it. It would have been interesting to see how much more of a fight he'd have had on his hands had Luke Handley not had that little tangle at the start of the race that he did. And it was with Paul Maguire, wasn't it? Because both of those two were quick. Maguire had made a good start. We know Handley had good pace. You have to imagine that car's not been handling quite as it should be after that point. Now, are we going to get a checkered flag this time? There are 5 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be touch and go. Do they show the checker? No. One more lap to be done by Ross McCarr. So Ross McCarr gets another time around the Knockhill circuit. 1.26 mile Knockhill circuit, which is, as we've said several times, a fantastic driver's circuit. Real commitment required, but a bit of a car killer as well, and that's been a real test for these new for 2023 Audi TTs. They have so far seemingly stood up to the test, really. That one retirement from this race, but everybody else, despite really abusing the curbs, managing to keep their cars circulating. If I had to say one retirement, no, we've got all 11 cars that started the race are still continuing to circulate. Headed by Ross McCarr, who turns out of the final corner, then up out of the hairpin and accelerates towards the timing line. A lights to flag victory then for Ross McCarr, who takes the checkered flag here at Knockhill. Congratulations to Ross then on the race victory and a winning margin in the end. At the end of that race of 5.5 seconds, because over the closing stages, Richard Forber really did back things off. Then it's Luke Handley in third, Scott Parkin with his hand out of the cockpit there, celebrating that defensive drive to 4th place, but a magnificent defensive drive it was. Morgan Root then comes home in 5th place, ahead of Patrick Booth, who gained some good ground there in the second half of the race to finish in 6th, and the rest of them all filing in behind. So Audi TT Cup racing here at Knockhill, with very good performance there from Ross McCarr. Now, the second race of the weekend, which comes tomorrow, I'll have to wait and see whether or not Ross can continue that dominant performance. They've got 3 races this weekend, the TTs, so the rest of them have got 2 opportunities to try and beat Ross to the checkered flag. And the field will get quicker and quicker, I'm sure, and hopefully more competitive as the drivers gain in experience of a track that, as we've said a few times, not many of them have a huge amount of experience at. So the Audis then head for the pit lane, a couple of them with some work to be done after the race, as Luke Handley there will have a bit of bodywork and a new headlight to be fitted to the right front corner of the car. And, he will, I'm sure, be helping the team with that as well, as they prepare overnight for the 2 races tomorrow. 3 more races still to come today. The Milltek Sports Civic Cup coming up next, followed by our 2 Fiesta Championships, as we've said. So we're going to expect a big grid of Civics after a very competitive qualifying session earlier on to put on quite the show in our next race here. And those of you who at this point normally would switch off the BRSCC stream to go and watch the Civic Cup on their own YouTube channel, you don't need to do that this weekend. All races, be they BRSCC, Civic Cup or TCR UK, are all live here on the TCR UK YouTube channel. So all in one handy place. Good to see a good number of you watching along as the day goes on. So we're waiting for Anthony to catch up then with our top 3 finishers, and we'll have them in Parc Fermé hopefully within the next minute or so, as we wind towards the end of our opening day of our Scottish adventure here with the BRSCC. Still those rain clouds keeping their distance, which is exactly what we want to see. Right then, Anthony Jordan is down in Parc Ferme, and he is now able to have a chat with our top 3 finishers. Anthony, over to you.
Thank you very much, Andy. Yes, down here in Parc Ferme with our race winner from that one, Ross. Well, Ross, what a race that was. You certainly look like you had that one under control, but certainly they look like a challenge, these TT cars.
I mean, yeah, it's a great championship. I've really been enjoying it. Under control, I think, is a very much an overstatement. I was being chased down the whole time. I thought I kept pushing the boundaries, going a little bit quicker, and he was right there with me. And then my brakes started to fade a little bit, and I was getting worried, so I was braking a bit earlier for the hairpin, and I seen him catching me little by little, but then I think he was pushing his brakes pretty hard as well, and he had a big lock-up or big brake fade into the hairpin, and then after that I think everyone just calmed down a bit, and yeah, then it was a sigh of relief for me, but yeah, he kept me honest the entire way. I could not make a mistake, and around this circuit, that's tricky.
Yeah, it certainly is, and the Knockhill circuit certainly is a favourite amongst a lot of drivers. How does this circuit rate on your favourites around the country?
It's right up there. It's definitely top 3. I like some of the shorter circuits like Brands Hatch, but Knockhill's got a place in my heart, obviously from Scotland, but the track is just, it's got the right amount of change in height, blind corners, you name it, it's got it, and it's good in both configurations, clockwise and anti-clockwise if you get the chance.
Well, still a solid drive from you. Are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, it should be wet, I think. We'll see how that goes. No one, I think, has raced these cars in the wet, so that'll be a new experience for everyone, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, that should be a challenge. Looking forward to it as well. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Excellent stuff there. Let's chat to second place, who is just also getting interviewed at the moment. Let's talk to Richard Forber, who at the moment is just a little busy. Well, I'll let him finish his last question at the moment. As you can see, their third place just pulling into the pit lane at the moment. Mr. Handley, Luke Handley. Right, Richard, thank you so much. I didn't want to tear you away from that interview for another one. This one's live, though, so we take priority. Richard, solid drive from you on that one. Certainly, Knockhill is a favourite track amongst a lot of people. How does it rank for you?
Yeah, it's like I was just saying, it's like a theme park going around here, you know. It's yeah, it's a mega track. First time here. Was testing on Thursday, had a day off on Friday. And then yeah, we've come out and done what we've done, and I'm absolutely made up, to be honest. Last 3 laps, last 3 laps I basically had ABS kicking in, and I couldn't stop the car into the last. So good job Ross was actually a little bit in front of me, otherwise I'd have been T-bone steak in the side of him, you know.
Yeah, that could have been a bit of a disaster for you. So a bit of work to do then on the car overnight for ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, maybe. I'm not too sure. Maybe something with the ABS. But yeah, we'll just have to look into it.
Yeah, certainly we'll have to look into that one. But the car's looking lovely. Brilliant result for yourself. And yeah, tomorrow's a new day.
It's where the Duranza car needs to be, and that's where it is. So thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Well done, Richard. Let's chat to our man in third place, Luke Handley, on this one, who I think at the moment is actually having quite a heated debate at the moment. So we'll probably cut there. Well, let's quickly chat. He's come over now. Luke, well, certainly having a moment there, and yeah, talk us about that start, because it certainly was an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, we need to obviously go up and see the clerk and everything, but from my perspective, obviously damage on both sides. I basically got squeezed at the front, I couldn't go anywhere, so somebody's got to give, innit? And obviously it's the car in the middle, so luckily the scrutineer let me carry on, because I didn't realise how bad it was with the wing hanging off and everything, but yeah, still third, hopefully, after the decision, but we shall see.
Let's see. Congratulations, mate. Well done. We'll turn our attention now very quickly. It's time. It's the Milltek Sport Civic Cup. It's coming up next.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much, Anthony. Cars then leaving the pit lane now, making their way around on their green flag lap for the Milltek Sport Civic Cup round to the grid. Now, I believe this will be the green flag lap, so I'll rattle through the grid now if I can, with Alistair Camp due to line up, as I said, on pole. He will have Jack Harding alongside him. Jack Harding, if you're just joining us and you missed qualifying, back in the series after his old car was written off after that nasty accident that he had at Alton Park. Then row number 2 for Dan Thackeray and Max Edmondson. Max Edmondson, always an exciting driver to watch. The third row then shared by Liam McGill and Ryan Bensley. Bensley a winner Croft a couple of rounds ago, while Sam Kirkpatrick and Will Redford will share row number 4. Row 5 then for Harvey Caton and Alex Kite. 6th row for Dan McDonald and Morgan Bailey. Morgan Bailey a lot further down the order than he really should be. Row 7 for Jack Riddell and Owen Hillman. And On the 8th row, Travis Chapman and Dave Marshall. Row 9 then for Tommy Knight and Andy Wheatley. Row 10, Jordan Brennan, birthday boy yesterday, Jordan Brennan and Mark Hughes, with Simon Welch, Jackson White and Anthony Gannon completing the 23-car grid. Championship-wise then, coming into this Knockhill weekend that marks the midway point of the Milltek Sports Civic Cup, Alistair Camp enjoys a 30-point championship lead over Will Redford, but Will Redford didn't qualify all that well. Dan Thackeray and Jack Harding 3rd and 4th in the championship, though, did have a reasonably good qualifying effort, so we'll see how much, if any, ground they are able to gain. So Andy McEwen joined once again by Anthony Jordan now in the warmth of the commentary box. It's going to get a bit chilly out there now, mate.
It's getting a bit chilly, and I've got to say, those dark clouds are certainly looming. So it is going to be a very interesting set of races, but I'm really looking forward to this one. 15 minutes of pure Honda Civic action.
Indeed. Never seen a boring Civic Cup race. That's what we always say, and I don't think we're about to either. Alistair Camp then and Jack Harding. How much would it mean to Jack Harding to make it back onto the podium on his return to the series? Maybe even grab a race victory. Let's see then what happens. The lights go out. We're away and racing here at Knockhill. Good start made by Camp there from the inside line. Harvey Caton's on the grass further down the order and can't get the car under control. Still hasn't got back on the track. What is going on? Harvey Caton mowing an absolute tram line down the grass. I've no idea how he got there, or then why he couldn't get back onto the road, but he plunges to the back of the field as the race leaders make their way down the hill. Jack Harding's been overtaken, look, by Dan Thackeray, so Harding down into 3rd place, but it's Camp who leads them over the hill through the chicane for the first time.
Yeah, good start then from the rest of the field, but yeah, Caton there, he just could not get back onto the track, could he? A little bit defensive in the background there, everyone making it in through the first couple of corners nice and clean. But so far, it's all action at the front, as right now it's still developing. Lots of time to go in this race, but right now it's just been chopping and changing.
Jordan Brennan there defending the inside line, but ultimately I think about to lose a place as they make their way towards the hairpin. Bit of squeezing going on. Jordan won't appreciate that. Speaking of squeezing, up the inside there went, that was the 82 car, wasn't it? Sorry, 62 of Liam McGill trying to gain ground, and Will Redford charging round the outside of Morgan Bailey all over the grass as they went over the top of the hill. Camp leads, Thackeray 2nd, 3rd place there for Harding. Thackeray, a big slide there from 2nd place. Let's hope he got that gathered up. I think he did somehow. Redford is still on the outside of Morgan Bailey, now gets his elbows out, takes the place away. This is proper Civic Cup racing.
Yes, it is there. Look at them dancing down the hill there. So close all the way throughout, but look at this one. My eyes are going to be on Liam McGill on this one, the local lad, and it just, you'd hate to see a move like that.
That was Alex Kite, I think, getting it all sorts of wrong through the chicane. Cold rear tyres still. Takes them a couple of laps to build up the temperature in those rear tyres, and you can see them really struggling for that right now. Dave Marshall here defending as he heads into the run at the final corner, whilst further up the road the battles rage on for podium places. Alistair Camp not really getting away from Thackeray here, then Harding, then Edmondson, then Bentley in 5th, Liam McGill even 6th, Will Redford 7th, and that is a bit of extra aerodynamics. No, that's number 80, I think, isn't it, for Andy Wheatley. Yeah, further back, so a bit of extra rear downforce on his car.
Yeah, I was going to say that rear spoilers come out for him. DRS.
Yes, although possibly not assisting his chances of overtaking on this occasion. So it's been a lively opening few laps, that much we can say. Things perhaps just starting to settle down a little bit now. But Alistair Camp, I've been intrigued to see here, Anthony, whether that small pace advantage that he had in qualifying is going to translate into an easy race victory. At the moment, all signs point to no.
Well, yeah, no, that is going to be an interesting one, but right now he's doing what he needs to do. He's just focusing on that one. Camp, on the other hand, he's doing exactly what he needs to do now. Great start, getting away. It's about half a second, but, you know, we'll see what this one under braking there. McGill, keep an eye on Liam. He's so committed under braking here. He looked to the outside there of Bentley. But Ryan Bensley doing exactly what he needs to do. He's going to have to go defensive here in towards turn 1, I think, as off the track goes Dave Marshall, and Marshall will not like that.
With a bit of assistance from one of the Pro Alloys cars. I won't attempt to point the finger because there are far too many of them to narrow that down, but there's definitely a bit of leading going on there. Down the hill goes Ryan Bensley, then he's really turning into a proper little driver now, is Ryan Bensley. Not one to back down from a fight, nor is Morgan Bailey, who throws it up the inside of Sam Kirkpatrick. That was, the number 4. So Kirkpatrick's already... no, Bailey's gained 2 places, hasn't he? He's ahead of Kirkpatrick and Alex Kite now into 8th position, whilst Liam McGill continues to chip away here at Ryan Bensley for 5th.
Yeah, he's getting very close here. I suspect we might see a dive down the inside into the final corner of Taylor's, but I don't think he's close enough this time around. But keep keep an eye on it because Bensley is going defensive into the final corner, so he won't get the best exit out of it. Can McGill get the switch over? No, he can't. He has to stay behind. So, again, still very close, and it's still kicking off in the background here. Is that Bensley still making the moves there as well?
Yeah, Bensley still fending off Liam McGill. One of the Pro-Alloys cars, maybe Owen Hillman that was, I think, kicking up the dirt coming out of the final turn. Alistair Camp is now starting to pull away. Oh, that
is that Camp?
It is! That's the race leader! What was I about to say? Alistair Camp has thrown it away from the race lead. He just put in a new fastest lap of the race. He was 3/4 of a second up the road from Dan Thackeray, and all of a sudden he's off the road. So Alistair Camp with a big moment, and he has plunged down the order. Up the inside, he might lose another place now to Liam McGill, who knows he needs to pounce immediately with Alistair Camp knocked out of his rhythm, and he's now got Will Redford right behind him. So Thackeray takes over the race lead, Jack Harding back into second place, and that, Anthony, changes everything.
Well, that must have been a mistake through Leslie's then. The back must have just kicked out on him, and he overcorrected and thrown it away, but it was off camera, so we've got no idea. But wow, we've never seen that from Camp before.
I can count on the fingers of one hand the amount of solo mistakes I've seen Alistair Camp make over the years, and in fact probably only one or two at that. So that is a very rare moment indeed, and it now means that Dan Thackeray, one of his championship rivals, inherits the lead of the race. Jack Harding, another of his championship rivals, moves into second, and Alistair Camp now has his work cut out. 6th place he sits in right now, but looking quite frankly to still be in the race at all. That is a not nice place to lose control, and thankfully able to slide his way back onto the track. The car looks absolutely fine. He's settling back into the rhythm, whilst ahead, Anthony, the battle for second now starts to develop. Jack Harding versus Max Edmondson.
Yeah, that's looking close, and here already Harding's going to go defensive into the final hairpin, and keep an eye on this one because, well, is that Harding going slow?
Oh, it is. That's Jack Harding slowing from second place then. That is heartbreaking stuff as Liam McGill arrives at the hairpin quite a bit faster than the cars around him, but ultimately not able to gain a place. But what a heartbreak for Jack Harding. This brand new car that's been made ready just in time for the weekend. They've done a bit of testing. He'd struggled with a couple of things, but really qualified well. And sadly, he is in the pit lane now. A non-finish here. Not the end of his championship hopes, but it certainly does him absolutely no favours at all. There, meanwhile, is Dan McDonald dropping down the hill up into 9th place as a result of the demise of Jack Harding. But they're all now starting to make it rather easy for Dan Thackeray.
They are. He's been gifted this one. A lot of dust up in the background there. Drivers testing the track limits to their best of their ability. But, you know, this is certainly interesting for the top runners, though. There is off the track. Who's that? It's the number 24 that's gone off.
Tommy Knight.
Tommy Knight, yeah, it is, yeah. So, again, all of them just testing those track limits.
Yes, that's one way of putting it. Ryan Bensley defending from Liam McGill. Alistair Camp in behind. This is all now over a podium place, of course, and that's not going to work out for McGill. He gets hung out to dry by Bensley, and that is all the invitation Alistair Camp needed to try and get up the inside. So the fight back begins now for Alistair Camp, although actually didn't quite have the momentum over the crest of the hill, and so stays in behind the number 62 machine. Dan Thackeray 1.7 seconds up the road then. Edmondson second, Bensley third, McGill fourth, Camp fifth, Will Redford there in sixth. That's the group on your screen. And then Morgan Bailey, 7th place. Morgan, remember, started a disappointing 12th. He's picked his way through the drama pretty well and is up into the top 7 for Morgan Bailey. No idea what that was, by the way, down at the end of Sector 1. Someone was in the gravel.
Yeah, someone. Again, we're not sure who. Crack commentary team here for you, ladies and gents. Yeah, but this is certainly getting interesting here because McGill is all over the back of Bensley. Once again, Bensley going defensive into the hairpin. In fact, he might go for a move here on Edmondson. No, he can't. Alistair Camp switches to the outside here. He's alongside McGill. Is he going to go around the outside through the final corner? It's a risky move. He gets squeezed onto the gravel, but he has got the momentum. But he's going to have to hold it here. It's now a drag race to the start-finish line and down in towards turn number 1. But it's side-by-side Camp and McGill. Who's going to be the later of the two breakers?
Oh, it would be a risk here for the championship leader to try and go around the outside. He's exactly what he's going to do. Fantastic driving from Alistair Camp. No, it's not over yet. Back up the inside goes McGill, and he'll sweep back ahead. Tremendous racing there at the very same corner that Camp threw away the race lead earlier on. He braved it out round the outside, but Liam McGill was not going to let that place go without a fight. So McGill stays in 4th position. That is some of the best side-by-side racing you will see anywhere.
That was absolutely fantastic there from Liam. Full commitment there with the championship leader. Remember, Liam's really a guest into this weekend. You know, he's only appeared at Croft. He wants to come back in 2024, and he's certainly showing the championship leader this time around who's boss, as they both go absolutely tooth and nail into that final hairpin once again. This time, they're not going side by side, and for creature comforts, Camp goes wide once again.
Yes, let's hope they're not monitoring track limits there, because he's done that a couple of times, I've noticed. Dan Thackeray then leads, Max Edmondson second, but he's now got some questions to answer from Ryan Bensley. Ryan Bensley, I keep labouring this point, but I'm so impressed with the way that he's driving this year. Always has been a regular sort of top 6 runner or so, but now every race seems to be up there fighting for podiums, and he's catching Max Edmondson at the moment, was quicker than him on the previous lap, although just drops a little bit of time through the first sector on this, the 10th lap of the race. Disappointingly, only 5.5 minutes of racing to go, and Max Edmondson looking to try and hang on to second position. They've got Liam McGill now coming after them as well, so McGill suddenly, having fended off Alistair Camp, Anthony, has found an extra turn of speed himself.
Yeah, he has, so certainly he's got some waft out there. He certainly knows his way around this Knockhill circuit. Let's just see if he can keep that up, because there is still 5 minutes to go in this race, and as we know from every previous Civic race that we have commentated on, it can all go wrong.
Indeed so. You never quite know what's round the corner, and this one in particular has proven that point, really. Never would have predicted Alistair Camp sliding off the track from the race lead, and unfortunately, unless he finishes on the podium, we won't hear from him exactly what happened. But Dan Thackeray had a bird's eye view of that, and perhaps can fill in some of the blanks for us. He is 1.6 seconds up the road then from this three-way fight for second place. Max Edmondson, Ryan Bensley and Liam McGill getting quicker as the laps go by.
So close to that gravel then, as a check down the inside there going into Clark's, not close enough for an attack, but certainly he could have a run here once again into the final corner. Remember, McGill very experienced around the Knockhill circuit. It's a local circuit for him, so he knows how to pedal the car around here. And right now Edmondson, look at that, going defensive into the hairpin.
Yeah, Max Edmondson, first time really that we've seen him having to do that. It's McGill who's got the better exit from the hairpin, but nowhere to go with it. And as they accelerate up over the top of the hill, it is nose to tail then. Second, third, fourth, and maybe now fifth place. Alistair Camp starting to get himself back into the picture. Cars booking and weaving there as they dive onto the brakes through Duffers Dip, plunge downhill, and is that McGill looking to the inside of Bensley? Bensley now having to defend, and that takes some of the pressure away from Edmondson.
It does. It's really just a back and forth here between this group, isn't it? But it's certainly allowed Camp to close back in. Alistair, who's just there in the background, now has an opportunity to gain several positions here. I mean, he's got Will Redford just behind his teammate, and you know, Will took his first win at Alton Park, so he certainly wants to prove that he's still got that pace. It wasn't just a one-off. You know, he wants to do more in this one, and he certainly is showing that. He's only 4 seconds off the race lead, only a few seconds off this one as well.
Onto the brakes, through the hairpin, 3.5 minutes to go, and the dynamic just shifting now slightly from Edmondson being under threat to now Bensley having to watch his mirrors, but it is a difficult place to overtake. You've got to be really decisive with a move or force a mistake out of the car ahead, and Ryan Bensley not really making any mistakes for the time being. Down into the first corner, Edmondson getting closer and closer to that bit of grass every time he turns into Duffers Dip. Drops down through Leslie's into the right-hander at McIntyre's. Alistair Camp taking a very early apex there. Tons of curb on the inside line, but just can't find a way through.
No, he can't. Edmondson is so quick through McIntyre's between these three, but then these three really close in. It was a great exit again there from McGill, who's got the fastest lap of the race, but he just can't get the waft out of it enough to get alongside. So it's just that he's in that tricky section here where he's got good exit speed out of the corners, but he's lacking in that top end.
Yeah, he is a little bit, isn't he? But McGill sensible there, really, not to try and get up the inside of Clark's. That would have just delayed them all, and he focused instead on trying to get the run towards the hairpin. He's still harrying Ryan Bensley now. All the while, Dan Thackeray continues to pull away. 1.8 seconds was the lead. It's still 1.8 seconds, but that's fine. All he needs to do is match the pace of the cars behind him, and he's going to be able to claim another race victory. Through Duffers Dip, the rest of them go again. Dan Thackeray already twice a winner this season. Yeah. He's just been a bit up and down, really, hasn't he? If he's not been winning, he's not really been on the podium at all. So Thackeray getting some much-needed points potentially. The question is, who joins him on the podium and in what order?
That is an excellent question, because it is still kicking off here, and McGill again just running that little bit wide there. He's got to be so careful with these track limits. They will bite him if he's not careful, as Camp also going a little bit wide there. He's in the same boat here. I don't think we've had any come through just as of yet for any of our drivers, so I think they're all in clean water here, as both Edmondson and McGill going defensive here into the final corner. Camp with a big lunge around the outside just hasn't got the power to get it done, and I think again runs slightly wide. 1 minute 20 to go, 90 seconds left on the clock. Thackeray still leads this one, but it's still so close for that battle for second place. You just can't take your eyes off it right now.
You get the sense, don't you, that if Bensley has a pop at Edmondson, that will sort of trigger some action behind. We nearly got some action behind anyway, as Alistair Camp just sort of tentatively stuck his nose up the inside of Liam McGill, who then immediately pulls to defend into McIntyre's. But yeah, if Bensley and Edmondson start battling, that will back them up properly then into McGill and Camp, and we could have all sorts of action in the closing stages. Now, though, it's McGill who's on his toes, forcing a defensive move out of Bensley. Now, that's good news for Liam. It means that he's got a chance to carry good speed off the exit of the corner. Never mind, misses the apex by a country mile and opens the door for Alistair Camp, who makes the easiest pass that he'll make all weekend.
Yeah, I don't think McGill will be happy with that one. I mean, it ran a little bit wide, you know, it is what it is. He was squeezed to the outside, and yeah, that was the line he had to take. So great eyes there from Alistair Camp, taking full advantage of the situation and gaining another place back.
Yeah, it's difficult to run around the outside at Clark's because it is a little bit of adverse camber there, and once you get onto that outside line, you're on the dirty side of the road, and understeer will arrive. That is the 727 car off the road. Jackson White, yeah, one of the many Pro Alloys cars, and that, I think, yes, is down in the dip at Leslie's, isn't it, on the run out of Duffus Dip, past which has just gone Dan Thackeray for what will be the final time of asking. After all the early action, he has checked out in front, and a third victory of the season is now surely coming his way into Clark's for the final time.
You know, I was talking about no one in the top section has received any track limits. Your man, Alistair Camp, has just been pinged for it.
Yeah, well, I do hope that the massive moment that he had earlier on in the lead didn't count as exceeding track limits, because quite frankly, there was no advantage to be gained there, but we shall wait and see. Anyway, that will now change the order slightly, but not for the top three, because it will be a victory for Dan Thackeray, his third race win of 2023 of the championship battle once more. He claims victory, then second goes to Max Edmondson, third Ryan Bensley, and Liam McGill will get back into fourth after the track limits penalty for Alistair Camp, and because it was so tightly bunched behind him, that will drop him a number of places. Morgan Bailey goes fifth from 12th on the grid. Fantastic performance that from Morgan Bailey. Alex Kite 6th, 7th Sam Kirkpatrick, and Alistair Camp only 8th at the flag, with Dan McDonald and Will Redford to complete the top 10. So Alistair Camp is going to lose a chunk of championship points there. He arrived into this race with the points lead, remember, and actually once the dropped scores had been calculated, he was a single point behind Jack Harding, so Camp will move ahead of Harding, but he was 13 points ahead of Dan Thackeray. So Thackeray gets 40 for the win, and Alistair Camp for 8th place. I think that gives Thackeray the championship lead, but of course that will now become a drop, I would have thought, for Alistair Camp. So what I'll do is I'll let someone smarter than myself work out the championship standings once the drop scores are calculated, and we'll get back to you a little bit later on. Do head over to the Milltek Sports Civic Cup social media pages for updates on that, whilst we can confirm that it was Dan Thackeray who won the race for Motion Motorsport. Area Motorsports Max Edmondson second, and Pro Alloys Racing's Ryan Bensley makes it 3 different teams on the podium. Liam McGill came home in 4th ahead of Morgan Bailey 5th, Alex Kite was 6th, then Sam Kirkpatrick 7th, Alistair Camp in 8th, Dan McDonald 9th, Redford completes the top 10 ahead of Jack Riddell, Jordan Brennan, Owen Hillman and Dave Marshall. Then 15th place for Travis Chapman, Harvey Caton 16th. I'd love to know what happened to him at the start of the race, but it absolutely ruined his afternoon, and he ends up 16th after a promising qualifying. Mark Hughes 17th, Simon Welsh 18th, then Andy Wheatley and Jackson White complete the top 20. Tommy Knight was 21st, whilst Anthony Gannon and Jack Harding, I think I'm right in saying, were both not running at the flag. No, Gannon was, but 3 laps down after a couple of visits to the pit lane. Jack Harding, as we saw, retired to the pit lane, and that's a real shame for Jack. That will be his third non-finish of the season, third non-finish in a row, in fact, and that does now have a pretty adverse effect on his points scoring ability, because his 2 drop scores had already been used. Another non-score was pretty much the end of his realistic championship hopes, but you never know. Seen some strange things happen over the years in Civic Cup racing, and it can very easily go the way of Jack Harding through the second half of the year. We still have, remember, a lot more racing to be done. The next 2 rounds of the Milltek Sport Civic Cup are both triple headers as well. So 3 races here at Knockhill, 3 races at Cadwell Park, and then 3 on the national circuit at Silverstone before the finale at Brands Hatch. Just the 2 races there, but plenty more races, plenty more point scoring opportunities. And as we just saw from Alistair Camp, these things can happen even to the very best. And if Alistair and the others were to have a bit of bad luck in the second half of the season, Jack Harding may not yet be out of it. Well, that was typically exciting Milltek Sport Civic Cup racing action. If you're tuning in specifically for the Civic Cup, then you'll be glad to know there are 2 more races to come this weekend for the Hondas. They will be out tomorrow at about 11:20 in the morning. Their second race of the weekend, that will be the reversed grid race as well, so that should be very exciting. And then their third and final race of the weekend at about 4:10. So that's how the Civic Cup schedule looks for the rest of the 2 days here at Knockhill. And we have 2 4 Fiesta Championship races still to come your way today, the ST240s and the ST150s to complete the day here at Knockhill. We come back and do it all over again tomorrow. Worth noting as well that the Paul Winfield Trophy in that race was won by Max Edmondson. The Goodyear Diamond Award winner was Mark Hughes. The Paul Winfield Trophy is for drivers who hadn't had a podium before the season started, and the Goodyear Diamond Award is for drivers over the age of 45. So to some classes both producing, well, not new winners. Max Edmondson's definitely had success in the Paul Winfield Trophy before, and I am pretty sure that we've had Diamond Award wins for Mark Hughes as well. So a familiar pair of names making their way to the top step of that particular class podium. But it's the overall podium where most of our attention was focused, quite rightly so, in that one, because that was another barnstorming Milltek Sport Civic Cup race, and the second and third races of the weekend later on tomorrow are going to be well worth tuning in for. Right then, let's head down to Parc Ferme, where we've got quite a few stories to be told, I think, and a few questions to be answered after another exciting round at the Milltek Sport Civic Cup.
Thank you very much, Andy. Yes, here with our race winner, Dan Thackeray. Well, Dan, solid performance from yourself. Slightly gifted the win on that one, but still, mega drive from you.
Yeah, I mean, the dream off the start, the plan was to get into second, hopefully, and follow Campy through the first couple of corners and then just see where we were. I think we're 2 or 3 laps behind Ali. I could see we had a tiny gap to Jack behind, so I thought, right, we can have a good race now. And I thought just key to put the pressure on him. I felt like I had good pace behind him, and he just caught those curbs on turn 1, just unsettled the car. I mean, we've all done it, and unluckily for him, it happened in a race. So gifted, yes, the lead, and then I just had to consolidate it and put some fast laps in, because I know the boys behind are quick, and try and bring it home.
Yeah, luckily for you as well, they were also battling for position, so effectively just, yeah, do what you did, and you certainly got away with it. But solid chunk of points for yourself, certainly looking good for tomorrow as well. Tomorrow is another story. The car, I'm guessing you're absolutely fine with it. It'll be just check a couple of things and, yeah, ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I felt like I was due a bit of luck after what happened in the last meeting, so I'll take it however it comes. Yeah, Motion have made me a great car. I mean, it's been great today. I think quality was just so tight, it could have been either of us 3 at the front, so to bring home P1's amazing. P10 tomorrow start, no idea where we'll get. I mean, as you see, the train of cars, everyone's so close. I'll do my best and hope to get as far forward as I can.
Solid drive, well done.
Cheers, thank you.
Excellent stuff. I think we might be running out a bit of time here. I don't think we've got time to talk to Max or to Ryan or to Mark, unfortunately for them, but certainly a solid result from our Milltek Sport Civic Cup drivers. There is more races to go. We turn our attentions now to the Fiesta Cup that will be heading out onto the circuit, so we'll head back to Andy McEwen in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Joined once more by Scott Woodwis for our final 2 races of the weekend. Getting ahead of myself.
We're not there yet.
No, definitely not. And for that, I'm very grateful. Of the day here at Knockhill, the Fiesta ST240s and then the 150s will be out to complete the day. 240s then making their way around on the green flag lap. John Cooper managed to nab the pole position after qualifying earlier on this morning, and he will have alongside him Matt Luff. Now, Matt Luff is the reigning Civic Cup champion. I think it's fair to say he's had a baptism of fire moving into the ST240s this season, has found the transition from the Civics to the Fiestas a bit more challenging perhaps than he anticipated, but well, based on the evidence of qualifying, he seems to be getting his head around it now, and that is exactly what we hope to see. He's a very talented driver, Matt Luff, and he is going to be starting from the outside of row number 1. Row 2 then will be William Kellett, relation to Alistair, presumably. His son, yeah, there we go. And he will share, appropriately, that second row with his father, Alistair. Then Zach Lucas and Simon Horrobin together on row 3. Row 4, Albert Webster and Connor Blackburn. 5th row then for Morgan Kidd and Barry John McHenry. 6th row, Joseph Knight, ex-Fiesta Junior runner, and Gary Miller, with Sean Reynolds and Caitlin May together on row 7. And the back row of the grid, Archie Johnson and Marco Ricci. And having now told you what the grid is, we can show you the grid on the grid graphic. So John Cooper and Matt Luff very evenly matched in qualifying, only a 10th or so in it. And it's going to be a fascinating battle, this, at the front, with Matt Luff looking for that first victory in the ST240 Championship. And, well, it's funny, isn't it? You turn up at a track like Knockhill, which, to my knowledge, Matt has only raced at, I think, once before, back in his Ginetta Junior days. And a track that, as we know, is an incredibly challenging one to wrap your head around, and yet here he comes, and suddenly something clicks, and he's on the front row.
Yeah, he's been getting stronger and stronger in this championship. Of course, plenty of front-wheel drive experience, having, as you say, won that epic finale in last year's Civic Cup? No, it wasn't last year. It was last year.
Yeah.
It was, yeah. But who can forget that, given that was, he started the weekend in that particular championship, the last lap, basically third of the championship, ended it victorious with half a car on the front of it. So Matt's been getting in front. I want to talk about John Cooper, though, because I think with John Cooper, and I don't mean to laugh at all, but this man's had all the luck, and it's all bad so far this season. And case in point, particularly at Alton Park, where at one point literally had a wheel fall off. And He was one of those weekends where he was getting pretty fed up with the fact he's having so much bad luck. So thankfully, it's turned a corner, hopefully, or at least he's given a glimpse of it turning a corner, and he's taken pole here. He went here very strongly last year. I think he won a race last year here at Knockhill, so he is quite well averse to this circuit. Matt Luff, of course, on the front. William Kellett's also won a race here in the ST240. So the fact he's also out-qualified his former champion dad, Alistair, and these two, of course, are well averse before they came into Fiestas. William, in fact, before he came into doing the more UK Fiestas, he's done a lot of racing over in Irish Fiestas, both I think in ST150s and at least in the Irish Z-Techs, which themselves are quite a bonkers championship themselves. I remember the years when he used to come across and support the Formula Ford Festival, and I mean some nice as possible. Well, I don't mean to be insult at all, but they get literally all of 50 metres, and 3 would be on their route, 2 would be in the gravel, and 1 would be facing the wrong way. But it would be fantastic entertainment nonetheless, and it was magnificent. So he's had quite a cut and thrust education in Fiestas, and of course Alice has got to try and chase after. Want to watch also Champions League coming into the weekend at Albert Webster, took his first victory at Alton Park, albeit inherited after a time penalty for Simon Horrobin, but nonetheless he'll want to try and capitalise as much as he can, starting back in 7th on the grid. So he's got some work to do, but if he can work his way to the front and get a good result, it might well help solidify his championship lead, provided he can get himself to the front and try and get in front of some of this lot.
Yeah, he's, 25 points clear of Alistair Kellett at the moment in the championship, but we'll see what that is at the end of the race. It's been one of those days today where championship leaders have been underperforming, and some of those who needed good results have been able to get them across some of the other races. So who knows, maybe the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship is going to produce a similar kind of storyline. So John Cooper then, the red number 80 car to the left of shot. On the right is Matt Luff in the blue number 72, and then William Kellett, and Alistair Kellett together on row number 2 there, with the white car being William and the blue and silver with the yellow highlights being Alistair Kellett. Bit of a delay here, I think, in getting the grid fully formed after 2 green flag laps have been granted for the Fiesta ST240s. These cars running on slick tyres, remember, so the only other category really here this weekend, apart from TCR, running on full slick racing tyres, and the extra green flag lap is needed to generate enough tyre temperature in the rubber. Right then, red lights go out, away we go, and who's going to make the best start from the front row? It's pretty even, actually. It looks as though John Cooper will hold on to a slender advantage. Luff there slots in behind him in second place, then side by side for third between William and Alistair Kellett, and William on the inside will prevail. Big sideways moment there for Zach Lucas on cold tyres, and an even bigger moment behind. Two cars have gone around towards the tail end of the order and clatter into each other. One of them, I think, is Caitlin May, potentially.
No, I think. No, it's Morgan Kidd.
Yes.
That's different because she's leading the club class. So she's someone to watch out for. Morgan Kidd getting caught up, and she's got one of her club class competitors, Sean Reynolds. The two of them have come together, so the pink Fiesta in trouble already at this early point in time. That will give the advantage in the club class initially, I think, now to possibly Connor Blackburn, who could be the top one. Yes, he is. He's up there behind Albert Webster now as they come out of the right-hander at Clarkson up towards the hairpin once again. Also, Joseph Knight's got some work to do. He's fallen back a few spots, trying to get up the order. Battles to plenty into the hairpins. Matt Luff under threat from Alistair Kelly. He's got ahead of William, and also a fast start from Simon Horrobin. He's on his toes too. He's on the back of William to try and get fourth. So John Cooper will lead the opening lap. It's going to be side by side for second and for fourth. Drag race down towards the right hand of Duffus Dip, but it's Kellett's got the outside line. But Luff, with all his front-wheel drive Civic experience, might try and stick it round the outside or go for the switchback. Either way, he's nibbling away at the rear bumper as he tries to go for the cutback, and now he's literally in a Kellett sandwich. He's got Alistair behind and William in front. William behind it, Alistair in front of it. Zach Lucas almost going off into the gravel to end his race early. But these Fiestas make a pretty impressive side already in this second lap or so. These are, I've always done this thing with these STT40 since they came in as an imitation when they've been developed in 2020. These cars look and race like proper little mini touring cars, don't they?
They really, really do, and that's always been really the ethos of Ford Fiesta racing for the last couple of decades or more. We've had some fantastic touring car racing talent have made their way through Fiesta racing, and I'm sure we're watching some very talented drivers that we'll be talking about for a long time on the grid here today. So we had the change for second then. Alistair Kellett ahead of Matt Luff. That moment for Zach Lucas, by the way, that he spotted, has given Albert Webster a free place. He's up into sixth place, and he's now actually up the inside of, was almost getting ahead of Simon Horrobin, but then weirdly, he must have missed a gear or something, because Zach Lucas gets back alongside him, nips to the inside, goes back through, and reclaims fifth place. Can Webster fight back, though, into the braking zone at McIntyre's? He's on the inside line, and yes, he will get the better of Zach Lucas in the end, and moves back into fifth spot. So Albert Webster making good progress, 2 places gained from his starting position, bounces over the gravel. So too, I think, ahead of him did Simon Horrobin, though, and so actually that is the gap that reduces. Simon Horrobin under pressure from Webster as they hop and bobble their way over the curb at Clark's and make their way towards the end of another lap.
That's a Simon Horrobin, ever since these STT40s have come in, he's had a real resurgence in his pace, because he's been a loose championship contender as Zach Lucas just dares to break about, what, 100 metres later than anyone else, and goes down the outside of Albert Webster and holds on to the place. And I've noticed a little bit with Albert Webster, to kind of quickly jump to him, is that he might have been the strongest qualifier, but he's quite good in race situations where he can pick his way through the pack when he needs to. Dropping back a tiny bit back into the clutches of Zachary Lucas now. And I have to say also, fair play to Connor Blackburn. He's currently leading the club class by quite a canter from Barry John McHenry in second place and Caitlin May in third. But he's also on the tail of the front-running pro class leaders. This is pretty good from the JWR Motorsport man. Behind his teammate Zach Lucas, who's taken a couple of wins already this year at Snetterton, but since then has kind of struggled a bit for luck and for pace in some cases, and not been the same that he was at the start of the year. Everyone seems to have caught up with him a little bit. His pace was a bit ominous back at Snetterton when he was that far ahead. But since then, everyone else has kind of found a bit more and caught up, and he's steadily dropped back a bit. So he's got to hope he finds a bit more mojo here at Knockhill if he can.
John Cooper has been given a 10-second penalty for a jump start. Sorry, I just saw that appear on the timing screen. So John Cooper, after all that effort to retain the race lead, sadly is no longer the race leader. Alistair Kellett will jump ahead of him, and in fact Cooper will drop an awful long way down the order. So immediately, John Cooper's chances of a race win start to look fairly non-existent. And just at that exact moment, Matt Luff chooses to put in a new fastest lap. So he's gaining on Kellett, who himself was fractionally quicker than the race leader last time. So they're all bunching together behind a driver who, on corrected times, is no longer the race leader.
What was it I said before the start of the race?
Yes.
John Cooper's had all the luck and it's all bad. And once again, it's coming to just when he gets a little bit of fraction something ahead, as Albert Webster used a bit more of the scene than he should do. Still in fifth position, chasing after scrap the third that's going on between William Kellett and Simon Horrobin. But just as he gets that little bit of good luck, then just gets taken away from it again. I genuinely feel for John Cooper because he's not having the best season. I shouldn't laugh because it's been a really tough one for him in terms of the pace is genuinely there, but just needs a bit of good luck. Unfortunately, he's just not getting it this season.
No, he really isn't, is he? But his misfortune is definitely an advantage to Alistair Kellett. Alistair Kellett will gladly take some extra points here as he tries to narrow the margin to Albert Webster in the championship. He's narrowed the margin to John Cooper on track, actually. They're nose to tail now as they turn through Duffer's Dip, whilst Matt Luff behind them puts in another quick lap. And it's Kellett now, Alistair Kellett, with the new fastest lap of the race, worth itself a bonus point as well. And so things looking good now for the former champion. Drops down through the hill at Butchers, heads up over through the chicane. And if he's getting the memo from the pit boards that John Cooper's got a penalty incoming, then that might just stop him from really attacking. Big bit of tyre smoke there from Cooper as he landed off the curb. And is that... I thought Kelly was slowing there. He dropped back all of a sudden from the leading car, but as Cooper landed off that curb, there was a lot of smoke and almost some debris that seemed to fly off the right-hand side of the 88 car. I think maybe Kellett just took a sort of figurative step back from the situation and waited to see exactly what was going to go on.
Yeah, just trying to think, right, let's try and assess my options here, and doesn't want to break the car in the process, but he's going to push out as he can. I'm genuinely impressed at how much Matt Luff has come on the start of the season. He was a bit sort of towards the bottom of the top 10, finding his feet because he was getting used to a front-wheel drive car that was turbocharged rather than a naturally aspirated Civic. On slicks again as well, a different kind of car in terms of things like that. I think these cars also have ABS compared to the Civics didn't have either, so that's a different one. And some drivers I've seen in the past, couple of others, Link Wonder comes, whoops, William Kellett, goodness me, throwing that one up touring car style on two wheels. Lucky he didn't put that one on its roof.
That was very, very spectacular, wasn't it? And William Kellett didn't really gain any time out of that, it must be said. Simon Horobin right on his tail now as they do battle heading up the hill. So William Kellett is showing us not running on our timing screen, and yet he quite clearly is. So the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen, not 100% correct. The top three are, but then you need to insert the number 66 car of William Kellett into fourth. But for how much longer? Simon Horobin looking to the inside there. The door is slammed in his face, but Simon Horobin forcing defensive moves now out of William Kellett. Hits the brakes through Duffer's Dip. The hazard lights flash as the ABS starts to kick in, and William Kellett holds on to the place for now. Yeah, driving a car with ABS, you'd think driving a car with ABS makes it easier to drive, and in some ways it does, but not when you're used to having to, manage that situation without electronic aids. And that's definitely something that Matt Luff and other drivers who joined the championship have really had to wrap their head around that, and the fact that these cars do produce an awful lot of horsepower, and when that turbo kicks in, it's very difficult to control the wheel spin from these front-wheel drive turbocharged cars, and that really, I think, is the hardest thing to wrap your head around when you're new to this particular class. Albert Webster has wrapped his head around it pretty well, though, moving up from the junior category, and he now moves up into what will be fifth position there, ahead of Simon Horobin, who in the end made that look a little bit easier than he should have done.
Possibly, but he might well be sort of slightly playing a longer game because it's 12 minutes to go here, and you might be realising that he just needs to be a bit steadier. What have you spotted?
Simon Horobin also has a penalty for exceeding track limits, so in a way it wasn't really that worth putting up a fight anyway.
He might be a little bit kind of more accepting of this penalty than he was the one he got at Alton Park, because he started too far forward in his box, which is what gave him the penalty that then gave Albert Webster the victory. Wasn't best pleased afterwards. He argued that he argued that John Cooper almost loses it into Clark's corner. He argued that that's where he was placed, but even speaking to me, I just said, look, talk to the clerk about it. It's not about me. You need to go and talk to it with him. But either way, he's that will push him down a little bit. So that's going to knock him down at least behind Zach Lucas, and possibly also Joseph Knight as well. So it might push him down from 5th to 7th at this rate. We'll have to wait and see how much effect that will play as the second half of the race goes in. Still John Cooper in front, but I think the 10 set the penalties will only kick in right at the end of the race. So essentially what John Cooper needs to do is, which he's not doing at the moment, try and get away by 10 seconds trying to get that penalty, which at the moment is not quite happening. You looked at the time screen quite speculative for a second there. What were you saying?
Well, because briefly it was telling me that John Cooper was on an outlap from the pit lane. I don't know whether he'd swung that far into the pit exit that he'd somehow triggered the timing beam there, but anyway, he clearly had not just taken a visit to the pit lane because he continues to lead on the track, albeit with this penalty that Scott was just detailing to you. So Alistair Kellett will inherit the lead, and he's 1.1 seconds clear of Matt Love, who again on the previous lap was fractionally quicker than the cars ahead, although Kellett now putting in a purple middle sector as he continues to try and bridge that gap to the overall race leader. Onto the brakes here comes Simon Horobin. Oh, and Zach Lucas very late on the brakes, just avoids clattering into the back of him, and some quick hands to save the slide as he took to the dirt to avoid what would have been a fairly significant collision there. Zach Lucas has been living life on the edge this afternoon.
That would have been all arms and elbows in the cockpit there. Goodness me. I think Simon Horrod must have had his eyes on stalks looking in his rear mirror thinking, if you hit the back of my car, there's going to be words. But anyway, continuing on with the lead here, John Cooper, who I suspect, at least to the pit wall, he might have been told about his penalty, but sometimes you don't even find out to the end of the race, so we'll have to wait and see. But even so, Alistair Kellett continuing to apply the pressure, so technically he is the net race leader, because of course the penalty hasn't been applied yet. Matt Luff then will essentially get promoted to second place. It will then put William Kellett into third. Well, this is at the moment. This is going to push him down to the moment 7th place. Well, technically, no. Maybe 6th, because Simon Horrible will drop back as well with a penalty too. Either 6th or 7th at this rate. We'll have to work it out on the timing screen.
Yes, as long as Horobin's within 5 seconds of Cooper, he will be ahead of Cooper, I think. And if he's more than 5 seconds back, then Cooper will get away with it, I think, once his 10 seconds are added on.
And last time I checked on the screen there, he was a fraction over 5 seconds back. So if that was the last lap, he would have finished ahead of Horobin at that point. But Cooper, I think, regardless if he knows or not, still pushing on either in blissful ignorance or simply pushing on to try and make a point. Either way, has still got really strong pace. And again, that's the paradox. That's the two sides of it. Yes, he's got really good pace, but he's got that 10-second penalty. So all he could do now is pushing to see what if the race comes back to him. And if he can try and pull a gap to the cars behind to minimise the damage for the penalty he'll get. I think he might, if he knows, he'll at the very least he might lose a spot on the podium. If he can keep himself in the top 5, it'll depend on other cars dropping back and them losing time to the cars behind him also.
Indeed so, and of course John Cooper has to keep pushing, because if he does get embroiled in a battle with Alistair Kellett, whilst it doesn't matter as far as the race win is concerned, it'll delay him and it might then lead to him losing more places once the 10 seconds are applied. So he needs to just keep his car out in the wind, literally here at a very blustery Knockhill, and just keep on building a margin at the front of the field. If he can do that, then he might be able to salvage a half-decent result once all is said and done with the penalty. Lots of encouragement being given there to Joseph Knight as he came over the top of the hill in the yellow number 89 car, and then the next one through should be Gary Miller behind, but Joseph Knight plunges downhill through Duffus Dip, and Joseph having a tricky weekend, not an easy track as we've said to come to in a car that he's still learning very much in his first season racing the ST240. Makes his way over the top of the hill, whilst ahead of him we see the battle continuing between Zach Lucas and Simon Horobin. Lucas on the inside line into Clark's, and Simon Horobin just about bends him off.
Lucas needs to remember what happened last time we tried going down the outside at Simon Horobin, because he nearly ended both their races prematurely. So let's see if he's actually learnt his lesson this time, or if he's going to sit back a little further. And it looks like, in fact, if anything, it's Horobin deeper on the brakes than Lucas, if not very evenly matched. That little hump at the apex of the hairpin and back in the power, and Joseph Knight keeping a slight watching brief back in 7th place as they climb back up the hill.
Now, we've already given ourselves a headache, Scott, trying to work out what all of these time penalties mean for the end result. I'm now going to further complicate matters, because I need to tell you that Matt Luff has been given a 5-second track limits penalty, and so too has Zach Lucas. So that's now a total of 4 of the top 6 cars that are now carrying time penalties for one reason or another, 3 for track limits and 1 for a jump start. So Alistair Kellett leads the race. Albert Webster will go into 2nd position. Beyond that, we'll wait until the checkered flag, because the timing screen can then start to fill in the gaps for us. For now, let's just enjoy a good battle here between Simon Horobin and Zach Lucas, which is a genuine battle as well, because they've both got 5-second penalties. So whilst they won't, in the end, be fighting for 5th position, they are going to be still fighting for position as Lucas dives to the inside. That was more like it, and somehow, minor miracle, gets it stopped on the apex. He sort of parks the bus a little bit too much, though, and Horobin gets the better momentum out of the corner and drags straight back past him again. So a great little battle between these two, although I can sense more than a hint of frustration emanating from that 111 car.
I mean, at this rate in terms of penalty, I mean, Albert Webster got his first win courtesy of a penalty. If Kellett gets one now, and I'm probably tempting fate at this point, he'll have essentially been promoted, because 3 cars in front on a penalty at the moment. As far as I can see, it's going to be Kellett and then Webster and then I don't know yet in terms of how it's going to work out. At the very least, I think we probably can work out it's going to be Kellett and Webster probably moving up to first and second at this rate. But in terms of who else it is on the podium, we'll have to wait until the timing screen shakes itself out of the checkered flag. These two still can't leave each other alone, though. Still scrapping over 5th place quite heartily. And let's see if Lucas, is it going to be third time to the charm this time? Let's see, down towards the hairpin. A bit later, when we thought about it, you can see the brake disc glowing red as he absolutely stood on the middle pedal to get it stopped. As they come back out of the hairpin, and Joseph Knight either just keeping a watching brief here, just sitting back, probably just laughing to himself, thinking, watching these two go back and forth.
Oh, well, he doesn't need to race them because they've got 5-second penalties, so he can afford to just tootle around behind, not exceed track limits, and he'll pick up at least 2 free places. I don't think he's quite going to be within 5 seconds of Matt Luff, so Matt Luff for third should still be on the cards as he makes his way over the top of the hill, but certainly can't afford to back off, and that's the problem, isn't it? He can't back off because he doesn't want to lose any more places through the penalty. But then if he keeps pushing, there's always the risk that he exceeds track limits again, and then that 5-second penalty becomes a 10-second penalty, as it just has done for Zachary Lucas.
Right, and I did also see, again, I say the word tempting fate, I thought just coming out of Clark Corner there, it looked like Matt Luff's wheels, all 4 were past the white line. Over the curb, but past the white line. So we'll wait and see. If it flashes up again, then it flashes up again, but it is what it is, and we'll see what we've got. Anyway, 4.25 minutes to go then. Still John Cooper, who has the current kind of on-road lead. It's still Kellett in second place, Matt Luff on the road in third. I think I'm saying on the road, this is the on-the-road positions. Cooper leading, Kellett second place, Luff in third. These two are at it again once more. There's a bit of bodywork training, that's a telltale sign. It is Lucas's green Fiesta in front now of the grey and orange machine. To scrap over 5th and 6th, and now brings Joseph Knight into play. He could also benefit. Well, he will certainly benefit from both of their penalties. He'll end up finishing ahead of them anyway. So I think probably he's sitting back if he's been told there's a penalty for both. Sitting, you don't need to fight these two. You either just sit back there and take advantage, or just finish behind them because you're going to be in the result ahead of them anyway.
Yes, exactly. I'm intrigued to know how the damage occurred to the back of Zach Lucas's car when he was behind Simon Horriban the last we saw of him, but he's been trying some adventurous overtaking methods all race long, so who on earth knows. Anyway, he finally managed to make his way through, so he gains an extra position. Of course, all of this is being further complicated by the fact that TSL Timing refused to acknowledge that William Kellett's still in the race, which as far as I know he is, running 4th on the road, so we need to factor him now somehow into all of the... because he's got a dodgy transponder, so just to confuse things even further, and we will wait and see where he will probably then jump up into second place, I would suspect. Unless he's got a track limits penalty, we might not know that because the timing screen doesn't think he's in the race.
Yes, that's
if you see what I mean.
Yes, indeed. So essentially the fate of William Kellett in terms of whether he is penalised or not remains to be seen, because you say TSL believes he's not in this race when he actually is. So we'll continue on. Not to snitch, but that did look again like all 4 was over the white line from Zachary Lucas. So again and again, exiting Clark curve, he's on the curb, but still 4 was over the white line. But I should probably stop talking now so I can just carry on with the rest of the race. 2.5 minutes to go. Rules are rules, but in any case, that's just how the ruling is at the moment. So out of the hairpin this time. So Lucas got enough to. Oh, that's quite a lot. Quite a bit of understeer for Lucas. A lot more from Simon Horriban next in the hairpin. He both tried to put the power down. That now puts Horriban a couple of car lengths back again from Zach Lucas, which brings him into the clutches on the track at least from Joseph Knight. 2 minutes to go. That's typical Simon Horriban fashion. The car wiggling all over the place, all the way through Duffer Stip and through Leslie's. It looks like it's out of control, but for Simon, it's probably him just going at 8/10, which is pretty much usually the case with Simon Horriban. And again, it's wiggling around. See him over the chicane. Yeah, 2 was up on the first part, wide on the second, over the curb, and here comes Joseph Knight. That's going to be a pretty simple pass on paper at least. Up the inside he goes, and he braked so hard into Clark Corner, the rear wheels came off the ground. I just watched the back of the car just hop off the ground as he hit the front of the face. The weight transition was so severe, it was literally a 2-wheel drive car. That's incredible stuff.
Fantastic stuff there from Simon Horriban, who's now trying to come back at Joseph Knight, but to no avail at the final corner. The rear end of Horriban's car does not look particularly well settled at the moment, does it? Although I've chatted to a few drivers this weekend from other categories who have said that And actually, because you're hitting the curbs so hard and you're landing off the curbs so hard, your camber settings start to change as the race goes on, because you're literally knocking the wheels out of alignment, and it's possible he's added a little bit more rear camber onto that car than he perhaps started the race with, and that's maybe not yielding him a huge amount of grip, but certainly very spectacular to watch. Of that, there's no doubt. We've got 50 seconds left in the race then, and John Cooper leads on the road but has a penalty. Alistair Kellett is second place and doesn't have a penalty. Matt Luff is third but does have a penalty, and William Kellett in fourth position, who may or may not have a penalty depending on whether his transponder is working. So down towards the end of another lap we go. We're going to have one more circuit to be completed because John Cooper is now accelerating towards the timing line, and only half a second to the good over Alistair Kellett, and look at his car wiggling around as well as he turns into the first corner. I'm convinced that Alistair Kellett won't throw absolutely everything at this. He'll know that there is a penalty, you would have thought, for the car ahead of him, and so as long as he keeps his wheels on the right side of the white lines, he should inherit the race win. Runs a little wide there, it has to be said, coming off the final corner. But he's, well, actually forcing John Cooper to defend a little bit here. Cooper will want to win this on the road, and if he starts defending, he might force Kellett, ironically, into making a move. But I don't think he's quite close enough heading towards the final corner. And so for the last time, into the Taylor's hairpin they go. Brake discs glowing red there on John Cooper's car. He is going to see the checkered flag first, but the victory in the first race of the weekend for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship will go the way of Alistair Kellett. Second place, wait for it, is going to go to, I suspect, William Kellett there, even though he's not showing on the timing screen, with Albert Webster fourth, because he was not within 5 seconds of Matt Luff. So I reckon, take notes, Anthony, that it's Alistair Kellett the winner. I think it's William Kellett second, and I think it's Matt Luff third. I'm prepared to be wrong on that, but I think we've got a father and son 1-2 at the end of that. Oh no, now William Kellett appears on the timing screen behind Matt Luff. So Matt Luff gets second place, and William Kellett ends up with third. That was as clear as mud, I would suspect, to all of you watching at home. Then Albert Webster 4th, John Cooper 5th, Joseph Knight 6th, Simon Horriman 7th, Zach Lucas 8th, Gary Miller 9th, and Connor Blackburn in 10th position is the winner of the Clubman class, with Barry McHenry in the end only just over a second behind him. So that was the gap between the top two. Caitlin May came home in third, whilst Morgan Kidd, after that collision at the first corner, ended up falling down the order a little bit. There is confirmation of that result. Kellett, Alistair the winner, Matt Luff second, and William Kellett coming home in third, ahead of Albert Webster fourth, and John Cooper in fifth position. Alistair Kellett, by the way, the winner of the Masters class as well, with John Cooper second and Simon Horriman third. Those two sandwiching Joseph Knight, 5th, 6th and 7th, Zach Lucas 8th, Gary Miller 9th, Connor Blackburn 10th, ahead of Barry McHenry, Caitlin May, Morgan Kidd, and Marco Ricci to finish in 14th place after his part in the Turn 1 schmozzle, whilst Archie Johnson was retirement on the opening lap. So too Sean Reynolds, after sustaining some damage at the start of the race too. So that was the first ST240 action of the weekend. More to come from them later on, with Alistair Kellett in the end winning by 6 seconds. Not really truly doing that race justice, but Matt Luff coming home in second place on the podium. Now Luff has had one podium finish, I think, which came actually in that second race at Alton Park. Yes, it did, last time out, finishing on the podium. I seem to recall that being track limits penalty affected as well, not on his part, but someone ahead of him, allowing him to inherit a podium place. But a podium's a podium, and that one he earned. He actually finished on the podium on the road, and now gets to see a career best finish in the championship of second place, does Matt Luff. But the Kelletts will be joining him on that podium. Alistair, the race winner, with William in third place. So cars make their way back towards Parc Ferme. And as we prepare for our final race of the day, the final detail Fiesta ST150 Championship, a reminder that tomorrow's racing getting underway here from Knockhill at 8:55 with our first race, and it will be another Fiesta race, this time for the Fiesta Juniors, who will kick-start the second day of action. we look forward to seeing what the juniors have in store after a fairly entertaining qualifying session earlier on in the day. So, top 3 drivers should very shortly, I think, be making their way down into Parc Fermé. From a championship perspective, by the way, Albert Webster, of course, beaten by Alistair Kellett there. Kellett getting the win, and Webster ended up somewhere down at the back end of the top 5 or so, I think, didn't he? So that will narrow narrow the margin between the top 2. And Alistair Kellett, who came into this weekend 25 points adrift of Albert Webster, will close in ever so slightly on the championship leader. So Albert Webster will not be on the podium, but Alistair Kellett will be, and he is going to be the first man to catch up with Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andy. Yes, here with our race one on that one, Alistair Kellett. Well, Alistair, I mean, a solid drive from you. It seemed like a pretty decent race, but how was it from your point of view?
Point of view, I didn't even know I won.
Yeah, that was a very interesting question. Track limits was a big thing that cropped up across everyone. I think half the grid. Yeah.
Something. I had no idea. I presumed John was leading, and I was trying to follow him, and I couldn't get past him, so I just sat him behind him, and I presume I finished second. I didn't even know he had a penalty, so I was happy to finish second, so I won, so brilliant.
Yeah, like I say, we didn't really know who was going to win that race. It was quite an interesting one, but certainly a well-deserved one. I mean, you stayed on the track, which I think is the most important thing.
Yeah, well, once I was behind John, I was happy. If he made a mistake, I was going to go past him, but Albert and stuff was way back, and then I was just conscious of track limit. I seen penalties after penalties coming out, so I just backed off. Well, I didn't back off, but I just made sure I didn't get any track penalties and stay on the track. And I like that. I was happy to finish second, but delighted to win now, so it is what it is. So
always nice to be surprised, isn't it?
Yeah, it's brilliant, yeah.
Solid result, though. Well done. Congratulations to Alistair there. Let's see if we can chat to Matt Luff. Yes, where is Matt? Matt is over here. Matt, can I have a quick chat, please? Matt Luff, well...
That's not me.
That's not you.
That's not
Where's
me.
Matt?
I don't know where Matt is. He's there.
He's over there, sorry. There we go. There you go, Matt. I thought I recognised you. There you go. We'll edit that out. Well, Matt, second place. Did you expect that? Because there was a lot of track limits out there.
I wouldn't say I expected it, but I definitely knew we had a lot of pace, and I think a podium was definitely on the cards. Kellett had an amazing move up the inside on the straight about the second lap, I think, and I thought, right, if I can sit behind him and go over the pack, I'll be all right. And I saw that 5-second penalty come up. I thought, oh no, here we go. I was counting in my head, trying to work out how far back William was, and yeah, kept my head down, managed to break a big enough gap and got second, so I'm pretty happy.
Solid result for you. I would have another question, but we've got to interview so many people and there's not enough time, but congratulations, Matt. Well done.
Cheers.
Perfect. Right, now let's find William Kellett. Which one's William Kellett? Let's try and figure that one out. Here he is. Perfect. If I say the name loud enough, they might turn around. William, well, solid, well done. We didn't know who was actually going to be second or third in that one. One, you weren't clocking up for the majority of that race. You then suddenly clocked up at the last lap. There were so many track limits, so we had no idea who it was. But then you came away with a P3. Did you expect that?
I didn't even know where it was, to be honest. I knew I had a black and white flag quite early into the race because I had a brake problem. I couldn't get the car stopped, so I was running wide everywhere. And once I sort of shook off Simon and Albert, I kind of got away with it. And Matt, I seen Matt got a 5-second penalty. I knew someone ahead of me had a penalty. I didn't know where it was. I said, I need to bring this home. Drove around. Now Albert caught me and I just defended from him, but the first I knew was third as I came into here, so it's great to start third, finish third, so great race all around.
Yeah, solid result for you. Well done. Congratulations with P3, even though no one knew you had P3. So well done to William Kellett on that one. Congratulations. Let's chat to the club class, and we need to chat to Connor. There we go. Right, Connor. Right, thank you very much. That was certainly an interesting race at the front of the grid, but from your point of view, obviously way down in the order, but still first in your class, how was it for you?
Well, it was good, yeah. The start of the race, I sort of missed the lights, but I caught them back up, and then I was going with the front guys, and then I lost boost and dropped back, but I managed to hold Barry off behind me, so it worked out well, yeah.
Yeah, solid result on that one. And Knockhill, good circuit?
Yeah, I really enjoy the circuit. It's a bit scary at some points, but it's really good. I'm just glad it's not raining, because then it'd be even scarier.
Yeah, well, tomorrow might be a different story on that one.
Yeah.
Best of luck for tomorrow. Well done today. Let's quickly move on to Barry McHenry. Barry, let's have a quick chat. Second in the club class. He said you kept him innocent on that one, though. You certainly showed him how to do it.
Yeah, no, got an unbelievable start, like savage. So
great start, and I don't know where he's up to, but 3 or 4 spots, and then Webster was slow through the corner, and then I got ran in behind. I lost gear, so I was revving and going nowhere. So it was like zoom, 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 past me. So pulled the gear, and then it was all right from then on in. Blackburn held me, kept me honest. So I thought I had him a couple of times, but he drove well.
Well, solid performance. Well done, P2.
Well done. Thank
Excellent.
you.
Let's quickly chat to third place, Caitlin May. Fantastic sound effects there from Barry. Caitlin, let's have a quick word. Third in class, solid race, but tell us from your point of view, how was that one?
Well, it wasn't too bad. At the beginning, the first corner, it was a little bit close with people coming off, but just trying to push to get somewhere, really. Just struggling, trying to find a good setup for the car, but hopefully it'll be even better tomorrow.
Let's hope so. Best of luck with that one. Congratulations for P3 on this one. One more race to go. It's time for Fiestas, but this time it is for the ST150s.
Yep, thank you, Anthony. Cars heading out onto the grid now then, and yeah, if that ST240 race was anything to go by, we should be in for an entertaining time with the 150s now, who are making their way around the Knockhill circuit. I'm not sure, I think a lot of these drivers will have probably raced here at some point in the past. I'm pretty sure that the XR Challenge made an appearance or two here north of the border, and that's very much the championship that this has been born out of, really, the XR Challenge, but using the more up-to-date ST150 cars. And here is how they will line up on the grid. It is Matthew Pimlett, the championship leader, who will start from the front of the grid. Alongside him, Chris Grimes. Row 2 then for Thomas Aiken and Paul Dobson, with Sam Beckett and Daniel Robinson sharing row number 3. Row 4 for Michael Blackburn and Mark Blunt. Alec Townley and Chris Flynn then are together on row 5. And then just outside the top 10, row 6 for Anthony Sullivan and Richard Steele. Row 7 for Dan Wyke. Matthew Morton lines up alongside him. And the 8th and last row of the grid shared by Aidan Vickers and Ron Lufstad. So that is the order in which they will take the start of the race. It'll be a 15-minute race, so a bit shorter than the ST240 class. And because these cars do not run on slick racing tyres, it means that we don't need to have that second green flag lap, so we're going to be going straight into racing in a moment or two. Just gives me time to tell you that Matthew Pimlett, despite the fact he's only won one race so far this season, and that being the 3rd race at Snetterton, is the points leader because he's just been Mr. Consistency, really. 292 points is his total to 256 for Thomas Aiken. Thomas Aiken starting directly behind him on the grid. Pimlett on pole, and Aiken starting 3rd on the grid. In fact, he is joint 2nd in the championship with Daniel Robinson. Daniel Robinson will be taking the start of this race from 6th, so he's the number 69 car worth keeping an eye on as he tries to pick up a few more good results. So, waiting for the back of the grid to be settled in, and then our final race of the day will get underway then, the BRSCC Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Championship. Grid being cleared, green flag waved, you can just see it at the back of the grid. On the left, number 24 Matthew Pimlett, on the right, number 91 Chris Grimes, and as the revs start to rise, we get ready to go racing our final race of the day here at Knockhill, waiting for those red lights to go out, which is taking a little bit of time. And now, out they go, and we're away and racing. It looks like a pretty poor start for Matthew Pimlett, so Chris Grimes gets into the lead immediately. Paul Dobson moving to the outside of Pimlett as well as they go into turn 1 as he got 2nd place away. Yes, he does. They pitch it into the right-hander on cold rear tyres. Everyone getting through just about okay, and they drop down then into the braking zone at McIntyre's. Bit of screeching of tyres there, someone running out wide. That looked like it was Daniel Robinson, so that's of significance for the man joint 2nd in the championship, plunging down the order there. Michael Blackburn getting ahead of him, and I think another car, maybe Mark Blunt, had also got the better of him. But at the front of the field, Chris Grimes looking to try and make his escape now. Grimes getting the better there of Pimlett, so too did Aiken, so Pimlett is 3rd as they head, Dobson, Pimlett in 3rd, Aiken in 4th, as they barrel down towards the hairpin for the final time. Hard onto the brakes then goes Sam Beckett, closing in on the 24 of... on the 24 of Matthew Pimlett. Threw myself then because Sam Beckett is behind Pimlett, not Thomas Aiken. Aiken in the number 31, slipping down the order a little bit from where he started into 5th place. Over the crest of the hill he goes, then Blackburn, then Daniel Robinson, then the number 3 of Mark Blunt, and then some side-by-side action further back. The 82 of Richard Steele is sideways, and more than sideways, round he goes. The 10 Sport Performance prepared car deposits itself onto the grass down at the bottom of the hill, and they will unfortunately now have to dig their way back into the race. Now, it's never too early for a penalty. We've got a jump start penalty. Oh, never mind. Onto the gravel there goes Chris Flynn. Bounces his way back onto the road. Drops some bits of trim as he does so. But would you believe, for the second race in a row this afternoon, the pole sitter and early race leader at least has picked up a jump start penalty. And so Chris Grimes in the lead has been handed a 10-second penalty for jumping the start. So immediately we are thrown into a world where the running order on the track doesn't quite match the actual running order. It will be Paul Dobson now from Matthew Pimblett, the top 2, and Sam Beckett in 3rd position. That's the final hairpin they all go then. The number 26 there is Dan Wyke trying to find a way past Matthew Morton, simultaneously keeping Aidan Vickers behind him. The hill down towards Duffers Dip, and in fact he looks to the inside now, does Dan Wyke. Is he going to go through at turn 1? Thinks about it, or does Morton think about it, manages to make the move stick, and that might open the door now for Aidan Vickers to slip through as well. Massive screech of tyres from somebody. Who was that? Where was that? Everyone still seems to be present and correct. Vickers does manage to find a way up ahead of the number 12 of Matthew Morton. And despite a continuing screech of tyres, I don't think we actually lost anyone through that particular set of corners. It's just the cars scrabbling for grip as the tyres get punished through the left-hander at Clark's there. Poor exit for Aidan Vickers, and that means now that the number 12 of Matthew Morton gets back alongside him. And we'll have that inside line for the hairpin. Vickers later on the brakes though. Can he carry all of that speed around the outside? The answer is no. The number 12 machine of Matthew Morton slipping through on the inside. Vickers though will try and get that switch back, get up through the gears a little bit more quickly. Try to carry the speed up and over the crest of the hill. And into Duffers Dip. He's got that inside line again. And is actually going to clear Matthew Morton before they hit the brakes at the top of Duffers Dip. So through he goes. Oh, and then gets it all out of shape over the curbs. Brilliant catch that was from Aidan Vickers. That was, he had an accident and he just never quite hit anything. He's still having an accident, and he comes out of McIntyre, somehow gathers that together. That was a humongous save there. He's still all over the curbs and sideways as Aidan Vickers gets rather excited at having taken 13th place away from Matthew Morton. Well, Scott Woodward, you've joined me in the commentary box at a perfect moment. Some typically frenetic ST150 action we're being treated to.
It's almost Aidan Vickers been waiting for this race for the entire day, and he's letting his excitement get the better of him in many cases. Yeah, unfortunate that it is Chris Grimes with the penalty. I think Matt Pimblett started on pole, but then got,
yes, he did.
Grimes got the better start. Not that it's a small kind of silver lining in many ways, is that Chris is going to get his guess this weekend. So even if he did win, it's not going to affect the fact that if he goes down the order, as it stands right now, if it was to finish this way, Paul Dobson would get the points for the victory essentially, because of course in that situation as a guest you ignore the points. So Chris would, if he was to stay where he was, he would still get a trophy but wouldn't actually be scored on the champion points. Paul Dobson, who's trying to capitalise on the momentum he had after winning the second race at Alton Park, after a really excellent battle midway through that race, has now got the championship leader Matt Pimblett right on his tail. Sam Beckett, who started off tentatively this year, he joined part of this new Miles Jones or SBR Motorsport team. And this is kind of all the 4 cars that are sponsored by Miles Jones, these kind of multi-coloured green cars in the field. Sam Beckett being leading of those cars, being set up with Chris Flynn and others. And sort of he's kind of moved across in 10 Sport Performance and needed a couple of rounds to get him to find his mojo again after he was up there winning races towards the end and fighting for the championship last year. Now he's got that pace, he's got himself on the podium a couple of times, he's starting to find his speed again, which is pretty good. And a couple of drivers throughout the season have been pretty impressive too. One at least is Thomas Eichen, who's made that transition across from single-seaters all the way through into front-wheel drive, and he really has taken to it quite quickly and shown his promise quite well so far. Currently running in 5th. At the moment, they'll probably turn to a net 4th at this point, given the jump start penalty. But nonetheless, as they rock over the chicane once again in typical tin top style. Chris Grimes, essentially, in a nice possible way, we kind of ignore him from the result. And not that we should ignore him in his performance. He's on track, at least putting in a great run, but unfortunately, unless he can pull out a 10-second gap, it's going to come to nothing. This technically is the fight for the lead, so we say, once the penalties get applied. Now, Paul Dobson, if he realises that, is going to probably have to fight even harder he thinks he should do, given the fact this is going to be technically for taking the points for the victory. And Sam Beckett wants to get involved. He was having a little speculative look down the outside into the hairpin, couldn't quite make that one stick, and now looks to get better traction off the corner to try and put himself alongside Pimblett, try and snap what will become eventually second place at the end.
Yeah, not quite able to get alongside though as they crest the hill, heading for Duffer's Dip again. So Dobson then net race leader. Oh, off, I'm afraid, has gone the 84. That's Anthony Sullivan. And I'm not entirely sure where that is, but I think he's found the fence there, hasn't he? Potentially on the way.
I want to say maybe is that on the exit of Leslie's, but as you turn left before McIntyre's, maybe.
Possibly. If so, that's the part of the circuit that went through those. I'm not entirely sure. Yellow flags, exit of the chicane.
There it is. That's a long way on the exit of the chicane. So he's obviously either had a moment, or a big moment all by himself, or not to tempt fate. It's that big question. Did he jump or was he pushed?
Well, I think what he's done is he's had an Aidan Vickers moment where the moment starts maybe a couple of corners earlier and then eventually just loses control of it. So I don't think he's made severe contact with the barriers, but that will likely be his race done. Race, though, continues elsewhere. And here the effective battle for the race lead makes its way out of the final corner. More cars joining in the fun now. Daniel Robinson, number 69, tagging along to the back end of this group. Michael Blackburn isn't a million miles back either, so we could well have a 6-car fight for the win before too much longer. Down into the first turn they will go. Over the curbs there, the back of the cars getting very, very sketchy. These ST150s noticeably shorter wheelbase than even the 240s that we saw racing earlier on, so they are a little bit leery over the crest, and a bit of a moment there for Pimblett, who closes the door on Sam Beckett just in the nick of time and manages to hang on to what is essentially second place.
One thing I'll say, I did stress to Luke at Alpha Live when he's setting these cameras up. I said, whatever you do with the cameras, please give us that classic shot of looking over the top of the chicane. And thankfully he's managed to give us that shot, because it's giving us such a great run as to showing how these cars really do ride those curves really severely over there. It's fantastic to see as they go through towards the hairpin again. It's now Pimblett going on the defensive rather than on the attack. He's closed a bit more under brakes. He came to the apex of the hairpin, but now Beckett's going to try and put himself alongside with better run off the final hairpin. Now he's going to be side by side and much better gear changes up the hill, and the punch of a 96 car is going to help him into what will become second place. They're side by side over the crest, and as Paul Dobson tries to chase after the current on track leader Chris Grimes up the inside in towards the right-hand Duffers Dip, and through he goes. This might bring Thomas Eichen into play here as well in the 10 Sport Performance Machine. And also at the back of this train now is Daniel Robinson again, the second of the SBR Motorsport cars. So these two teammates kind of sandwiching these cars in what is going to become essentially third and fourth now. Over the chicane, back down towards Clark's corner again. 5 3/4 minutes to go here, and Eichen thinking about it, put himself in the mood. His teammate! That's not what you want to do. That's the cardinal sin in motorsport. Do not, under any circumstances, hit your teammate. And I think, thankfully, Chris Grimes is driving rather than watching trackside, because he won't want to see that back again.
No, and it's actually going to cost Eichen a place, is it here? Because Robinson now comes alongside him. Yes, it's the outside line, but he had his nose ahead into the braking zone. Should have some good traction. No, elbows out stuff there from Thomas Eichen, and he manages to hang on to the place, does he? Now they've got Michael Blackburn to worry about. Eichen doesn't know which way to go. He's trying to cover off 2 cars at once. I don't think there's much he can do really though to keep Daniel Robinson behind him. He sweeps by, and now Michael Blackburn is faced with the outside line at Duffers Dip. That's not a nice place to be, and I don't think Michael fancied it. Backed out of it, and so Thomas Eichen only loses the 1 point. Remember, he and Dan Robinson tied for second in the points coming into this weekend, so that's why Eichen was really getting his elbows out there, keen to keep that 69 car behind him.
It's good to see Michael Blackburn looking relatively competitive. He's watching Thomas Eichen trying to throw away that position there and the points that will go with it. But Michael Blackburn, he's had a testing defence of his title this year in many cases. He hasn't really had the pace again. A little bit Smith John Cooper hasn't had the luck either, and he's starting to find his feet a little bit more now. Of course, you have to remember with this championship, it essentially is what was known as the STXR Championship, and now this year it's gone exclusively ST150s, and there's been a merging between what you call the STXR spec machine, which is those who existed in that championship, and there's been a crossover with some of the cars that were competing in the Fiesta Championship in its previous guise, when it was both ST240s and ST150s, but those ST150s have now moved across into, essentially joined the STXR Challenge, and it's now been rebranded the ST150 Challenge, and they've been trying to bounce the cars up as much as possible, and they're just about there in terms of pace. It's good to see that they're looking pretty even. As Thomas Eichen again, that car was dancing around more than anything. It was trying to get that stopped under brakes. But again, you can't fault these guys for commitment because they're certainly pushing as hard as they can. This is only the first race of the weekend as well. They've got, I think, 2 more to go with this one of the SD150s, and they're going to at least have some kind of a car left by the end of the weekend.
Well, I have to say, I'm touchwood again, pleasantly surprised at the relative lack of mechanical retirements we've had throughout the day here, actually. Knockhill known for being a real car killer, and yet despite some of the drivers not driving with much mechanical sympathy in mind, case in point here as we've got the 26 car bouncing down the grass of Dan Wyke. We haven't had that many of them pulling into the pits to retire. Dan Wyke's car, though, with a little bit of bodywork that had been folded in at the back, which would rather suggest that he didn't get there by himself. But we'll wait to see if anyone else wants to hold their hands up and admit responsibility. 3 minutes to go, leader across the line, lead gap coming down now. As we've said, Paul Dobson is leading on corrected tyres, but actually he is catching up to Chris Grimes on track as well.
And Chris there, again, was maximum attack through that first part over the crested Duffers as well. And that's, talked about it earlier on, it's a corner that's so tricky because it's a blind entry. So since you have to kind of turn in before you can really see the proper apex and trust that it's there. So Chris Grimes trying to use all the curve as much as he can. Again, at this point, he may or may not be aware that he's got a 10-second penalty. They'll have told him on the board to say just get on with it, or they'll probably say, well, let's not say anything unless someone's not reading the timing screen, and just let him get on with it and not try and bother him too much, just to get on with it and then tell him about it afterwards. Otherwise, they'll probably try and occupy your mind for the rest of the race and put you off. Either way, Chris is certainly not letting up at any point. Again, nice and tight, hard on the brakes. The apex as they crest the rise at the middle of that corner, and now you can see Dobson and Beckett are starting to close in. Second trainer cars behind. Matt Pimlett's fallen back a little bit, but he's trying to bring Dan Robinson and Thomas Eichen with him in the fight for 4th, 5th and 6th. 2 minutes to go. So let's see if Chris Grimes can do anything, but at the moment, really, Paul Dobson, if he just sits behind, let's face it, they're racing drivers, he wants to try at least win the race on the road so you can get the moment on the camera, but even if he sits there where he is, second place, at least the road at least, whether he knows or not, will still give him the win and the points for it anyway. So all he needs to do is basically, the sensible thing to do is sit there and just take the finish and inherit the points, but these are racing guys we're talking about. If you give them an inch of competition to go for the lead, they will always try and go for it no matter what.
The problem is that he's got Sam Beckett still right behind him, so now that they've caught Chris Grimes, he can't really just sit there because then Beckett will attack him. And you see he's flashing the lights at Chris Grimes, so that sort of tells you all you need to know. He plans on trying to get past Chris if he gets close enough, and I think he kind of has to, sitting there in second place with Sam Beckett so close behind him. Oh, the inside from a mile back. What was that? Paul Dobson somehow gets the car stopped, scrabbling for grip on the exit of the corner, and Chris Grimes will hang on to leader. Now watch Robinson. This is actually for the race lead now, and he's up alongside him. So up towards turn 1 they go. Sam Beckett on the outside, Paul Dobson on the inside. Is Beckett going to try and go right round the outside line? Don't think he will. Dobson's late on the brakes again. The car barely gets stopped for the corner. Armfuls of opposite lock, and he somehow is still in second place. How there wasn't contact there, I will never know. I think that was as much down to Chris Grimes' reactions as it was Paul Dobson's ability in slowing the car down, because they both worked together there, I think, to avoid trading paint.
I'll tell you what, you could hear Paul Dobson, the engine, literally crying, enough, give me some traction, because he stood on the pedal to try and get himself alongside, spun up the front wheels, and because of that, he couldn't make a stick. And now look at Matt Pimlett. He's pulled away from both Thomas Eichen and Dan Robinson. He's in the mix too, but I think with about 20 or so seconds to go, this may well be the last lap of the race, so it might be one last roll of the dice. Whether Dobson knows he has to go for the lead or not, he's going to win the race on the corrected times anyway, but he's going to keep on pushing Chris all the way to the checkered flag. He might even lose it, in fact, it's going to be side by side to finish. It's going to be Grimes who's going to win the race on the road, but for the actual race victory on corrected times, it's going to be a close one.
Wow, that was neck and neck. Paul Dobson gets the victory, then Sam Beckett second, Matthew Pimlett third, and Thomas Eichen will come home in 4th position. That was terrific racing though. Paul Dobson was not driving there like a man who knew he was about to inherit the race victory. I would be interested to hear from Paul whether or not he was aware of the time penalty that was befalling the driver ahead of him, because he was certainly throwing everything at it regardless. Dobson though inherits the win, Sam Beckett second, third for Matthew Pimlett, and Thomas Eichen then coming home next in line in the classes. The Masters class won by Michael Blackburn in 6th place overall after the penalty applied for Chris Grimes, and we had 2 guest drivers in that race actually. Chris Grimes one of them, Richard Steele the other, either of whom score championship points. So although Grimes wins on the road, it is a penalty for him that will hand the victory to Paul Dobson. This one for a jump start, and Paul Paul Dobson was always going to get, well, whoever finished second behind Grimes anyway, was always going to get the maximum championship points for winning the race, because Chris Grimes, as a guest driver, doesn't score championship points. So cars will make their way back towards the podium. Nice to see some spectators there cheering them on after an entertaining end to our first day of racing here at Knockhill, with 2 more races still to go. Very much looking forward to seeing what's going to happen in races 2 and 3 tomorrow. As I said, racing starting at 5 to 9 tomorrow morning with the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. More on that in a moment, though. Paul Dobson confirmed then as the race winner for DVR Motorsport. Sam Beckett came home in second, and Matthew Pimblett rounding out the podium places. Thomas Eichen was 4th, ahead of Dan Robinson 5th, and Michael Blackburn in 6th claims the victory in the Masters category. Then it was Mark Blunt and Chris Grimes, with Alec Townley and Richard Steele next. Aidan Vickers 11th, Chris Flynn 12th, Matthew Morton 13th, and Ron Lustad completing the top 14 ahead of, well, in fact, he was the last of the finishers, because Dan Wyke wasn't running at the flag, and nor was Anthony Sullivan. Anthony Sullivan retiring just 5 laps into the race. So podium finishers arrive behind my commentary position down in Parc Ferme. In a moment or two, we will hear from our top 3. But as I was just starting to say, racing starts tomorrow at 5 to 9. Our TCR UK races. The first one beginning at about 20 past 10, and the third and final race, for which there will be another grid walk as well beforehand, coming just after the lunch break. So that will be finishing at, sorry, that will be starting, I should say, at around about 1:50. But a whole host of other races, and as was the case today, all of the races available to view on the TCR UK YouTube page, whether it be TCR UK, Civic Cup or BRSCC. The TCR UK YouTube page has you covered. Right then, let's head for one final time today down to Parc Ferme, where Anthony Jordan is about to catch up with our podium finishers.
Thank you very much, Andy. Yes, a very dramatic end to that race. Paul Dobson taking the win after a penalty applied to our race winner, Chris Grimes, on that one. So you have actually won that race, Paul. Which brings me on to my first question. Did you know, obviously not, that you were racing for the race lead when you were side by side with Beckett?
No, I was just determined not to let him past. I had the inside, so I thought he'd have to be brave to go around the outside of me there. But yeah, good race, really good race.
Yeah, it certainly was. Exciting, wasn't it? But from start to finish. Knockhill certainly a favourite amongst a lot of drivers, but how have you found it this weekend so far?
Oh, it's a fantastic track. You can't even look at your gauges. You've just got to drive the thing and hold on. It's fantastic. Yeah, really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Well, a solid result for you. P1 out there, and again, another driver who had no idea that he actually won the race.
No, absolutely. Yeah, sorry about Chris not winning it, but yeah. These things happen, don't they? Yeah.
They do indeed. But congratulations, well done, Paul. Let's move over to Sam Beckett then, who is currently being spoke to at the moment. So while Sam Beckett is being spoke to, let's chat to our third place man, Matt Pimblett. Matt, we'll chat to you first. Third place overall, penalty going out to a race leader, so you get away with a podium on this one. How have you found that race?
Interesting. First time here, to be honest with you, so I'm just learning the track at the same time. Made a few errors. I think I got the fastest lap, so I managed to patch it together somehow, but no, it was a good battle though. It was a really good race. A circuit. Great.
It was brilliant to watch as well. So yeah, well, first time here as well, and you've certainly done well for it, so you've got to grips with it quickly.
Yeah. To be honest with you, because it's so short, my memory's so bad, it's quite good. I can learn the circuit pretty quickly, so no, it's a great circuit to race as well. I like the more technical circuits rather than flat-out straights, and my car's not the best, if I'm honest with you, on the straights, but it's great. Love it. It's an excellent circuit.
Well, congratulations, well done, P3.
Very much indeed. Cheers.
Excellent. Brilliant stuff there. We would chat to our Masters winner. Let's chat to our man who finishes in second place, Sam. Well, did you know you were battling for the race lead at one point in that race?
Yeah, I think it was his first lap, second lap. I think the penalty come up on the board, 91. It was like pretty good win numbers, so I know who that is. So I was like, yeah, right. I was in third at the time, behind Matt. So then when I got Matt, I was like, right, okay, let's work and catch up to Paul, because Matt started battling with Thomas Aiken. So yeah, we managed to crack on, and then it was just sort of like Chris had a slow lap, backed Paul up into me, so that's worked perfectly. Just couldn't get past him. It's like we're faster in some areas. I got a good run out of the hairpin on towards the second to last lap, alongside into Duffers, and then I'm going to back out on the outside there. There's not much room, so yeah, really good race for myself, really good race for SBR Motorsport, so yeah, hopefully a good one in tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, exactly. Tomorrow is another day. We'll wish you the best of luck for that one, but luckily for us, the rain held off today.
Yeah, it did, yeah. It held off. I thought it was going to rain, but yeah, thankfully it stayed dry, so dry setup worked well, so we'll see what it's like tomorrow. It'll definitely rain tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, well, let's see. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Cheers.
Excellent stuff there for our top 3 and the last race of the day. That does conclude the stream for the day. Hopefully you have enjoyed it. From myself, Anthony Jordan, Andy McEwen, and well, everyone else who has been joining us on this one as well. Scott Woodward is one of them. Paul O'Neill will be back tomorrow as well. It's been a fantastic day. Join us tomorrow. Make sure you set your alarms, because it is an early start. We'll be live at 8:45 in the morning. Yes, I did not stutter. 8:45 in the morning. It is going to be a mega day. Stay with us. Plenty more racing to go for the weekend.
What a classy move. That was a classy move. The championship leader is in the gravel trap.
Neil sends him off, and it's a kick of dirt on the outside.